Hi guys, welcome to a fresh new batch of strategic management, which is paper 9B of your course in CMA Inter. I'm glad for this opportunity to connect with you guys on one of those wonderful subjects called management and also my personal favorite. So, let us use this opportunity to get to know some of the very interesting things in strategic management, not just as a paper that is there for 40 marks, but also something where we can channelize our inner thinking into a new direction, because this subject has a lot to offer. And most likely many of these topics, if you see them on a standalone basis, they're also applicable to you and me very normally in our day to day life also. Only thing is, we don't look at it in such a way where, okay, this is a management concept, why should we apply it in our life? We don't take it very seriously, and we don't use those concepts on us. But if we do so, it will really transform you into also a very changed person. Before I start discussing in detail, I would like to quickly give you a very, very short and brief introduction about me. I'm, as the name goes by, Harish Krishnan, chartered accountant in practice. So, which is why I'm using those two letters before my name. Also, I'm a qualified cost accountant, and I've been teaching for the last 14 years. This is my 14th year into teaching, and management has always been one of my favorite aspects. And also hold a advanced diploma in management accounting from CIMA UK. So yes, I am very elated to start the discussions about management in a very practically oriented way, because I do understand many of these topics at the end of the day boil down to one big question. Sir, no matter what you are talking, end of the day we have an exam and we want to score our marks. Of course, as a student, that is also even that was also my priority as well. You don't tell all these stories, get me marks, right? So we are as well going to do that. And my fundamental belief over the years, and if you've inquired your seniors or anybody in the past who has watched my classes, or if you are a CS student, or somewhere where you have come across me, you would see that I emphasize so much on the concept. So the conceptual clarity in any field, let it be, I've taught management, I've taught information technology, I'm teaching audit, teaching various subjects through these courses. The fact that, and of course I will be handling your another paper on data analytics, which is a like in, though it's only for 20 marks, that's going to take over in the future for you. Similarly, strategic management is a 40 mark subject, but if you look deep down with these four chapters, many students in the past questions are, what is that we are going to achieve, right? Something they had to put into the syllabus. It's definitely not something that they have done as a space filler or something like that. They could have used so many other things to fill those spaces. But in today's time, what is actually taking away the whole market is the artificial intelligence. Now, sir, you are also talking about AI tools just like anybody. Yes, AI tools are the order of the day, but AI tools don't exist in an isolated manner. This is something that I want you to understand, because we do have a chapter on digital strategy, and I will tell you more about various things that are happening in the last few years. Because over time, the way I'm teaching this subject itself has evolved so much. Not because the concepts change, the fundamental concepts, frameworks, they are same, but the way they have been applied, right, in the recent times, that to the kind of advanced tools that we have, what earlier we thought was one of the very challenging aspects. Say for example, one of the limitations in this subject is that too much of analysis could lead to a paralysis. That's a statement made generally in strategic analysis as a topic. Too much analysis would lead to paralysis, because people can't analyze so much of data and somewhere they will go mad. That was a limitation back then, not today. Today, you just think of a company to start with. I'd give you an example of a company like Amazon. Imagine the millions of orders that come daily, and still you are able to see only those, hand-picked advertisements on your Instagram handle, which you earlier browsed on Amazon. Did you see that? I hope everybody is able to relate to what I'm talking about. right? You are seeing, like, say we did some window shopping on Amazon. Nowadays we do that, right? We open Amazon or Flipkart and then just go through something. Let's say I saw some shoes, right? And then we saw some trousers, shirts, whatever, things of your choice. And then you're bored about it. Then you go to Instagram to see what's happening in the world. Scroll around Instagram, you see ads popping up of the same shoes. You then got irritated, you went on to YouTube. YouTube is showing you the same ads. Now it's a different thing that how did that data get from there to here? That is only because you allowed it. We will talk about it on a different timeline, right? Or when did I allow? When you install the app without thinking much, you clicked I agree, right? That is where you agree to share all your data as well. The only thing is we don't really care about these intricate aspects, and these things today have become so much. There's so much of our personal data. What I mean to say is that so much of our personal data today is with all these entities. What are they using all that data to? They're using it for analysis. How to do the analysis? This is this is, though it is strategic management, you're thinking it's like an introduction to data analytics. There also it's going to be a similar introduction in more detailed terms. So all I'm trying to say is one of the most important things in today's business world is to know your customer better. And strategic management has 5 steps, which always places analysis in a very important phase. When I discuss the details, I will tell you. Bottom line, what was not possible a few years ago, through all these tools, it is possible today. You can analyze lakhs or millions of customers in no time, and best part, without human involvement. So all I want to say is, sir, I think you are hyping your subject enough. No, I'm not just hyping two of the subjects that I teach. Of course I will still do that, because I have to pull in that little piece of interest for you, but not for the sake of just the marks. Let me tell you, you are in for a future where these are going to be the order of the day. So no matter how much you like them or not, I always advise students, and I don't want to keep lecturing on these things since it's our very first class. I'm telling, right? Because often students will be like I told you, enough, you just teach us what is required, we will take care of the rest. But today's market is wide open. You are in for a great ride. Management is such a wonderful topic in terms of, today's MBAs are taking over both CAs and CMA spaces in easier ways because of their management oriented communication skills. So they know these fancy terms from management, and they are having adaptability and presentability, which is what they trained for a couple of years. And then we do all the hard work in terms of CA, CMA, and CS. All these three professional courses, they are lined up in such a way that we do all the hard job, and pushing us up to that next level is when it takes. I'm not saying we are not going there. We are going there, but at a time span which is more shorter for the guys who come from outside the course, only because they are able to capture and absorb things better. So I would request you guys to follow the subject like a story, because it is one, and I will take you through in a manner where you will find it interesting. Class wise, we'll take a set of topics in this class. Whatever we are talking will be definitely before the class and after the class, you will have some good knowledge of something that you didn't have before. Okay, that much I can assure. And as a student, at the end of the day, no matter how much I push you onto the subject, or I make you understand what it is, as a student, you need to pick up some piece of interest by yourself on doing the revision. I don't need anything other than that do a little piece of revision on a daily basis. On screen, I will be writing certain things as a running notes, or however you want to call it, notes, running notes, on screen notes. I suggest you keep a notebook right next to you also. Of course, you have the module in front of you where we will mark the major things. And also, I don't again want to hype about the module, because you've already seen it with the other subjects. We have put in a lot of effort into making these modules more readable, easy, colorful, right? So whatever it is that is needed for a student to get the best is already there. An effort from your side is the only thing that is waiting for. So that concludes my 10-minute of introduction, and I think we can straight away go into discussing what strategic management is. So please remember, keep a piece of notes, and however, because I will do share the whatever I write. I will obviously at the end of this share the PDF of that also. But don't rely on that alone. A handwritten is always the best thing to go with. Okay, and that is applying to both the subjects that we are going to discuss. So let us start with paper 9 first, then we'll move to the other paper. And wherein in terms of strategic management, if you see the term, two words are there, strategy and management, right? So first let's try to understand what these words are in an individual context. And then of course we will dwell deeper into the understanding of what exactly it is. And meanwhile, let me just show you as to what exactly is there in our syllabus also. So if you see the contents, we have two part of this material. One part has all the concepts, the later half of the material also has all the question bank. Now question bank is also something, of course, at the end of first chapter I would definitely want to tell you or give you the insights about how to do it. But since we have anyway spent 10 minutes, let me take a couple of more minutes to tell you now itself. I will obviously do question answers, that is the MCQs, true or false, and the fill in the blanks and all of that with you. But the fact that I will only read the question and I will tell the answer should not be the thing that you also mark them and go. So take that as your personal effort and make sure that you do it. Of course, the answers are there, but without seeing if you can do so, it will be great. Okay, that solves a great deal of purpose. And in fact, while you're preparing, if you do that, you will be doubly confident when you take up such things in the exam. So in our very limited syllabus of strategic management, we have 4 chapters which talk about what is strategy, basics, what is management, and nothing much deeper about management is there part of our syllabus. Let me tell you that also, because as you see the name, introduction to strategy and strategic management, they didn't talk more about management because management in itself is a wonderful subject. Okay, so that, yeah, I think we will over time I will give you the insights of wherever it is needed, but other than that, I think the content that we have start with is enough for you to understand what is strategy. And then we will swiftly move into the next session wherein talk about strategic management. Then the story starts with the various stages in strategic management, wherein we talk about strategic intent in the first place, vision, mission, goals, objectives. So there is something, like I said, which is a very nice story of things. Not all of it is in full-fledged manner in your syllabus. As you can see, syllabus is very limited. In that limited syllabus, without wasting your time, I will try and convey the best of strategic management to you. So there is a lot of things that are there outside the book, which also I will share with you because that makes it more complete. Okay. So that piece, and then as you can see, the next chapter talks about analysis and planning. As I was just mentioning about how detailed strategic analysis should be done. The more you analyze today, the more you get to know about the customers. The more easy it is to understand their patterns, what they do, how they do, when they do. There are things like this, and which is exactly why a 20-mark subject on data analytics also is there. Where to gather the data, how to cleanse the data, how to identify the patterns. Data patterns is one of the most important things to understand the frequency. Like say, for example, you are trying to understand how frequently does a customer buy something. Like this, all those aspects are done in strategic analysis. Based on that, then we craft something called as strategies. Crafting a strategy is part of the understanding of planning. Then in that, two types of planning will be there, right? Strategic planning and operational planning. So some people ask a very important question, no? What to do or how to do? Which one is important? Ideally, both are important, and unless you balance both, you won't get the right outcome. Another thing which is there in the end of first chapter is a very interesting topic called as a balance scorecard, which talks about, are you bothered about money? Are you bothered about goals? So are your strategic objectives important or financial objectives important? How to walk through both parallelly? How to walk them with a balance? It's called a balance scorecard. Amazing topic again, right? And then we talk about two of the most important stages of strategic management, which is strategy formulation and strategy implementation. Now, though in the heading it's given as formulation and implementation, implementation has a very interesting uh, step to follow with, which is called control. So always implementation and control go hand in hand. So why is it like that? Because when you implement something, there is a definite possibility that things can go wrong. Okay, I'm not saying definitely things will go wrong. Remember, saying there is a definite possibility of things can going wrong. So the possibility there is always there, and you as a businessman will always be worried that what if something goes wrong. So whether you are achieving what you want to achieve, and then is it going all in the way you want only, or is there any correction that is to be made? All these are done through the last stage there. These are all the topics, guys. That is what is there in the set of these 3 chapters, which gives you a full detail about strategic management. And then the modern association, what I was just talking about with here, digital strategy. What do you mean by digital strategy? Today, what can we do as an essence? Now, whatever you are doing in these 3 chapters, the essence of these 3 chapters, if they go digitized, like today, what are the tools that we can use and how we can use digitization to enhance the productivity in our organization, is called a digital strategy. Because blindly if you do something again there, it is not going to work. Okay, because at any given point of time, there is nobody who says I will not be with the market, right? Everybody wants to be with the market, but when are you going to do that? How frequently will you be able to change things? Because if you're changing things too frequently, that is also going to create a chaos in the business. So therefore, when is the right time to adopt new technologies? If you are adopting new technologies, how will it go by? So all these are there in the digital strategy. 4 chapters, simple syllabus, 40 marks, and let's start the game. Okay. So on that note, let me, before even we get into the first chapter, that is our 8th chapter in the order, let me introduce you to what these two terms are individually: strategy and management. Then we will frame up to discuss what is strategic management in the next aspect. Okay, so I think you should take a look at the uh, words separately. Let us bring that on your screen now so we can. Yeah, strategic management talks about 2 words, right? First one is called as strategy, and the other one is management. When we get there, we will discuss. So what is strategy? Guys, I will give you a simple definition. Maybe again, like I said, not everything has to be from our syllabus only. So what is strategy? If you want a simple definition for what is strategy, it is nothing but a long range blueprint. It is a long range blueprint. Strategy is a long range blueprint of an organization's 3 things. What are these 3 things? Desired image. Strategy is a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction, and destination. What are the 3 things? Desired image, direction, and destination. Which means, in simple terms, if you see, generally when we make a strategy, we're thinking long range in nature. It's not like you tap and you get an answer. You're talking long range in nature. Then we're talking about an organization in this context. So at this point of time, I would want you to understand that this subject, what we're discussing as strategic management, is discussed thoroughly in the context of a business. So, sir, are you saying strategic management is applicable to you and me also? Yes, as I told you some time back, strategic management is applicable to everybody, whether it is a business or whether it's an individual, everybody. But throughout in this subject, we are going to talk about, because it is a context based syllabus, we are going to talk about these things from a point of view of a business. So, strategy is nothing but a long range blueprint of an organization's what desired image, direction, and destination. Let me also explain you what those 3 terms are. Image means what would you like to become? Okay, image is nothing but what does the organization want to become? What is that you want? Everybody has an image in mind right now. You have an image about yourself that I want to become a cost and management accountant. I want to become a chartered accountant. Whatever the idea is, I want to become a company secretary. I want to become an IAS, IPS, anything. A desired image will be there for people. Then, how to become? Very important question, because what to become is the direction, the path that you are going, right? And ultimately, the destination, which answers about where are you going with this strategy. Okay. So, basic question of what, how, where, if all regrouped into a very proper manner, that's what makes it a strategy. Strategy can be used for a small thing to a large context. Now, you understood the definition, no? I'll tell you where this came from. In the past, kings used to capture other kingdoms, right? So, this word strategy has always originated from a war zone. Okay, what is your strategy to beat the opponent? This was this context from the long time, not today, yesterday. How will one kingdom take over the other? What is your strategy, a plan, a blueprint, anything you want to call? So the word strategy is originated from a war zone. Basically, it is nothing but, in short, if you want to say, sir, are you saying it's a military terminology? Something like that. A military means not modern day warfare military only. Anything. A king's group of people, right? So like that, a group of people. The king is obviously not going to go and fight. You've seen enough number of historical movies. Kings rarely go and fight. Kings have a commander in chief, right? Sir, are you saying somebody like a Bahubali? Yeah, maybe somebody like that. A commander in chief. Why? Because these guys, they don't want to take all the risk. What they want to do is only to make sure that they win the other kingdom. So, in almost any kingdom story, you would find the king will have somebody who is the commander in chief. They'll make all the warline strategies. They'll make all the on-field strategies. It is, like they'll take all these interesting calls as to who will do what. Okay. Now, when these guys are on field, there are so many things that change. There are so many things that go in a way which is very different from what they thought, right? Everybody will not think that, things will go in a certain way. And then there are certain aspects that can go against the way we want. So, in such a time, what to do, what corrective action should be taken, all these are blended into the discussion of what is a strategy. Understood? No, a very normal looking word, but with a very deep and detailed meaning. Okay, so that's what strategy is all about, guys, right? It's generally used in a warfare. Now, sir, then what is the context in which we are using? Of course, I wrote two words there. You can see today business is nothing short of a warfare. No, business is also nothing short of a warfare. You are competing with people, like minded people, like product people, say same or similar product is being sold. So considering all of that, business is also dubbed into a war zone only. There nobody is wielding any swords. I hear people don't fight with swords. People fight with ideas. Whose idea is better? Whose marketing abilities are better? Whose ability to capture the market is better? All this will become the primary context, right? So taking all this into consideration, guys, this is the first thing that we would get to learn. Strategy. I will also give you the context of management, right? May not be really exact words in your syllabus, but I want you to know this also. What is the other word? Management. We are going to do a detailed discussion of strategy straight in the first chapter, guys. But what is management? The word management in itself is used in two contexts. The word management is used in how many? Two contexts, not one, but two contexts. One, management represents, okay, one and two. First context, management represents who are called as the key group of people in an organization. Key group in an organization. Why are you bothered about this key group, if you ask me? Now, say for example, you went to an educational institution, leave other things. You guys have gone to educational institutions, right? So I will use the same example. You go to an educational institution and you're asking for a discount there. And the admin person there says, sir, please, this is not something that I can do. You have to talk to management. When he says you talk to management, who is he talking about? Is he not part of management? He is not part of management is what he thinks, but he is also part of one management called operational management. Understood? Many guys, they don't know the respective names of the positions they use in. That is why they loosely use these terms. He is also part of actually working management only. But generally, in the market context, the word management represents the key group in the people. So that is why that much hype is there. Like say Mukesh Ambani and the team of people that he goes with. Mukesh Ambani doesn't deal with all the like lakhs of people they are there in Reliance. Mukesh Ambani deals with the strongest set of 5 to 10 people in the top level of Reliance. They deal with another 100 people. Those 100 deal with another 1,000. Those 1,000 deal with another 10,000. Those 10,000 spread across and become lakhs of people. This is how hierarchies are established. We'll talk about these kind of established setups also later. But the handful of people who run an organization, who make decisions rather than call it run or something like that, call it or keep it simple, who make decisions for the organizations, they are called the key group of people in an organization. Right? That is one definition of management. The other definition of management goes by saying management is a set of interrelated functions. The second definition is management is a set of interrelated functions. Management is a set of what? Interrelated functions. Obviously, the next basic question would be, sir, what are these interrelated functions? Not something that you have never heard of. They are all very simple. I'm pretty sure you have heard of all these in the past also, right? Like if you say, what are these? They are nothing but the 5 well-known aspects of management: planning, organizing, planning what? Planning, organizing, staffing. You know, staffing, right? Putting the right person in the right place. That is what is called as staffing, right? Let me just write them down for you. Planning, first one. Planning is about thinking about future. Organizing is about organizing or getting the resources, right? Now the question is, what are resources? I will talk about it also as part of this introduction, then only we can fruitfully go about talking about what these are, because strategic management is all about allocating those scarce resources only, right? So planning, organizing, staffing, leading or directing or leading, however you want to call it, and lastly controlling. So these 5 steps, they are called as interrelated functions in management: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. What you now see essentially is the entire discussion of what you call as strategic management. Take a clearer look of that to see what exactly are we talking about. Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling, all these aspects, they group down into what is called as management. So if you see, what are the 2 words that we have discussed thus far? One, we have talked about strategy, and 2, we have talked about management. Now how important it is to understand whatever you understood now, because the blend of both these is only going to ultimately create the subject for you called as strategic management. Short, SM is a combination of 2 different things. The blending of strategy, how to manage a strategy. Now, before I conclude in this very screen, let me also teach you about what are we trying to organize. It will be a little important point to know for us. So this organizing happens or talks about something called as resources. Now, as per your studies of the past in economics, you understand resources. Are they abundant or scarce? By now, you should have answered for yourself, right? Resources are scarce, right? If only resources were abundant, we don't need to have this subject, or we don't need to have a subject called economics, because if resources are scarce, then only we need to manage. No, if resources are not scarce, why will we do all of that? So therefore, we dubbed resources to be scarce. Now, what are these resources? If you specifically see what these resources are, resources are nothing but generally they are 5 M's. Okay, what are these 5 M's? The 5 M's which make up to the resources are men, material, money, machinery, and lastly market. Some people don't discuss about it, but yeah, I believe that's also part of the story of the resources. Men, material, money, machinery, and market. What are these? So in the context of business, all these 5 M's, they are put together called as resources. Now you should understand, in the essence of this subject, resources are scarce. Simply these 5 M's that you see there, these are scarce. Now since these 5 M's are scarce, all business are competing. So you have spent about 30 minutes to half an hour in the session, right? Let me give you an essence of the, you're opening up. After that, we'll go to the first chapter and start whatever the content is. But the essence of this whole thing is, you have strategy, which is a long range idea. You have management, a key group of people and set of functions, all fighting for acquiring the same set of resources in the best possible manner. Whenever resources are in discussion, there is always a question about, that you are going on talking about resources. What are you going to do with these resources? Right? There are three keywords which is called as AUD. So what is this? AUD stand for? AUD stands for acquisition, use, and disposition. Acquisition followed by use, and then it is followed by disposition. Acquisition, use, and disposition of resources in the most effective manner, which is called as, resources are to be acquired, used, and disposed in an optimal manner, which is called as optimal utilization. How to get optimal utilization done is the essence of this subject. That's all, guys. In one frame, what you're seeing right now on screen, that's the entire essence of this subject called as strategic management. So, guys, this is what we are going to see in greater detail. And on that note, I would like to take you to the very first discussion about strategy. So I hope the first half an hour of what we started the subject with, that is very productive enough for you to understand some of the basic things, right? Let us now proceed further to the very first discussion about what exactly is a strategy, where do we stand with respect to that, and how can we talk about like use of strategy, where, what, all of that. Let us see. So I would want you to come to the the concept books first part, wherein we have this neatly crafted very beautifully, as I told you. In fact, the set, by now you've gotten used to the set of colors. One talks about the topic, one talks about the content, one talks about importance. So let us start by discussing the basic definition of what is a strategy. To start with, I would like you to take a minute to first read. Now that I have given you a definition of strategy, I want you to read this for a minute, and then we will proceed as such. Come on. Did you take a read, guys? Basically, see the strategy. What is it? It says that it is nothing but a set of goal directed actions. So what are the key factors from there that you can pick up? That is going to come up soon. Goal directed means you are having, or certainly you are backed by a goal. Now once that goal comes in, that is when, to achieve that goal, what does it take will become the next question, right? So to achieve that goal, whatever you do, everything comes part of the strategy. Goal directed actions, I think I will give you an analogy which we will use in multiple contexts later. It is called throwing a dart in the dark. I think all of you know the game of darts. You saw the dart board, right? One circular board will be there with green and red marks and black spots where you can throw, like there is something like this. Okay, this is a stylus, but something like this with a pointed edge. Darts with magnets sometimes, and with pointed arrows sometimes. If it's a board, you will get a pointed arrow. But nowadays, those boards get spoiled quickly. So they nowadays have made a chart and a magnet. So you throw, and if you hit the center, it's called the bullseye, right? I hope you can recollect what we're talking about. So generally, you will aim for something. Now, there are some games in that. I don't know if you guys are aware of this context or not. So there are some games in the dart boards called as, uh, you know, 201, 301, 501. What do these games indicate? There are a set of rules also that you will get 3 chances to throw and 5 chances to throw, depending on the set of rules. So the idea is to make a total of 201. Okay. So it is not important always you hit the center and then only you win. So sometimes, you if your combination, so initially, because when you are in the beginning, you want to make those tens, and even if all 3 chances of yours, if you hit tens, you will get 30. But when you come to cumulatively come to the total, because not every time there is a possibility, right? Because in this darts, no, when they give you a chance to throw 3 darts, and if your first dart hits the bullseye, it's a very small red circle. 99% chances are there that that arrow will go and mark there. You will get a 10. But hitting a second arrow inside, that will be a challenge. So you will aim for a 9, or in 9 is a slightly bigger circle, 8 is a much comfortably achievable circle. So like that we will plan and try and achieve, and then over set of turns, two players who are throwing those three chances, whoever gets a total of 301 or 501 first will win. This is the game. So bottom line, what I try to tell you is, every time you are not hitting the bullseye. So sometimes my goal is to get 8 only. The total will be, so if I hit a 9 also it's a problem, if I hit a 7 also it's a problem. So I'm saying, you have a goal and you throw that dart to achieve that goal. It's a goal directed action. So say for example, my total is about 184. 184 is what I already achieved. 201 is what we are playing for. That means I need 17 points to win the game, right? So 17 points out of 3 chances is not something that I should be able to. I can do it in 2 chances, right? 110 and 17. If it works like that, what if it doesn't? First one when I threw it only got an 8. Now I need a 9. Second dart I throw, I get a 9. It's great. If I don't, if I get a 6, then I'll hit another 3. So that combination won't be possible. So like this, to work out and win the game, what combinations are possible? So you have to aim, properly focus, and play that game, right? This is quite common in the West. In the West, no, they have so many clubs. So there are people who travel. They play this game very often, right? So you've seen those people with cowboy hats and all. No, those guys generally play this much on the. It's a retreat kind of a game, but there is a lot of knowledge to it. The reason why I told you this is for you to understand the analogy. Now imagine it's pitch dark. Where are you throwing the dart? You can't even see the board, right? So it's called throwing the dart in the dark, which is an analogy to explain that you're doing something with absolutely no idea, zero productivity. Because what is the target? No target only, it's not visible only. So therefore, throwing a dart in the dark tells you that you are doing something without a strategy. Blindly throw somewhere. Whether it hits the target, doesn't hit the target, doesn't make sense. I'm going to use this analogy in multiple places. The reference of throwing the dart in the dark. I hope everybody got this logic. Today you learned a new thing, right? That's a good thing. Daily, no, any class you learn, every class there should be at least 1 or 2 new learning points. As I told you in the very first introduction, this subject is going to teach you so many things. And you can now see tomorrow when you talk about these kind of things, when you're in a gathering or a group of people, it makes you look the more wise person in the room, right? Just an analogy, nothing very great about it. It's just when somebody tells something out of context, you can just tell them saying that you're throwing a dart in the dark, right? So it makes you look like you are a thorough professional with some knowledge. But the idea is very simple, right? That they're talking with no context, no target. Strategy is not like that. That's all is what we want to pull out from the story. Strategy is what? It's a goal directed action, right? So that, sir, but what are you talking? We are doing this. Multiple other people are also doing. No. So if I win, then others also will win. Obviously, right? If our cricket team captain is making a strategy, opposite cricket team also will make a strategy, no? Sir, then what about it? That is where comes the word superior performance. You make a strategy, they also will make a strategy. Whose strategy is better on that day in that context? You remember where I started the story with warfare. So on that day, who plays it better, who wins, they will establish their superiority. So this goal directed action a firm takes. That's another way to communicate and tell you, look, we are talking only about business. So this goal directed action is, sir, I also have a goal for passing my exam. What about that goal? They are not talking about that. They are not talking about that goal here. They're talking purely about business. But sir, I can use a strategy for my exam. No, that word also is called strategy only. Absolutely. Isn't that what I told you some time back? Every content in this book can be applied to your personal life and mine. But since we are not talking individual personal context, we are talking about a firm, we are applying the story to a set of, look at that. Sir, for 2 lines, why are you breaking it down so much? As I want you to understand the essence, because the whole book is on strategic management. I want you to understand this piece. Mind you, you may be doing this book for the first time, not me. So I know what I'm doing, and I'm clearly aware of how to take it through. And I have timelines more than you are bothered about what your timelines are. So I know how we are going, even if you find the fact that, why are small things being explained so much in detail. Don't worry, that's how it has to be. And slowly, as we pace up, we will get the more strong you're on your fundamentals, the greater the ease will be in understanding certain, I won't say complicated, I'll say little complex things in the syllabus. Complex, but you won't even find it there complex, because as I put you through the explanation, is going to be like, okay, it's just another concept. So if you want that confidence, follow the flow, that's all. A set of goal directed actions a firm takes to gain and sustain. Two keywords. First you gain and then sustain. Right? Gain and sustain superior performance. Something better than the others. And in business, the others are called as competitors. Over, guys. That's all. One simple line which tells you what you are going to do for the next 4 chapters. You are going to take a strategy and apply it better than your competitors. Sir, if I do it, what will I get? You can see here, there is something called as competitive advantage. This is not something that you can go and buy from a shop. Sir, I will go and get competitive advantage from somewhere. Not possible. To get competitive advantage, you have to beat others by doing things better than them consistently over a period of time. Now, for a minute, you understand, you got that advantage, but suddenly somebody saw how you got that advantage and they also did the same thing and they got the advantage. Possible or not? Very much possible. So therefore, it is not just important how to get the competitive advantage, it is also equally important to sustain it over a period of time. What are we talking about? Sustainable competitive advantage is the next thing. Now, if you don't get competitive advantage, the discussion is redundant, right? First, you have to get the competitive advantage. But there is all possibility that once you get that competitive advantage, also you may lose it. So, which is exactly why we are now going to talk about a situation where we are going to get that competitive advantage and then sustain it for a long period of time. Why do businesses fail? There is no one reason for that, right? But one of the common reasons that you see across many businesses which fail to make a mark, I will give you the example. Later we will discuss its rise and fall. Micromax. Everybody knows the brand Micromax, right? They came into, the mobile market. They made a storm. They raced to the place where they were number one in sales for some time. Even they beat a giant like Samsung in terms of volume of sales, not value of sales, volume of sales. Like if Samsung sold 20,000 phones, Micromax sold 22,000 phones, something like that. Micromax came, made a mark, captured that market. They got a competitive advantage. Everybody in India was talking that is the next biggest brand and all of that. And out of nowhere, 5 years later to the story, they were not there. So Micromax coming into the market, reaching the peak, maturity, coming down, decline. These are called stages of a life cycle. Introduction, growth, maturity, decline. We'll discuss details. All of it happened in 5 years. Where is Nokia? Right? Nokia is a market giant. Did anybody think somebody who had 72% market share like Nokia would vanish? Not even a chance. Leave all this. The modern day example of all of this, which you know very well, is Byju's. A multi-billion dollar company, 22 billion. For those who have calculator in front of you, multiply 22 into roughly around 8,500 in today's 8,500 crores into 22 times. You pick up that number. That was the value of Byju's at its peak. Today, company doesn't exist. How can a multi-billion dollar company like that collapse to nothing? Now, I understand a $22 billion company becoming, sir, time went bad. 22 billion became, 15 billion valuation. Happens. Now, Tesla. Tesla's valuation, goes up and down like that because anything that Elon Musk does impacts his value. Right. So Microsoft's value goes up and down. Nvidia's value goes up and down. Because any revolution in any stream, things going up and down is fine. Right? 5, 10, 15, 20%. Stock markets try to tremble. I mean, that's a natural phenomenon. So 5, 10% moving, even 20, 25% movement across a year is quite natural. That's okay. Not zero. Byju's, where is it? Not there. That's a terrible management failure example. Okay. Like when I was studying management, every business school, everybody who used to learn management, they cannot finish management studies without knowing the case study of Nokia. And today, in many of the B schools, the rise and fall of Byju's is the new case study. Like how a giant like Nokia can vanish from market. It's just because they didn't adapt to the conditions in the market. They didn't change their strategies. Understood? So that is how practical this subject is. Right? So a simple definition, guys. I will sum it up for you all. You can as well repeat alongside me. A set of goal directed actions a firm takes to gain and sustain. If you want, you can mark 1 and 2 for gain and sustain. Because as you can relate it back here, 1 and 2. 1 is to gain competitive advantage, 2 is to sustain that competitive advantage. Throughout our syllabus, we will comfortably go ahead and see all of these elements, making it way more interesting for you to understand. It consists of three key elements. Now, strategy generally consists of what? Three key elements they are talking about. What are the three key elements? One, understand who are your competitors. Because if you don't know who you are going against, then what are you actually going against? That's a very important question. Understanding who you are going against is more important. Correct? Because at the end of the day, if you don't know who you are facing, right? Like, say, for example, a batsman not knowing what the bowler. So bowlers before the match they'll study the batsman's pattern. Which ball, if we bowl them, they'll get out. What is their weak spot? Similarly, batsman also will study the bowler. What are his best balls? Like is it an off cutter or an in swinger or an out swinger? Those of you who have no context of cricket, just don't bother. I'm just saying we're a cricket frenzy nation. So some of my examples will definitely, or many of my examples will definitely lead to cricket in between. Sometimes it's easy for a larger crowd to understand. If you don't understand also, no problem. Okay, so that is just a context. So like how our batsmen study their bowlers also study our batsmen, and vice versa. Who is weak where? Now suddenly somebody will bowl a bouncer. This fellow doesn't know to play, he'll play a wrong shot and get out. So they are forced to make you play that shot, not because their bowling is great, you are weak in that, and they have understood that very well. So that is strategy's first part. Understanding the competition. Who are you facing competition, or what is the market challenge? If you talk in business terms, it's called a market challenge, but in normal terms, it's called competition. Strategy consists of three key elements. The first one is about understanding the competitive challenge. Two, developing a policy to address. What is your policy? Policy means again the way you behave, right? Like, sir, I think one of the policies that all of us policies are take it easy policy. What is take it easy policy? A policy which says take everything easy. Something went bad. Somebody scolded you. Somebody, why people in your house scolded you, and then you went and told a friend. They'll be like, what will friends normally do? Even if they beat you up in your house, they'll come and tell, hey, chalta ho. Friends are for that purpose only, Friends will come and say that, hey, talo, take it easy. So what is your policy? Policy is nothing but a set of actions that you do, like strategies and set of action that a business do. Policy is your choice. To cry for everything is my policy. Then some people will be there. They'll cry for everything. No matter how happy things happen in their life, they will still be like, they always focus on what didn't happen. Some people are happy with what they get. That is their policy. Because, and some people who are spiritual, they will always believe, right? That is nothing wrong. That's their choice. Be like, God gave me this much. I should be happy with what God gave me. That is a spiritual policy. Policy is nothing but a set of actions that you own up and say, yeah, this is taking it easy is a policy. Getting angry for everything is a policy. Right? I don't want to leave it easy. I will fight for everything. Some people have that. Now you see a lot of people on the social media, rebellious attitude. Anything comes up, they'll fight. It is inbuilt in them. That's not something right wrong here. Right wrong goes into like good bad goes into ethics. We're not talking about that. Talking about immediately what is your policy. Strategy is your policy. My strategy is to sometimes take it easy. My strategy is to fight back. My strategy is to stand for the right thing. My strategy is to live up to take what God gives. Anything, a policy to address that challenge. And lastly, don't do some isolated things. If you do isolated means things which are not connected to each other. You do something, somebody asks you, why did you do? Don't know, sir, I did simply. Makes no sense. Same way, you did another action. Array, between your first action and second action, there is no link. And I did, sir, two random things. Now, when you do too many random things, then I think this is many people's day in today's life, right? We wake up, scroll through Instagram, right? Find a sense of immediate happiness, close. Then the day pushes you to get, to doing something, going to a class, going to a college, going to some place, right? Then we go there, or some people go to offices. Then they get into their work. Then again they'll take a break. Again scroll through YouTube, Instagram, feel happy. Then breakfast, lunch, dinner. You're driven by so many tasks in a day, right? Now, sir, every 2 minutes, people are opening their Instagram and checking. What is that leading to? Nothing. Sir, your job is something. Now I'm taking your class. If I stop taking your class, so it's a very conscious thing today. You know, I have told students this in the past. Now, like say I get a call or a text, immediately I'm distracted. No, in fact, sometimes when it is not face to face, at least I can pause or do something. In a face to face class, everybody is facing that challenge today. Device is you can't live with that, and like you can't eliminate that also. I don't want the device. You can't say. Any working class professional today can't say no to a smart device. At the same time, I will be on my smart device all the time, unless you are somebody who self-proclaims social media influencer. It won't work. So bottom line, your actions, what you do, action A, action B, action C. Sir, are you saying they should all be in the same pattern? If you don't have a common goal, you do three actions. Nobody's asking you any question. But if you have a common goal, and if you do action A, which has no relevance to action B, tell me, is it a time waste or not? When you have some connection between action A, action B, and action C, then things go together. This reason I explained you all this is called one word, coherent actions. Coherence should be there. The word coherence might be new for many people, so that is why I went a little depth there. Coherent. Coherence means coming together. Normal English of the word coherence means coming together. Coherent actions means integrated actions. In the first step, you decided on policy, no? To adopt that policy, a set of actions that you do, set of actions, not one or two, a set of actions that do linked or not linked. Of course, they are linked. If you want, guys, no hesitation. Wherever you don't know something, don't even think twice. Write that, okay? Because these are basic words I know. If you know, good. If you don't know, right. If you know also, if you write, nobody is going to question your character here. Understood? So, therefore, make sure at the end of the day, we need to know everything that is there in the book, right? A set of coherent actions linked between each. That's all, guys. The more clear you are on this definition, the more easy it is going to be for us to sail through the syllabus. Because how to perform these three steps is what is the entire syllabus about. This is what strategy is. How to manage this strategy is what strategic management is. Various frameworks are given for that purpose in our syllabus. Over. That's all our focus would be, right? So guys, to sum it up, let me keep it clean and simple. What is a strategy? A strategy is a set of goal-directed actions that too a firm takes in order to gain and sustain a superior performance in relation to its competitors. Now, if at least that piece was not there, we would have been a little happy there. That piece is not there, sir. I am the only one. Hey, if you are the only one, you don't need all this. That is another beautiful thing about this. Monopoly is a situation where nobody is there to compete. You do whatever you want, you will sustain. But business life is not like that. Monopoly is not a real life situation. So we will come across situations where you will have to have something called as competitive strategies. Now let me also take you through, yeah, of course, the three elements, diagnosis of the competitive challenge. So it consists of three key elements of understanding the competition, developing a policy to address the challenge, and three, a set of coherent actions to implement the guiding policy. If you are able to do this, absolutely you will be able to achieve through the strategy. Moving on, talking about, I want all of you to understand these four terms which are standalone: competitive advantage, sustainable competitive advantage, competitive disadvantage, and parity. Parity means a balance, the same level, right? Now, I and my co-worker, if we both are working on the same job, ideally we both should be paid the same salary. In many organizations, there is a practice of paying salary based on a level, not by person. That is why in modern corporate fights will come, or they are not working properly, but still, you know, so sometimes, they try to, balance their compensation. So it that is why, the as I was just telling, the fights emerge because of the array, I'm working more than that person, but still we are getting paid same. So basically, to keep everybody happy at a level, there is a term called parity. Now, so if two business are working almost at the same level, that is called competitive parity. New word, right? So let us see all these four words. Somebody doing something better than the other, it's called competitive advantage. Again, this is, sir, in what context are we discussing this? These four words I want you to, kind of understand here, because later as we go forward, we will be using all these. First one is competitive advantage. A firm's competitive advantage is a relative term, not an absolute. It's like in economics, many things are relative in nature, not absolute. You can't measure them in terms. So this is also one such thing. A firm's competitive advantage is not absolute. It is relative. That means in comparing to the other competitor, how good are you? It is assessed by comparing performance within the industry or with a competitor, or maybe a benchmark to see in comparison to that how good are you, which will tell you, whether you are good or not at all. Then, if you are able to hold a competitive advantage for only some time, it will be called as competitive advantage and then it will vanish. But when you are able to hold it for a longer period of time, a firm that outperforms competitors not for short time but over a long period, that is a keyword there, over a long period, it gains what is called as sustainable competitive advantage. Sustainable, something that holds or sustains over a long period, is called sustainable competitive advantage. If you are not beating the other firm and you are below them, then it is called competitive disadvantage. A firm that underperforms the rivals, you are not able to meet the levels of rivals. A firm that underperforms rivals or the industry average. You remember industry average when you studied in, something like, I can give you an example here. Example, NRR, the normal rate of return. If you are in a particular industry, that is something the basic that we expect you to earn, something like that. A NRR, normal rate of return, that kind of a thing. So a firm that underperforms the rivals or the industry average has something called as a competitive disadvantage. That means you are not able to meet the requirement, you are failing competitively. Competitive disadvantage is there. Similarly, competitive parity. Parity means a balance, equality. Firms that are performing at the same level they are called as having competitive parity. But as I told you, you are not in the market to achieve competitive parity. It's a short term thing that you would want to first achieve parity, match the same level. But ultimately, remember, everybody in business is working for that first one called competitive advantage, and then you transform it into the second one where you want a sustainable competitive advantage. So, guys, in this last 1 hour of discussion, we have talked about basics as to what the subject is, a little piece of an intro, and then I told you some basic things, and then we started discussing exactly as to what the strategy is, what management is, what strategic management is. And if so, I have to show you that one more time. This is what we discussed as the major overview of the subject. Then after the all that discussion was done, we also talked about the the other important piece which we started discussing as to what exactly is a strategy and what are these terms. I would like to extend this session to the last piece of discussion where we talk about a few words and then a basic understanding where we will like break this session. And in the next one, what is the origin of strategy, where did this come from, that warfare story, and I told you, right, all that also we will see here. What is the origin of strategy, purpose of strategy, why should we have a strategy, and what is a strategic management, and what are the stages up till there, we will discuss everything. So guys, sometimes you know uh, there is a saying, right, sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. Actually, win or lose, both these are positional statements, right? In what position you call yourself win, and what positions you call yourself lose. Now, for example, let me be honest, I will take the simple example only, right? Why will we go for examples here and there? I'll take my example only. If I am not taking your class now, right? If I am not taking your class now, there is an opportunity cost. I hope everybody understands that term, the next best alternative. If I'm not taking your class, I can take another class, right? I can go to an office and work there. I can do a business of my own, or do nothing and just scroll Instagram, which most of us generally do, or spend time with family, take family or children outside. Now, there again, there is no tangible value for that. Sir, what did you get if when I take my son or daughter for an outing? 1 hour. They enjoyed very well. So, they enjoyed very well. What did you get? The satisfaction that they enjoyed very well. What is the value of that? You can't. So, basically, much of the things that we do, they don't have tangible elements. But for what I'm doing now, I can calculate. End of the day, it may not translate into exact numbers, but per hour, I charge this much. If I take class for so many hours and then the classes get sold for so many units, I can make so much. We can calculate, right? But what am I losing? There is always something that you lose, right? Not lose exactly is a that is why I told you win or lose a very wrong word. In business, there is something that you have to give to get something. In life also it is like that only, but as I told you, I don't want to sound philosophical in every session, but the subject is ultimately the philosophy. You must give something for achieving something. That is called a trade off. There are people who do management, they are called as managers. I have already introduced you to the term called management, which talks about key group of people. Please understand, key group of people are not only those people who are doing white collar jobs, are wearing nice clothing or suits. No, anybody, an operational manager working in the factory, say he is very sweaty, greasy, however he is still a key group in the organization, though because of the place, right, he is like that, it doesn't change his decision making ability. So all these people who take key decisions, manage the resources, they're all called managers only. Managers must recognize and address trade-offs. This trade-offs is nothing but something for something else. So simple, guys. If I want to give you a very quality content like what I'm going to deliver through these classes to you, then some student, I mean, this is not the first time we're listening. Somebody will come and say, sir, if you cut off a lot of examples, right? If you don't tell too many things to are practical, if you just read what is there in the book, we could have finished the syllabus much earlier. That is called reading the book, not finishing the syllabus. Correct? So, in my opinion, if a student has to understand with the conviction of understanding management, So like I said, there are enough number of ways to score marks. If marks are the only agenda, then our idea of doing something will be different. But where marks are the agenda along with knowledge, then our understanding should be different. Similarly, a business, sir, in this business, in the long term, you have to create value for people rather than cutting cost. Sir, cutting cost, is it not a strategy? Of course, cost cutting, creating a product at a low cost can be a strategy. But if you are creating a product at low cost, you can't emphasize highly on quality in that. No, sir, I want to create value. Then you have to forego on cost. One for the other. You understood the term strategic trade off. Just like how I'm trading off my time for this, as I just told you. If I'm not doing this class, if I want to keep my family happy, then maybe I have to take them on an outing. But if I take them on an outing, I will not be able to do the class. Got the balance? Which one gives you more happiness? Which one gives you more satisfaction? Which one gives you more money? Like this, when you start measuring, you count the trade off. Sometimes money is important, sometimes the other aspect of life is also important. So, if you can try and balance both, which is what is in modern days term called work life balance, which is a fake concept, it does not exist according to me, right? So, if you are doing some work, it's part of your life, right? Then where is the work life balance? Work like that is part of your life, then enjoy as if that is part of your life. So there in these concept of work life balance not required. Understood? So if you can do everything keeping this in mind, trade off where you're balancing something for the other. So like say if you want to create value, you have to trade off on cost. No sir, I want to create a cost based product, then you have to forego on the value. I want to create a value based product at low cost. Now many people propagate this strategy, but it's practically not sensible. Okay, so then coming to what are the keys for success? USP. I think you have heard this word so many times, right? What is your selling proposition? Unique selling proposition, right? What is that one thing that is there in your product that will make your product shine? Similarly, unique strategic position, that is something that you have achieved that your competitors didn't achieve in the industry, is your key to success. There are some things called as KSF, not KGF, KSF, right? Key success factors. The key is to combine a set of activities. There is no formula here. A set of activities to stake out a unique strategic position, what others didn't achieve and you achieved in the industry, that is only called as a key to success. Okay, so they told you about trade-offs, they told you about key to success, they told you about various competitive positions, competitive advantage, sustainable competitive advantage, competitive disadvantage, and a competitive parity. Guys, there is a saying, I don't know, saying or a quote nowadays, right? You'd find it. Winners don't do different things. Winners do things differently. Have you heard of this? Right? That applies to everybody. That is not just about winners. You replace the word winners with anything. Students don't do different things. Students are rankers. You can apply that. Rankers don't do different things. Rankers do things differently. You understood? It's a nowadays that quote sells a lot on Instagram, but the quote is picked up from basic management senses called as differential performance. Point is from here, right? Every modern day thing on the Instagram which propagates you great story is a management lesson. Okay, competitive advantage comes from performing different activities. You can either do activities that are different from your competitors, or you do the same thing what your competitors are doing but in different way. Either you do different activities or do something differently than the rivals. Both will get you competitive advantage. Whereas I told you winners don't do things differently. They don't do different things, but they do things differently. Either way, in business both work. You either do different things or you do the same thing differently. You should achieve success. So if you're doing something which your competitors are not doing, or if you're doing the same thing as your competitors but in a more efficient way, then in both cases you would be rewarded with something called as competitive advantage. What are you rewarded with? Competitive advantage. And if you are giving one for the other. As I just told you, what is it called as? Strategic positioning. If you want a better strategic positioning than the others, clear strategic positioning requires what I just taught you called as trade-offs and careful considerations of what to do and what not to do. And ultimately, if you have to position yourself better than your competitors, one more time, if you have to position yourself better than your competitors, you have to do something that they are not doing. So managers must focus on unique positions. How do you achieve this unique position? That is what is the key to your success. So guys, that is across what we have discussed as strategy and basic terms and terminologies. There are no in-depth concepts around here. What is the question that will come in the exam here? There's no exam question out of that. But if you see there, what is strategy and all the surrounding aspects, it has been spoke about. And another word that I would want to introduce to you is called as expertise. While management should focus on their strategic skills and other functional expertise. Functional expertises can be areas like, marketing, finance, each individual area, there is something that you can do better than your competitors. That is only called functional expertise. What is it called? Functional expertise. You can do something definitely better than your competitors. Managers should focus on their strategic skills and other functional expertise to maintain a competitive advantage. We will see through the syllabus how to do that also. So these are the basic aspects of what a strategy is and what the inherent point of a strategy are. Now, I want to clear up one very basic notion. Okay, sir, what is that notion you're talking about? That this word strategy belongs only to the top level of the people. One of the worst things that many people in management have spoken about or talked about, and wrongly people have understood, that is this only. So please spend a couple of minutes with great care and caution here to understand. Top level will make decision. They will tell what to do. Others will blindly follow. One fellow will throw weight, others will carry like donkey. That is wrong. That is not how strategy and management function. Strategy applies at all levels. Strategy applies at which level? All levels. So when you say strategy applies for bottom level, strategy applies for middle level, strategy applies for top level. This top, middle, and bottom. These are these are three crude words. We will talk about better words for them as we go details into the structure of the organization, corporate level, business level, functional level. We have better names to call them. But to start for now, top, middle, and bottom levels are crude words to explain them. Please understand, top level will make decision, middle and lower level will blindly follow. They will not make any strategy or decisions of their own is a wrong notion. Put a star to that point there which says strategy is not just for top management. Even middle and lower level managers must work within the strategy, meet objectives, and even observe the constraints. Constraint is not a negative word, guys, in the context. Constraints are normally your limits. Back in school, you did in linear programming 2x plus 3y less than something, uh, x minus 2y greater than something, and then we draw a graph, then mark feasible region. You remember? This 2x linear programming problem. The 2x plus 3y, 3x minus 2y, all those are called as constraints. Constraint means within those bounds. Say, for example, if I have 1000 rupees in my pocket and I have to plan for something, I can't plan for 5000. No, 1000 is my constraint. So my financial constraint is 1000. So, like that, we can delve and decide based on what we have. Similarly, in an organization, what resources are there with you? Based on that only, you can establish a constraint pattern. Understood? So, please understand, strategy is not just only for the top management, it is also for everybody in the organization. Plus, the one who's making a strategy, who's basically called the manager, they always have to effectively communicate. Obviously, then only the others will know what the strategy is. Manager's role in strategy. manager must communicate the strategy effectively. What should they do? Communicate the strategy effectively to their teams for better performance. They should also play a role. They also play a role in shaping the strategy, because first time they will frame a strategy and tell them to do it, and it works, this will continue. What if it doesn't work? Somebody will tell them what to do and that story will continue further. Understood? This is called forward and backward linkages. Anyway, it's too early to introduce those terms to you. We will discuss them in greater detail. Okay, so that is the first set of points that are there as part of what is strategy and what are the points. Also, I would want to discuss the last part of this session where 5 points are there which talk about the connection between corporate governance, strategic management, and ethics. First of all, corporate governance and ethics, how do they go by? How corporate governance is, what is this governance? Governing is nothing but a role of overseeing, right? Governance, they will generally not do anything, they'll oversee. Like how chief minister and the cabinet ministers are executing so many things, the state governor will check about so many things, right? Like that. Anyway, words are there, easy words are there to understand. So, what is corporate governance? What is ethics? How corporate governance and ethics are, on the same page, or how they come here? Why should they be important in business? And then in business, why is it important to be ethical? And lastly, business laws versus ethics. A small piece of understanding that you can have now about these 5 points. Okay, I hope you are clear with whatever we did discuss thus far. If you want, guys, you are on a digital platform, so you can pause me whenever you want and comfortably run through. Since this is our first session, I'm telling you this. I will also give you an opportunity to pause and go through. I will tell you, but if not, also conveniently you can pause, because in the live class, no, I can hold for a second and say everybody go through. Here, I don't exactly know what you're doing, so I am hoping and believing that when I say pause and go through, you will. Otherwise, also feel free at your liberty. You can pause and go through what we just discussed, even if I don't exclusively mention it, right? So let's go to the last wing of the session, guys. Corporate governance and ethics. What is the connection? Effective corporate governance and business ethics both are essential. What are required? Effective corporate governance is required, and every business should have ethics for sustaining a competitive advantage. So, if you get a competitive advantage and you want to hold it, you should not obtain this competitive advantage by illegal practices, right? So, that is why we're talking about uh, following some mechanism whereby we ensure two things. This concept called as governance ensures compliance and alignment with the core values so that you don't breach core values and go somewhere. And at the same time, the word ethics guide your behavior. Guys, I think you understood what we're talking about. There are so many ways to achieve what we want to achieve. One of the ways to achieve what we want to achieve is also illegal means. That means you are doing something which is not permissible by law. Sir, where did law come from? Law is the set of standards that we have to abide by. Now I want to go from one place to another place. Speed limit is 50. I can go at 60 also. My bike can go at 80 also. I can go at 100 also. I'm taking a risk on my side. Sir, if you go at 100, you'll meet an accident. Right? But that is my wish, right? I'm going, who are you to control? That is exactly where a law comes in. Law says, hello, you can't take decisions for you every time. Sometimes, because each one starts taking a decision, there won't be an order in the nation. So, to bring an order in the nation, laws introduced, laws and regulations are standards. Now, you can see the fifth point there, law versus ethics. Law is something that you have to comply. But what if there is no traffic police in my example? Nobody is watching. 40 automatic cameras not there. Now don't tell me all those things. So today AI is there. Wait. No cameras, no policemen, right? Only your moral policing in your mind. So one guy is going in 40. He saw a board speed limit 50. is well within 50, is continuing. Another guy is going in 60, he saw that board 50, he's not slowing down. Who is there, sir? Will go, no problem, who will catch? First guy is legally and ethically bound in both directions. Second guy, he is not legal, he is not ethical. His mind permitted him to cross the basic speed limit and go wherever he wants. If he thought for a minute, sir, what we are doing is against the law, but nobody went and put a mic and asked him, no, why you went? If when you went and asked him, array, speed limit is 50, you went in 80, what is that? Are you not somebody who is legally responsible? That fellow, sir, I know, sir, I breached the law, but somebody was in hospital. I was rushing to go there. So he has a genuine cause. But tell me now, genuine cause that he has to go somewhere and help somebody in the hospital, does it give a free right for you to breach the law? You understood, no? Very intricate. So what you are doing is morally right for you. That is ethically you are right, legally you are wrong. So this context is called ethical dilemma. And in business, when combined with this behavior, it creates something called as business ethics. Sometimes what is right for the business may not be legally permitted. Sometimes what you do legally may not be something that you would be willing to do. Like many people don't want to pay tax, right? That's an absurd argument. I don't want to go into details. But if you are in a country and the country has tax laws, you have to just abide by that. Or in front of my house, road is not there. I don't see where my tax money is going. I won't pay. Obviously, you know, in a country where there is high economic imbalance, say India, our tax money is going to different places. Some people are getting freebies out of our tax money. So it does bring anger, right? So maybe you can channelize your anger in a direction of putting it into a fight against the government, but not say I won't pay taxes. Understood the logic? So this fight is always there between businesses and laws and regulations. That is what the story is all. Whether you are doing what you are supposed to do, the concept of seeing whether you are doing, policeman is not there, camera is not there, still are you going within the law? Are you being ethically right? So somebody come and ask that first guy, Arey, nobody's there. No, you could have crossed 50 and gone, but why did you still go in 40, 45 only? He is telling whether somebody is seeing or not. I am seeing myself. I want to be within the law. So in both cases, governance was there. Governance means somebody monitoring and controlling you. First one who was there monitoring, it's called self-governance. I am governed by my own terms. Sometimes when you can't be governed by your own terms, there comes something called a law. Corporate governance. They are not giving you any choice anymore. I don't want to do, I want to do. Choice is not there. Shut your mouth and do. Compliance. Strictly meeting a requirement. So if you give a chance to business and say, Array, those of you who want to be ethical, others don't be ethical, then you are creating an absolute societal imbalance. So today, regionally, nationally, internationally, globally, like this at various levels, laws and regulations have been established to ensure that businesses are driven a certain way. Understood the topic? Let's see now. So business should comply and align, two words. Governance, the term that ensures compliance. Compliance means you can write there meeting requirement. Meeting a requirement is only called as compliance. That is why whenever we talk about law, we'll say, did you pay the tax? Because tax is a statutory compliance. You're meeting a requirement. And alignment with the core values of the business. While ethics is nothing but a guide of behavior based on the societal norms. What is acceptable in the society? That type of societal norms. Corporate governance is a mechanism to see whether business are functioning properly, and corporate governance focuses on three keywords, guys: monitoring, controlling, and providing incentives complemented by, that means supported by, A strong code of conduct. Like for chartered accountants, I can behave whatever way I want in my personal life, but actually that is also constrained. Okay, as a chartered accountant, from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, we have a code of ethics. You have to follow that. Sir, why should I follow? I will follow whatever I want. No, you can't, because you are driven by a certain pattern, right? Strong code of conduct and integrity in the leadership. Strong code of conduct and integrity in the leadership. So, this sort of a governance will ensure that you are achieving your goals. Like I said, I want to fulfill my goal, but it is also legally right. Because many people in the verge of achieving their goals, they will cross the line and go illegal. We don't want. So it ensures that enterprise pursues its strategic goals legally and successfully, right? Legally and successfully. That's what corporate governance ensures. With checks and balances to guide decision making and asking the right questions at the right time. Followed by business ethics. Sir, what do you mean by business ethics? Nothing but a framework. Ethics is nothing but a framework. Who impose ethics? Self-imposed. No, sir, if it's not self-imposed, then what will happen? Then for chartered accountants, ICI, for cost accountants, ICMA, like that, institutes will come and say, hello, you behave a certain. If you are not doing it by yourself, then they will emphasize. Business ethics provide a foundation for consistent behavior. No matter what the situation is, we expect you to behave a certain way. Consistent behavior based on what? Societal norms, practices that have been agreed globally. They are nothing but called as global best practices. So if somebody asks you, why are you following them? Because that is the best practice around the world. Global best practices. They guide actions in line with some values like fairness. Fairness, not as in fair and lovely, being true and fair. That fairness. Honesty, which means integrity. And reciprocity. I ask you something, you respond. Reciprocate. It's this entire thing in business should not be, one dimensional. It has to be reciprocated, and more importantly, a universally accepted behavior. Ethics bring in all these: a sense of fairness, a sense of integrity, that is honesty, reciprocity. Reciprocity is, I asked you something, they'll ask, sir, you can't ignore like that and go. There should be a sense of onus in doing things. And then law versus ethics, a very important point. As I already explained you the examples, I don't want to dwell deeper, but sometimes you are doing something that is in the purview of law. But as I just told you, imagine that person is not exceeding the speed limit. He is going within the speed limit, and he reached late to the hospital, and the patient to whom he was going to give the blood, that patient died. Then the doctor there asked, hey, from long time we are calling you. What is it you're doing? Yes, sir, I am coming at 45 kilometer speed. Why can't you drive fast and come there? Asking. We could have saved the patient. Sir, but speed limit board is there. Hey, what speed limit? One day if you pay fine, nothing will happen. Patient life is more important. Such a serious question to answer, right? You wanted me to legally be correct, and now you are questioning my morals. So I came within the speed that was legally permissible, and you are blaming no patient died because of me. Such a strong situation. Law versus ethics is such a serious spot. So that is also another important point that we will have to encounter in many places. Law is nothing but the standard. Law represents the minimum standard that you have to follow in a country, while ethics involve higher standards, that is a moral code. Ethics are nothing but a moral code. So that is what I'm telling you from long time there. Actions may be legal, but they sometimes are ethically questionable. Sometimes it is the opposite, right? Sir, I don't have any of these ethics and all, sir. I will go ahead and commit the wrongdoing. So actions are okay ethically for you. The action may be okay, but it is not legally right. So sometimes it is like this: actions may be legal but ethically questionable. Sometimes actions are ethical for you, but they are not legal. So this fight between laws and ethics is what? Something that we have to strike a balance on. Okay. So that is where I will end my very first session, guys. I'll try and keep every session to this length only, right? Somewhere around 90 minutes to 120 minutes. Sometimes for topic based, it can even be lesser than that. So don't go by session length or something like that. You set your slots. I also want you to do somewhere between 90 minutes to, that is 1.5 hour to 2 hour slot. So if a session is only for 50-60 minutes, sometimes because of the topic, you can do another session of another 1 hour. So like that, I said pause button is with you. Wherever you want to pause, plug and play, you can do that. uh, I've made a pattern to drive through the syllabus. I will go by that so that you can also make the most of it. Sometimes the session can be only just around 30 minutes because I want to effectively cover only one topic. So all that will be there with you. Follow the flow and things will be easy. Okay. So on that note, let us wind up our very first session here. I will catch you up in the next session where we will talk about where did this strategy originate from. The art of war. You can see Sun Tzu is one of the best management philosophers of the past. He's written books on leadership, spoken about the art of war and all of that. There, where does strategy originate? What is the meaning of the strategy ultimately? Definition, one more definition. Purpose. What is strategy's role? Then strategic management. We will talk about strategy and its connection to strategic management in the next session. Thank you, guys. Hi guys, welcome back to another session on strategic management, where now in this session we will be talking about strategy and its behavior along with its understanding of what is strategic management. Before we do that, I would like all of you to take a quick view of what we have discussed in the previous class. We did talk about strategy, we did talk about management, we did talk about the word resources, and of course, we did also talk about another important aspect that I am going to put through to now. We talked about certain aspects that are competitive in nature, right? So we will talk about, we'll just summarize what exactly is that. So competitive, we talked about four words under the bracket of competitive, that is competitive advantage, sustainable competitive advantage, competitive disadvantage, and parity. The first one that we are supposed to understand is what is competitive advantage. Then we will follow it up by understanding sustainable competitive advantage. Third one is competitive disadvantage. And the last one is about competitive parity. These are the four aspects that we discussed about competition, right? First one, when we spoke about competitive advantage, what is competitive advantage all about? Let us write those two things that also are declared as competitive advantage. The set of two things that are called as competitive advantage is about one, either you do the same things what other do in a different way, or you do different things. So perform different activities, perform different activities compared to competitors, compared to competitors, or two, you can as well say perform same activities, perform same activities as competitors in a different way. So both these are going to get you something called as a competitive advantage. First piece. When you enjoy competitive advantage, right? When you enjoy, firm enjoys competitive advantage, enjoys competitive advantage over a very important word here is long period. When you enjoy that advantage over a long period, that is when it is called as a sustainable competitive advantage. If you have it for a short run, it is just a competitive advantage. But when you have it for a longer period, when you enjoy the competitive advantage over a long period, it's called sustainable competitive advantage. Then, when you are not performing as you have supposed to perform like your competitors, when you are unable to do that, you see what the exact words are, when you are unable to do that or underperform the rivals, then it is called as a disadvantage. Underperform the rivals or below industry average, we will write both those here. Disadvantage is one, underperform the rivals, underperform the rivals or below, you fall below the industry average, then you will be called as somebody who is right now going through what is called strategic disadvantage. And lastly, if you see this word called parity, what exactly is parity? Parity is nothing but performing at same levels, performing at same levels as rivals. That's all, guys. This is what we discussed in greater detail. Of course, now I wanted you to put this across so that generally we will do it at that time only. But since it was a very first session, I thought we will do it once we are done with that. Okay. So now anyway, whatever I wanted you to put it here is right very much here. So therefore, I want you to take a full clearer look at this particular thing. There, shall I get you the, if you're writing down, yeah, there you go. That's all. Competitive advantage, sustainable competitive advantage, competitive disadvantage, and parity. So whenever we are talking about things like this, you can as well pause and write down whenever you want. So that is how sometimes different activities or different way. So these are the key factors, guys. I hope everybody could make a note of that. Okay. Let us continue our discussion back to the next topic, guys, right now, wherein we are going to discuss something about the strategy and its use. What is a strategy? What does it provide? What are we talking about as the purpose? Let us discuss all those topics one by one, taking you back to the topic which is there here on origin of strategy. Come on, let us continue from here on. So origin means where this term came from. I think I have already explained you. It came from warfare. The term strategy comes from a Greek word strategia, meaning generalship. Generals are those people who lead. That is why the army general is a generalship. Somebody who takes the leadership. With origins in Sun Tzu, is a very famous management fundamentalist. Lot of profound books are there. The Art of War, long back he wrote, regarded as the first methodical documentation of the term strategy. Strategy means something which is talking about generalship, a leadership, strategia, like that. They have only brought those terms into discussion. The main goal, I think we have discussed that only in the beginning of this session, right? The primary goal of strategy, the main goal of strategy is to provide you with what is called as a competitive advantage. Now, how we will sustain this over a long period of time is another challenge that we will again learn through over a period of time. But for now, the primary goal of strategy is to provide a competitive advantage by using the resources effectively. In other words, this piece only we dubbed as optimal utilization. If you want, you can write it down here one more time. The main idea of strategy is to ensure that you get a optimal utilization of those resources. That too with a changing environment. So environment, if anybody asks you, is it stable or dynamic? You have nothing but to say environment is dynamic in nature. And because the environment is dynamic, it always keeps evolving or changing. We also have to change in accordance with that to enjoy the changes or make the most of it. And for that, we might sometimes have to do something called as strategic changes, right? So this is basically another definition of strategy is the direction and scope. Okay, in a very simple explanation, in a changing environment, how will you meet stakeholder expectations? That is what this story is all about. Let me put this across to you on a simple presentation so that we can use it for a long term understanding. What is strategy? Strategy, two things, right? It provides you with direction. Strategy gives you direction, and strategy gives you a scope. The bigger question, it provides you with direction and scope for whom? For an organization. Strategy gives how many things? Two things, direction and scope for an organization. And then the big question emerges as to what the organization will do with this strategy, which is useful for long term configuration of strategy. Talks about direction and scope of an organization, long term configuration of this term called as resources. And here I want to highlight, since I've already discussed with you in the context as to what the resources are, we are talking about simply resources. We will dub them as 5 M's, right? So we are talking about the same set of 5 M's. How men, material, money, machinery, and market will be acquired, how they will be used, what they will be done, right? In what environment? If all this is being done in a stable environment, that is one sort of a story. Strategy provides you with a direction and scope for the organization over a long term configuration of resources, that too in a changing environment. In a changing environment. Now comes the big question. Why? Why are we doing this? Changing environment. What is the term that I told you already? I will write it one more time here also. In a dynamic environment, in an ever changing environment. Why are we doing all of this? So that to fulfill somebody who is a very important set of people who we will talk more about in this subject. They're called as stakeholders. Expectations. So if you break down the definition and see it in parts, this is how you can easily learn any definition, guys. There is nothing that you need to really be worried about or by heart if you know what you're doing in this context. What is strategy? Frame the sentence. Once you know this picture, strategy gives you direction and scope for whom? For an organization. For what time? A long term configuration of how to use these 5 resources or the 5 M's that are there. How to acquire, use, and dispose these 5 M's in the best possible manner. So in other words, you're talking about an optimal utilization of resources in a dynamic environment, that too to fulfill our stakeholders' expectations. What are we trying to do? To fulfill the stakeholders' expectations. So this is basically what the definition of strategy is. Okay. In a very simple context, this is what strategy means. Now, let us dwell down a little more deeper into what exactly the definition is one more time. Strategy is the direction and scope of an organization, that too over a long term, aiming to achieve an advantage to meet stakeholder expectations through resource configuration. Understood? We presented it in a more simpler way on how you will understand this one more time so that you will never forget the definition of strategy. Strategy gives you direction and scope for an organization to ensure long term configuration of the 5 M's, which are called the resources, in a changing or a dynamic environment to meet and fulfill what is called as the stakeholders' expectations. Take a minute to go through the definition because not every time we will come back here to by heart this, but once you know this fully, we will take further as to what are the various characteristics of strategy. Characteristics of strategy. All the points that we learned or discussed right now in the definition, we are going to break them down, set into 8 points. We will see and understand strategy and its characteristics. Obviously, it talks about long term like that one by one. Okay, but only after you take a look at this definition one more time. Then, have you taken a look at it one more time? Can we proceed further, guys? Come on. What are the characteristics of a strategy? First one, long term focus. The main idea of getting strategy in place is to not focus on the short term but to focus on the long term. Strategy is concerned with the long term direction of an organization. This is concerned with what? Long term direction. Strategic decisions aim to achieve an advantage over competitors. That is only called as competitive advantage. If you want competitive advantage, you have to use a strategy. Without strategy, competitive advantage may not generally accrue. Strategy defines the scope of activities. What to do and what not to do will clearly be defined. Strategy what? Defines the scope of an organization's activities. Then, what are the resources available in the environment? How much of it you can use? So, what is the ultimate thing that you can do with the strategy? What is the resource usage? How you can put the resources to use? All these are some of the points that again we have to try and understand as to. Again, this definition goes much deeper. We will discuss about this point number 4 in greater detail as syllabus progresses. But right now, where are resources available from the environment? How to get them? How to use them? Strategy involves matching resources and activities to the environment in which the organization operates. Strategy aims to stretch resources and competencies to create or capitalize or grab whatever you want to say about the new opportunity that are available. Use your resources and competencies. Competencies in this context can also be dubbed as skills. So how can you use your skills to grab the new opportunities? And over time, organizations will not be having the same thing, right? They will change. And when they change, how are you able to manage that? Strategic decisions require major resource changes in the organization. Strategic decisions require major resource changes in the organization. Plus, strategic decisions will influence operational decisions. Operational decisions. Above that, you can write day to day. And here also you can highlight strategic decisions means generally strategic decisions are made for long term. Term wise, strategic decisions are made for long term and operational decisions are day to day activities. And it's a strategy shaped by environmental forces. What are those environmental forces? Macro, micro, which force will affect how much? Pestle, a framework is there to declare all the macro forces: political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, legal, and other environmental pestle factors we will see going forward. Therefore, strategy is shaped by environmental forces, resource availability, and the values and expectations of the stakeholders in and around the organization. So stakeholders do impact a lot in the organization, and depending on what the stakeholders want, you need to have a strategy in place. Okay, some of these characteristics. So technically, if you look at the summary of what it is, you can find the summary to go by this characteristics of strategy. It gives you all these 8 points, right? We can talk about this, but we will also talk about a few points which are the consequences. Sir, because I have a strategy, what are the changes that I will undergo? Normally, strategies help you in taking strategic decisions. So, strategic decisions are complex in nature and they will not tell you and come. See, if competitor does something, suddenly in response to that we have to do something. If competitor does something, in response to that we may have to do something. So therefore, strategies are generally made in uncertain situations, uncertain, where the future tends to be unpredictable, right? Where you don't know a particular approach, you will apply it. If it works, very good. If it doesn't, again maybe you'll have to re-strategize. So therefore, you should properly know that there are so many factors in the environment that can impact. So therefore, they require an integrated approach. Strategy requires what? An integrated approach involving multiple factors and perspectives. While managing external relationships, strategic decisions are involved in managing the external relationship and also networks outside the organization, not just within but outside. And whenever you make a strategy, they frequently lead to changes within the organization. Two things that we have discussed here: the 8 set of characteristics and the 5 points that I would want you to take home in terms of the consequences. So be clear on what you're reading. First one is, what are the 8 characteristics of the strategy, and because you have a strategy like that, what consequences are you going to face in this context? So guys, I would like you to take a minute here and kindly go through whenever I say that, because whenever we finish points like this, immediately if you go through, there is a great deal of understanding that will happen accordingly. Okay, so once you're done with that, we will just proceed further. Come on. I hope you are going through this, guys. Meanwhile, we can as well do one more thing. I want you to, as you go through, we can also summarize this. So please come down to your notes where we will summarize this in the context. So you wrote the definition, right? Like this. Now you put strategy and take 2 branches. We'll summarize on one side the characteristics, and on the other side, we will summarize the consequences. So put this up and then continue writing one by one. So 8 are there, right? First one, it gives you a long term direction. Long term direction. Okay, so go one by one. I'll give you a minute, no problem. I've already put that up, so you can just put strategy, take 2 branches, and then first one should go for characteristics, while the second one, where we will talk about the factors here, yeah, long term direction, then that should be followed by achieving competitive advantage. Achieving competitive advantage. Then 3, defines scope of an organization. Scope being the keyword there. It defines the scope involved, because without knowing what the scope is, we don't know. And then the next one talks about matching resources. Matching resources. Matching resources of an organization. Then fifth one talks about using competencies to grab new opportunities. So it talks about the long term direction, achieving competitive advantage, defines the scope of what we were doing, matches the resources, and also talks about resources. And then we will also talk about the about 4, 5, 6. Actually, all 3 are about resource points. Sixth one talks about resource changes. Let's talk that also. What resource changes you will be needing? Okay, shall I move a little bit? Yeah, strategy, characteristics, and now 7 and 8. 7 is the balancing strategic decisions, aligning them with operational decisions. Strategic decisions, allowing them, or balancing them with the operational decisions. You can write there in the bracket for operational, even day to day, if you want to. If you already wrote there, we don't have to write it here, right? And then it is very important point, it is that last one, shaped by environmental forces. Point number 8, strategy is basically shaped by environmental forces. Okay, so these are the 8 points that we discussed under the context of what the characteristics are. Now let us move on to the other side. If you want, I can give you a more clearer view of this for a minute, and then we can talk about the consequences quickly. Take a look, write down properly. So if you're done with that, let us get back here. We will talk about this one. On the side of consequences, we'll talk about what is the first consequence. It is complex in nature. Complex in nature. Used in uncertain situations. Used in uncertain situations. We have seen this because if only you know everything, you will be God, no? So we are not sure about what will happen in future. Things will change, right? And then it also talks about, let me change the color here. It also talks about an integrated approach. While we are within the use of the strategy, alongside the strategy, what things do change, that is about the integrated approach that it follows. And then it is managing the external relationships, point number 4. And lastly, it also lead to changes in the organization. So point number 4, managing external relationships, a very important consequence. Managing external relationships. And lastly, but also the very important one, leads to changes in organization. Leads to some kind of changes in the organization. Okay, so these are what is strategy. If I have to put it across completely, this is what is the story, guys. Different types of strategies are there. That is the next topic that we are going to discuss. As you can see here, let me bring this on your screen. The types of strategy, if you quickly can see, what are the types of corporate strategy, business strategy, functional strategy, what is the hierarchy, when to do new business, which strategy they should follow, some other business, which strategy they should follow. All these are there. But like I said, before I discuss the types of strategy, which I want to discuss in greater detail, I want all of you to take a very clearer look of this one, right? And then we will proceed our discussion with the types of strategy. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through. So let us now move on to the next part of the discussion, wherein we are going to talk about the various types of strategy. So we have till now discussed all the characteristics and consequences of the strategy. Now let us go ahead and discuss the various types of strategy. Now, before I discuss this concept of types of strategy, I would want to discuss something with you which are in the likes of the levels that are there in the organization. So, for a minute, let us keep this on hold. I'm coming back here and I want to discuss with you some levels that are there in the organization. In every organization, normally it is expected to have about 3 levels. What are these levels and what are we talking about? Let us discuss that. Levels in organization. If you see, every organization generally has 3 levels, guys. The first one is called as the corporate level or the strategic level. Corporate level or strategic level. Then the next level is called as business or functional level. I mean business level or divisional level. Third one is called as functional level. So bottom line, these 3 names, they are called as corporate, business, functional. These are the commonly known names. Okay. I will also tell you the other names. Now we earlier mentioned the crude versions of those, right? Top, middle, and bottom. We can write that also. But here, corporate level is also known as strategic level. Corporate level also known as, we'll say, or corporate or strategic. Corporate level or strategic level, or you can even call this as the top level. So the first one. Business level is also known as business or managerial level. Managerial level. Or at this level, we do have divisions. So this can also be called as divisional level. Or the crude one called as the middle level. Then we have here something called the functional, which is also called as operational level. In very management oriented terms, it is also called the shop floor level or low level in the organization. Okay. Shop floor level is not a very common word that you see in the context of a regular usage here. We'll see only in some management orientations you will see this word called shop floor. But I hope you would have heard terms like shop or floor or body shop. In all these, like manufacturing oriented entities, you will have something called as a body shop, right? So the place where actual work happens, that is only called as a body shop, right? Now, three levels are there in the organization. A big question that I would like to raise at this point of time, now that you know that, is at which levels in the organization strategy is required. Okay, at which level from the above what you see, at which level strategy is required. So if this is the question, what would be the answer? Strategy would be required at which level? The answer is straight and clear, all levels. Don't be under the wrong impression that, as I've already told you, strategy will be done only by top level, others will follow it blindly. No. So when they say which level of strategy making, strategy is made at corporate level, strategy is made at business level, strategy is also made at functional level. Now what are these functions? Another important discussion. So I hope you know the three levels now. Let me also tell you about what these functions are, because now we are going to see that type of a understanding as to where the strategy breakdown will happen. We'll see before we go to the breakdown of the strategy. We'll also understand what are called as business functions. See, everything is not available in the book, but those words are given. What to do? You have to learn that, right? Few only, not many places. Now, what do you say business functions are? Business functions are like the five fingers. Okay, when you make five fingers individually combined together is a fist, no, like that. These five individual aspects when combined together makes a business. What are these business functions? So to put them up, we have finance, marketing, human resources, or shortly called as HR, production, inventory management, also known as logistics, right? Finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, which is also known as logistics. That is the other name for that. These five are like the five fingers: finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management. Unless all of them come together, you cannot make around a business. Business is like a closed fist. All five put together, then only it makes up to the business. Okay. Now, what is the other important part of the story is there is another. These five, what you saw here, these are called the primary business functions, which everybody does. Sir, is there anything that somebody else do? Yeah, that is called a business function, which is ancillary. So what do you mean by ancillary? That means in addition to. Some people do this, some people don't. This is only called as research and development. In short, it is only called as R&D. Now, why R&D is not done by everybody? Because first of all, R&D is not compulsory. Okay. Whoever wants to do R&D, they will do. Others, they will not prefer to do R&D because it is not compulsory. It is just an additional function. If somebody wishes to do R&D, they will do. Otherwise, it is not compulsory that everybody has to do the R&D. Understood? So that is why these 5 business functions, they are termed as primary. This one is discretionary, or it is called ancillary. You want to put money into that, you can put. Otherwise, it's not necessary, right? Primary. Now, if you see what strategies are required, all level strategies are required, including finance strategy, marketing strategy, HR strategy. So all those strategies that are made at that level, they are called functional strategies. Then all broader strategies like mergers, acquisitions, entering into a new area of business, or using words like diversification, they all come under corporate level strategy. Then if you're focused on internal aspects in an organization as to, like, say, about cost or value creation, like in where we have Michael Porter's studies of cost leadership, differentiation, focus, we will see all of that. They all are generally business level strategies. So basically, there are 3 levels in the organization, and at all 3 levels, strategy is being made. This basic understanding is called as the hierarchical distribution. What is it called? It is called the hierarchical distribution within a organization. So how something is distributed within the organization is only discussed here, right? So this is the fundamental understanding, guys. Let us move around to that. We will read the topic and come back and see. If we have missed anything, we will discuss. And then there are 2 typologies of strategies, and what are those 2 typologies of strategies also we will go ahead and see. So I hope everybody is clear till here. If you want to take a full look of this, you can obviously go about taking that. Let me bring that there. Levels in the organization, the levels are there, at which level strategy required, and all these, and also highlighting what the business functions are. Okay, so let us get back to the discussion on what these are, and we will also go about talking from the various things there. Start with corporate strategy. Focus on overall purpose and scope. What is the corporate level talking about? Overall purpose and scope, not one area, not one department. These guys talk about bigger strategies. 4 strategies are there at this level. They are called stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. So all these strategies of stability, expansion, retrenchment, combination, all these are done by these people. Okay, so addressing value addition to the business units and production lines includes growth, stability, retrenchment, investment, divestment. So you want to put a, like growth. When you say growth strategy, something like mergers and acquisitions, or something like a diversification, all those come under growth strategies. So all these are called corporate strategies, which span up to the overall business, not for one area or one piece. They cover the entire business, and that is why they are called as corporate level or corporate strategy. Then the second type of strategy comes under business strategy. The business strategy focus on competing only in specific markets, right? In a particular area or a specific market, wherein either, like I said, you can compete on 2 things. You can compete on cost, or you can compete on value. So if you're competing on cost, you'd go for a cost leadership strategy, and if you're competing on values, you can go for a differentiation strategy. So business strategy focus on competing in specific markets to improve the competitive position of the products, with strategies falling under competitive and cooperative strategies. What are these competitive and cooperative strategies? As we move further, we will go and see one by one. Similarly, all those functional strategies are concerned with how the functional areas. Now you know what the functional areas are. I'm just going to write all the side heads of those functional areas: finance, marketing, HR, production, and logistics. Okay, plus I will also say R&D if needed. So all these functional areas, they deliver corporate and business strategies by maximizing the resources, process, people, and using them to get the competitive advantage. Now, which strategy should be done first? Which strategy should be done next? What is the hierarchy? You know clearly all 3 levels are there. All 3 strategies work simultaneously. That is the golden rule. The hierarchy of the strategy is all 3 of these, they work simultaneously. Okay, they don't, like corporate level should finish their strategy, then pass it on to somebody, they will take it further. Nothing like that, right? All three strategies work simultaneously. The term refers to how functional strategies support both the business strategies and how they support the ultimate corporate strategy. Because in corporate strategy they talk about broad ideas. Such broad ideas are put to use by the into action through these functional level strategies. So corporate level strategies, business level strategies, and functional level strategies are all the strategies that are involved in a particular organization. Okay, I want you to revise this real quick, because then I'm going to introduce you to two typologies of strategies, and this could turn out to be a very probable question in the exam, even the previous one. But this has always been one of the favorite question of the examiners. It can be asked as an MCQ, fill in the blank, so many possibilities are there. Even this, what are the types of strategy, that could be a short answer question, right? So you can always go through the questions that are there the question bank to figure that out. That should not be a problem. Like I said, my primary focus is to ensure that you know each and every topic clearly. Now, before we progress any further, I would want all of you to understand the two types of strategy that are existing in this context. Let us first come back to the notes here. We'll talk about what are the two typologies of strategy. Okay, strategy can again be divided into, if you see what the story of strategy is, strategy can be divided into two strategies. And just for you to remember, let me use the, what do you say, colors also the same way. One we call them as the red ocean strategy. What is it called? Red ocean strategy. While the other one is called as blue ocean strategy. Now let's figure this out as to what both red ocean and blue ocean are. Okay, red ocean strategy and blue ocean strategy. What are these two strategies? Guys, if you are venturing completely into a new area where you're talking about absolutely no past experience, nothing that you did in the past, you want to absolutely venture into something really new, it's called a blue ocean strategy. Where already well established successful businesses are there, that means existing industries are there, you want to enter there and compete, that is called a red ocean strategy. Okay, so simple. Red ocean strategy. Red means the existing, so you can say RE, the first two letters. Red, RE. R for red and E for existing. Once you know that, automatically blue ocean, as clean as the blue sky, absolutely new up to you. These are unexplored industries, very workable for startups. Today all the startups follow a blue ocean strategy of entering into an area that nobody has entered, where you feel a lot of ample opportunities are there. But you know the downside, where ample opportunities are there, risk also will be there. Nothing is going to come for free in this story. So red ocean strategy talks about existing industries, while the blue ocean strategy talks about completely unexplored industries. Let me write that for you. While red ocean talks about existing industries, the blue ocean strategy talks about unexplored industries. What are they? How do they ensure? What is it all about? We will see all of that as we read both. Okay, so red ocean is about existing industries and blue ocean is about unexplored industries. So that is the broader story, guys, which is suitable for whom, what is it all, that we will read now and try to understand. Come on, this is the title here, red ocean strategy. Let us circle it here, red ocean strategy, and also this is the blue ocean strategy. Okay, so just trying to highlight and give you that picture, right? We see Can we try and highlight red? Does it look good? Yeah, okay. Looking good. Red and blue ocean strategy. We have all the colors so we can play the games, right? Red ocean strategy represents existing industries. Existing industries with intense competition. That means people are already there. Intense competition is there. You're fighting for a space there. While on the other side, if you see the blue ocean strategy, what about that? The blue ocean strategy talks about unexplored industries. Blue ocean mostly talks about what? Unexplored industries where people haven't been much, like, you are now only trying to explore into that area and see what it is. Completely new market, but risk also will obviously be higher in this context, right? So that is what one needs to understand your risk reward ratios. You think that it is risky, so I mean it will be easy and all that. Fair enough, it will be easy, but one thing that you have to keep in mind is it is not just about the ease every time. It is something also to do with the risk reward ratio. If the risk reward ratio is off, I don't think you should enter into that area, right? So refers to unexplored industries, new markets which are untouched fairly by the competition. Blue ocean strategy. So you guys can always venture out on blue ocean, nothing wrong with it. But as you can see now, we'll see what are the stories. Competitive landscape. What will be competition like? Obviously, there is no competition at all. Competition is irrelevant in a blue ocean because you're newly entering. No, nobody will be there. You yourself are trying for something new. So competition is absolutely irrelevant as demand is created rather than being fought over. So now you are trying to create the demand and now it's going to work around. Competition is irrelevant as demand is created rather than it's fought over. But in a red ocean strategy, industry boundaries and rules are well defined. They are already there. They're well defined with companies already competing for a share in the market. That is called the market share, right? When there is enough demand in the market, you're trying to capture that. That is called the share of demand in the market. So therefore, going by that, you're trying to which one would you go for? Is a choice of you depending on your risk taking ability. Not only that, experience also. See, if you are somebody who is experienced in taking up something which is in the red ocean space, you can do that only. Just for namesake, you cannot say I will go for blue ocean strategy and I will do whatever I want. That's not something that is penetrable or doable every time. So you thinking that I will enter into a blue ocean strategy and do something that the world has not done, good. But if you are educated or you studied something that is already existing, you will do that only, no? So this is right, that is wrong is not the story, guys. This is one strategy, that is also one strategy. That's all. Okay. And considering that as market space becomes more crowded, profits and growth decrease while products become commodities, and that's all. As competition increases or intensifies, products just become commodities. They are not anymore experiences or services that people pay for. Okay, because you have solved a problem. But blue ocean entities are not like that. They are now the problem solving ability, ample opportunity for profitable and rapid amount of growth is there, and it also focus on creating new products or services to solve all the existing market problems, to solve the existing market problems that are there. Coming to competition wise, high competition is there because already existing people are there in crowded markets. No competition when it comes to blue ocean strategy because market is absolutely new. In fact, you can call it raw, and it's absolutely unexplored. And what about risk? Risk for new companies? Yeah, obviously existing. You have to go and fight with the existing companies. Red ocean strategy will be very risky for startups, while blue ocean strategy is less risky for startups because still there is no market and no much of competition. Automobile companies, already automobile companies, so many are there. Right now, you want to start one new automobile company and enter that market. Obviously, you are going to find a lot of competition there. Or let's say you're now trying to solve a new problem through an AI tool, creating new market space. Say, for example, automatic, subscription renewals, automatic tools, something like nowadays. 10 years back or 15 years back, Swiggy was not there. Today, Swiggy is one of the most profitable. They found a problem that sometimes people are not able to go to the restaurant and eat. What could be the solution for that problem? So they came with it. paying all credit card bills in one place. Credit came with that. So you have a problem. New generation is trying to solve that. They all follow the blue ocean strategy. While strategic focus will be on outperforming the rivals and gaining a greater share in the market. For red ocean strategy, in blue ocean, as I told you, it focus on value creation, because you're newly delivering a product, and if you're able to deliver that value to the customer, they will by themselves stick with you, because what you're targeting here, no, that word you see, what you're targeting is called unmet needs. These were not met by anybody before. Now they're being met, and that is why it makes it more interesting in the red ocean strategy. Okay, guys, I would definitely request you to take a minute here and go through both red ocean and blue ocean strategy, so that we can proceed to the last segment of this particular session, wherein we will be talking about what is strategic management, what is the definition, and what are the four branches of strategic management that we are going to see in the broader part of our syllabus. So I will give you a minute here. I want you to take that minute for running through both the red ocean and blue ocean strategy one more, and then we will proceed further, guys. Come on. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through that. So let us now come back to the last piece of the discussion in this particular session, wherein we are going to discuss the name of our subject, right? It is titled as Strategic Management. So, of course, you can see a couple of small points, rather, the strategic management decisions and actions determining the long term performance. Okay, what is strategic management? It is something which talks about decisions and actions which we are taking in for the long term performance of an organization, not in the short term, not immediately, but in the long term. And we talk from a shift in focus, right? We are not going to talk about, only with internal understanding what is the story and all of that. We are going to also go one step further and talk about what is happening in the business environment. I will also give you a brief insight about what is there in the business environment, what is the larger, smaller. Of course, we are going to see a greater detail of this in the coming chapters, but right now, all I'm trying to say, there is a shift in the focus from corporate planning to strategic management with emphasis. Instead of corporate planning, there's only for your business, with a larger emphasis on both your competitors and competitive advantage, which I think is the major principle of strategic management. Deals with what do you see in competition and competitive advantage. Okay. So before I discuss all the four branches to what strategic management is all about here, let me give you a definition and also a brief understanding of how this works, and then we can go about discussing everything else further. So let me bring to you what is the definition of strategy. We already know that. Strategic management, what is the definition of strategic management? Let me put that across to you. Strategic management is nothing but a managerial process. What is strategic management? Strategic management is a managerial process of what? Of course, we do see four steps there mentioned clearly, but this is for your clearer understanding as to what it is. What is strategic management? It is a managerial process of what? That is the question. A managerial process of, it's a managerial process of five set of things, guys, right? Developing a vision, developing a vision, followed by setting up of objectives, developing vision, setting up objectives, vision, objectives. Then comes crafting a strategy, crafting a strategy. So strategic management is a managerial process. What process? A managerial, which means somebody which involves managers. A managerial process means something which involves managers. So these people, managers who are the having the art of getting things done and all that, right? So vision, objectives, crafting a strategy. Story doesn't get over there. Developing a vision, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing the strategy, implementing strategy, and finally taking corrective actions. Taking corrective actions when required. Okay, it's not necessary that you always have to do the corrective action story. Whenever required, you can do that. And this part of taking corrective action, it is called as strategic control. Control is the name of the function which does this. Okay, so implementation and control go hand in hand, right? Because if you implement and don't measure where you stand and what you do, how will you know where is the, like where are you and what strategy have you established? Is it fulfilling the ideas or not? All that will be figured out there only. Okay, so therefore strategic management, as you see the name goes by, is a managerial process of developing a vision, setting objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing the strategy, and then taking corrective action. This is the broad based understanding of what do you think strategic management could be. No, sir, we only see four blocks in our book. What about that? Of course, they are the four broader names. Like, say, we have one block called as environmental scanning, then formulation. Formulation has a lot to discuss, and formulation is a very broad word. That crafting a strategy after doing analysis, all that comes under formulation. Then comes implementation. Finally, what I just told you, evaluation and control. So, that is how it spans up. Okay, but this story of how it moves across, this is what strategic management is all about. To, like, to sum it up, if I have to go by another way of how strategic management is put in your book, strategic management, strategic management is all about four stages. So let me number them for you. And what are these four? As per your textbook, the first one is called as environmental scanning. Environmental scanning. Here, I would like to discuss with you a little more in detail, but of course, that is out of context for now, because every business is surrounded by environment, closely external, largely external, internal environment, external environment. We are anyway going to discuss all of that in greater detail, right, for you to understand, because in the next topic, when we next topic mean the next chapter, when we go for what the next chapter is, there anyway we are going to see the attributes of environment in greater detail. So what is internal environment, what is external environment, how each one will shape the other one's performance, we will discuss all of that. So in this particular discussion, we are talking only about what is the definition of strategic management. So first, scan through the environmental scanning. I will make it more easy for you by marking them, so that when we come later, it will be easy for us to relate back. So there are two types of environment, internal and external. We will scan them, study them thoroughly, and see what is our strength, what is our weakness, everything. So at the end of these two, we will prepare something called as a SWOT analysis. Okay, again, like I said, it is all too early for me to discuss in one go, so we will talk about it in greater detail. Then step 2 is called as strategy formulation. Strategy formulation, where we are putting an idea or a strategy on paper, not in action, on paper. Formulation. Then it is followed by strategy implementation. This time, what are we doing? It is called as putting the idea that was on paper in the previous stage. As I just told you, in formulation, what was on paper, in implementation, that will go into action. When something goes like that into action, obviously there are some consequences. Some things that we have foreseen may happen, and there are some things that we have not foreseen, which are unforeseen circumstances. They also can happen, and when they happen, what should be done? That is our next task to discuss later. So implementation is what we talk in stage 3 or part 3 of the story. And finally, we have a very, very important, are we achieving what we want to achieve or not? We will do an evaluation of those. And if you are achieving what you are achieving, you will continue like that. If not, you will render another function called as control. That's all. This is, strictly speaking, this is what strategic management is all about. Nothing more, nothing less. Very simple. Right? These four things that you see here, this is what makes up the entire story of strategic management. Environmental scanning, strategy formulation, strategy implementation, which is then followed by evaluation and control. That's all over. Sir, you have nicely summed it up in simple way in syllabus. We are studying, so we know. Don't worry. I will make it an easy journey for you. So I hope everybody has understood what we discussed in this session. Guys, it's a very elaborate discussion that we have had thus far. We discussed about all the characteristics of the strategy. Then we talked about all the consequences for the both. I think 8 and 5 points. Then we discussed the levels in the organization and at which level strategy is relevant at all levels, what are the functions, you learned all of that. And we also in detail discuss what is the red ocean and the blue ocean strategy. And finally, now talking about a very, very, very important topic which is called as strategic management, which involves managers, and it is a process that has all of this. And finally, also in our syllabus, what four stages have been discussed and how they have been elaborately talked about. That is what is there in front of you right now. Let me take you to the text once and show you. Strategic management is all about, you can mark 1, environmental scanning, 2, strategy formulation, 3, strategy implementation, and 4, evaluation and control. Sir, what do you mean by this? Yeah, strategic management broadly consists of the four basic elements. And what are the four basic elements? As you can see, these four basic elements starts with environmental scanning. Okay. Now, in this context, for this word environmental scanning, I would like to give you an understanding. Of course, we will go and dwell more details into it as we go further, right? Monitoring and evaluating. Can you see those two words? Monitoring and evaluating both external and internal environment. Both external and internal environment to identify strategic factors shaping the future. Strategic factors. You can use various methods, including going through a formal analysis or use your own intuition or thought, and maybe you can take expert opinions, but do you should not be in a situation where you didn't do that. You do anything but you actually do it. Understand what your environment is. Sir, what do you actually mean by that in, in context of environmental scanning? What do you think can be the case for you to, just if you want, you can write down there also. See, every firm, okay, is surrounded by a closely external environment and a largely external environment. So we will talk about this as we go down to the next chapter also, but for you to just understand now, I am talking here. This one is a firm, right? The firm always has something internally. The firm internally, inside the firm, it has something to do with what is called as internal environment. What is it called? It is called as internal environment, wherein there are two things in the internal environment. Internal environment gives you strengths and weaknesses. Now, please understand, we are going to do a full length discussion of this later also. But today, all I'm going to talk about is where are we standing now. Okay, strength and weakness. That's what we have to have a clear understanding of. 1 second. Strengths and weaknesses. Okay, weaknesses. Okay, strength and weakness are there in the internal environment, mind you. Now, concentrate carefully. You are able to see two circles, right? Both of which are external environments only. Yeah? Guys, concentrate. This one right here, what you see, this one and the larger one that you see, both of them, they are external only. Don't think that, the inner circle is internal and all of that. This one, they are titled as, which ones? The one that are there internal. There you will see them as closely external factors. Closely external factors. And you know who are these closely external factors? Right? You have buyers, you have suppliers, and you have competition coming in various forms. These are all people who are there. But if you see the larger outside circle, right, we have something called as demographic, then we have political, economic, socio-cultural, right, and then we have even talk about technological, like this. All these outside ones which you see, they are called as largely external, but both are external, closely external or largely external factors. These are all the factors. Okay, so whether it is closely external factor or largely external factor, the external factors give you two things. External factors in both cases will give you opportunities and threats. Opportunities and threats. Now you understood. So what are they telling here? We will analyze both external and internal. External gives you opportunity, threat. Internal gives you strength, weakness. So at the end of environmental scanning, you should finish this whole exercise and you should be able to prepare something which is in the likes of a SWOT analysis. So this piece, when you do analysis of environment, analysis of environment leads to the final conclusion of what is called as SWOT analysis. Now this piece we will obviously discuss in a greater detail later, but right now I want all of you to take a clearer look of this, because this will definitely be helpful. So if you want to note this down also, I will put it in the notes also, right? So that we don't have to search here and there later. Same thing, I will make sure that it goes into our notes also, so that you can, and let me do that exercise right away, where I will bring it back here. Meanwhile, as you are noting it down, let me do that. So yeah, that's it. It's there in the notes also right now. So guys, this is the basic study of the environment, and this is what we are going to do further. So this process, the analysis of the environment, whatever we wrote here, so called, this process is called as environmental scanning. And the outcome of environmental scanning should be this SWOT analysis. Okay, so that is the final understanding of the story, guys, wherein we are doing a lot of work obviously, but all that work has to be channelized into one final picture. No, that is exactly where this piece comes in. Of course, I will use this discussion at a later point of time also, when we talk about in the next discussions. We will again revisit this space. Okay, so for now, all I'm saying is that is what we have in the first part of our discussion. Okay, so let me come back to that. Environmental scanning, then comes strategy formulation, step number 2. Developing long range plans, developing long range plans to manage opportunities and threats based on SWOT analysis. Now you understood why I explained so much in detail. It includes defining mission, setting objectives. You understood where my definition came from. Vision, mission, objectives, everything comes part of strategic formulation. Okay, intent, it is all part of your intention, vision, mission, objectives. Don't worry guys, this is just an overview of what we are going to do. Each part of what I spoke now, we will discuss each one of these topics in more clearer and greater detail. Okay, then it involves setting up of what all mission, objectives, strategies and policies. Then comes putting into action. Translating strategies into action is called as implementation. What is implementation? Putting freshly chosen ideas into action. That is what is called as implementation. The most time taking and energy consuming activity of the entire story is implementation, right? Translating strategies into actions through proper programs, budgets, and procedures. They're all managed by middle and lower level managers, and then they will be reviewed by the top management. Finally, whether you are going in the direction that you want to, you are getting the results that you want to, are done through evaluation and control. This is like after you finish writing the exam. After you finish writing the exam, we will take a, what do you say, correction pattern, right? This is one like that. Monitoring performance against desired results. What did you want? What did you get? Desired results. Then taking corrective action. Now do you see where I get my words from? Taking corrective action. Above that, please write on there in bracket. Taking corrective action is called as strategic control. Okay, so it is now very clear. I will show you my definition one more time. Monitoring performance against desired results, taking corrective actions and identifying any weaknesses in the strategy, therefore we can refine it in future. That is only called as the entire strategic management process. Four broad basic elements, you know what those are? One more time: environmental scanning, strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and evaluation and control. Let me take you through my definition, what I showed you, wrote some time back here, which you are going to execute in detail. Strategic management is a managerial process of developing a vision, setting objectives, crafting strategy, then implementing that. And of course, this piece where I just spoke to you about taking the needed taking corrective actions, which is basically called as control. So that is what strategic management is, guys. I hope that gave you an insight. All the notes is there with you, so make sure that you go through with it. So that is our first piece of discussion, or first part of discussion that comes to a conclusion, wherein we will go to the next unit in the next session and then discuss what are the vision, mission, objectives type of aspects, and then we will continue further. So every session is going to be a progress over the previous session. So without me telling, going further, please ensure that you revise. Okay, once the session is over, of course you watched it, then you wrote the notes. Just at least before starting the next session, run through the notes so that you are in the loop. I don't expect you to do sessions back to back every time, right? Maybe I don't know your plan also. So after this session, if you're going to some other subject and then you finish that and come back, then you're like, "Arey, I forgot what happened." So always the notes is there to keep a tab and revise properly, so that it makes the story more easier for the next session. So guys, I will catch up with you in the next session with vision, mission, and objectives. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome back to another session on strategic management. In this session, we are going to discuss some key words in strategic management, which are about vision, mission. These two words have been something that you would have heard of in many places, because vision, mission, goals, objectives, they are all something that are very commonly used. But when they are commonly used, people don't give them a context. So today's discussion is about giving them a proper context, and then based on that, I will try to explain you as to what each of this will actually mean. So in the first place, vision and mission, we will discuss this. Then comes a very important intangible aspect that is there in an organization, which is called as culture. So strategy and its blend with vision, mission, and culture, that is what we are going to discuss. Okay, so just to make you understand what we are talking about, we are talking about strategy and its relation. So what is strategy and its relation to not one but three different aspects? Strategy and its relation to three different aspects. Let's see what those three are. Strategy and its relation with the term called as vision, strategy and the term called as mission, and strategy and what we call as organizational culture. Culture is very specific to every organization. Each organization will have a unique culture to talk about. So vision, mission, and organizational culture. These are the three aspects. What is a strategy's relation with these three words? First, we will understand all these three words in a standalone sense. Standalone sense means each one of them separately will try to understand what each of them mean. Then we will talk about the relation with the strategy and how important it is for an organization to have a vision, mission, objectives, goals, and of course, two more words to add up here, goals and objectives. That will come in the next place. So, first, when we talk about vision, we have different ways to express a vision. Vision is about a roadmap for company's future. Vision also talks about, the future state or an outcome that an organization, what is that you would like to achieve in the future. It is about vision. Currently, what are you doing? Role played by the organization now, currently, that is called as mission. Right? You heard the term Mission Impossible, right? Mission Impossible, the very famous Tom Cruise series. Mission means what? A specific task. So every when they call a mission as impossible, every time take a specific task and do it. I mean, the possible impossible is a different story there. But the fact that he's doing something specific is what we need to understand. Like how you are doing a mission, CMA Inter. All of you want to become a cost and management accountant, but that is not going to happen tomorrow morning. No matter how much you try. Why? Because it has a roadmap. There is a particular way. So everybody, your vision is to become a cost accountant, right? Cost and management accountancy course has to be completed. This takes a particular duration. Have foundation, inter, final. All three levels are there. Like that, there is a very beautiful example which we can pick up to understand this particular concept of vision, mission, goals, and objectives. I will explain all these four through one converging example, and then we will come back here and we will fill the spaces under each one of them. So for now, let me take you through to that example, which is a very interesting one, right? Example, concentrate on this, because once you are clear with this example, we can go through the rest of the session by dealing each one of them in a clear senses, which each one has a specific wording that easily you can understand. And of course, here there is enough place where we can fill all of those aspects. Now concentrate on the example. Each of you here want to do the CMA course, so why go and search for examples here and there? We will pick up our own example, right? So you want to become a CMA. So all of those people who are the intent of becoming the CMA, this is your vision, which is ultimately going to be achieved across time, right? CMA. But if you ask me, sir, blindly can we do CMA like that? No, obviously you are supposed to talk about the layers that are involved in doing this, right? Say for example, we say foundation. Sir, this is like giving introduction to the course curriculum. Maybe you can consider that for some time. You can recap when first somebody told you about this course. Of course, I'm not going to break it down in much detail. Now, some of you have directly come to Inter through direct means, or some of you have done through foundation, whatever be the case. At the end of the day, we have three levels. Now, listen carefully. Foundation, right? We are not bothered about it for now because it is completed. Then comes Inter, ongoing. Now, that is exactly, this is a, you know, futuristic, not yet commenced. I'm taking only these, right? Now, foundation is completed, so no discussion about that. Final in the future, so no need to worry about that. When we're talking about ongoing version of what we are doing here, this particular ongoing aspect is called as mission. Right now, you are on a mission CMA Inter. Okay, your mission, not mission impossible. This is very possible mission, becoming a CMA intergraduate. Okay, so you are going to qualify the second level of CMA, which will take you one step closer to your vision. It won't make you a CMA, correct? To become CMA, you have to qualify all these three levels plus do the additional training and other allied courses, whatever the other part of the curriculum. I want to keep it simple, so I'm going with this. So vision and mission. Now, as part of this mission, it is very important to understand what are the other nuances. Now in CMA Inter, sir, I want to become a CMA Inter complete person means what? CMA Inter is split into two groups. Now these two groups are not of your choice. These are the choice of the institute. They've already split them into two groups. Your two groups wherein you are talking about group 1 and group 2, right? Now there are two groups here. You can go for a group 1 and group 2. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll use much wider so that so these two groups, you have group 1 and group 2. They are not your choices, right? You can decide to do group 1 or group 2. That is your choice. But what will go into group 1? What are the 400 marks that are involved here? You can't choose all that, right? You can only choose the fact that which one will you write, but what combination is there, what are the subjects that go in, these are all the choices of the institute. Now that means you have to pass group 1. Only two possible outcomes are there, either you pass or you fail, right? So pass or fail, group 1, group 2, these basically these group 1, group 2, they are all dubbed as what you call as goal. My goal is to clear group 1, my goal is to clear group 2. One more time, my vision is to become a cost accountant. Currently I'm in a mission of finishing my CMA Inter. Within my mission I have a goal to clear group 1, I have a goal to clear group 2. Now you have to get 400 in each group. Out of 800 you can get 400 to pass. Now within this 400, depending on your studies, depending on your abilities, depending on your own understanding of what you're doing, you are going to establish some targets, right? I would want to get 60 in this subject, I would want to get 50 somewhere, I want to, I'm okay, I'm weak here, I have 45, whatever is your plan. I'm not deeply drilling down into your plan, because see, at the end of the day, no matter what you plan, you have to get some basic marks in every subject and then the aggregate of so much. So now these targets are purely reflective of your performance. Therefore performance targets, these performance targets, they are titled as objectives. Over. If you remember this example, you don't have to go and search for anything to remember these words. Performance targets. So somebody want to get 400 out of 800. That is what institute is asking, right? So that fellow set a goal like, oh no, no, sir, I am studying so much. So when I am studying so much, why should I settle for 400? I will score more. Hey, score more means what, man? He's like, no, sir, I want to score about 600 out of 800, get a rank or something. Choice is yours. Another fellow is saying, sir, 401 also I am happy. Both people want to fulfill the same goal, that they want to pass both groups, but one with a performance target of 600, another with a performance target of 400. Performance targets are your choices, because it totally is depending on your own performance. So that is why they are called as objectives. Objectives are performance target, goals are precise outcomes. Only two possible outcomes. You remember back in school you studied probability. Roll a dice 1 by 6, toss a coin 1 by 2, pick a card 1 by 52, pick a particular color card 1 by 26, pick a particular suit 1 by 13. You remember that? 13, 26, 52, depending on the number of cards. And then we talked about tossing coins, rolling dice, all of that. Why? Because all of them are probabilistic in nature. Same way here, what you see, this is not probabilistic in nature. This is absolutely certain. If you follow a pattern and study, we can do that. But it is a roadmap. This vision cannot be achieved in a day. This mission cannot be fulfilled in a day. Nor goals or objectives. See, depends. Timeline is your choice. Strategy is a long range blueprint. If you remember, nobody told you anything to do in the short range. So strategy itself is a long range to achieve this. In that context, what is a vision? Vision is dubbed as a roadmap for company's future. Right? What is vision? A roadmap for company's future. And what is mission? Present business scope. What are you doing now? Who are you? Huh? And what you're doing. Right? Mission answers two questions: who we are and where are we now. While we talk about vision, it talks futuristic. Where are we going? Okay. So these are simple. Objectives are nothing but performance target. Goals are precise outcomes. These are the Goals and objective story I will write one more time when we start the next part of the discussion. So for now, coming back to these three branches that we have put and kept. Before I go there, is everybody clear the example? As I told you, you don't have to go anywhere to search anything. Vision, mission, objectives, goals, all of them are pretty much there in the same course that you are doing. So, well, let us go and pull back a little piece of information here, wherein I want you to know that vision answers basic questions, right? What is the first thing about vision? Answers a question: where are we going? Sir, what does it mean? What do you mean by where are we going? Which means it tells you what is your destination. Now, once you reach this destination, again a new type of a vision will start. So once you become a cost accountant, from there you will pick up something new and you go on. Basically, this particular where are we going vision is nothing but it is also dubbed as, you can call it as a roadmap for company's future, or roadmap for an entity's future. It is a roadmap for entity's future. And also, of course, other points we will add up. When you talk about mission, under the heading mission, what are the questions being answered, right? The first question is who we are. That means what sort of a business we are, who we are, and what we do right now. What are we doing? What do we do? Who we are and what do we do? Which basically talks about, mission talks about present business scope. It talks only about present business scope, not anything futuristic, nothing, just present business scope. So this is the story of what vision and mission are. Of course, we are going to discuss a little more in detail when we talk about the culture aspect, right? There we will talk that also, because culture is another important discussion. Without a proper organizational culture, no organizational is going to see success. So therefore, we will talk about it in greater detail as we go there, right? So I hope you understood the context, and of course you understood the example. So that's all, guys. That is what is the major part of the discussion in this you know session. So let us straight away get into the discussion part of it. We will come back and fill certain things later. So guys, this topic is on alignment of strategy. You're going to align rather than, I would obviously kind of prefer to even change the heading there. I said strategy and its relation, right? In bracket itself you can write down if you want, right? We will, when we just come back here, because if you're writing this strategy and its relation in bracket, you can even say alignment, because tomorrow if they put a question with the using the word alignment, I don't want you to misjudge it. Okay, so strategy and its relation or alignment with vision, mission, and organizational culture. Okay, let us go for the content now, guys. What is a vision? Future state of an organization, the desired future state of an organization, focusing that too on realistic, credible. Realistic means achievable, credible means trustworthy, and an attractive future, that is an aspiration, something that people aspire to, something that people want to, for the members of the organization. Future state of an organization, that to what you desire. Sir, this is what I want my organization to be. That feeling is there? No, that is what vision is all about. Vision is nothing but the desired future state of an organization. Okay, I think we should go ahead and put this up, because the rest of the story we can deal one by one, right? I would want you to go to your notes and just put up that very important statement about vision. What is vision? Desired future state. Desired future, oh my, 1 second, let me bring that on your, yeah, desired future state of an organization. Guys, there is no perfect timeline for this, but for your understanding, I'm telling, generally vision ranges anywhere between 2 to 5 years. This is an understanding, this is not a compulsion. Okay, it is not like this is how it has to be. and nobody can change it, nothing like that. Okay, generally 2 to 3 years, 4 5 generally. So probably you can give it a range. Okay, I am just for your understanding, I'm saying time range. Okay, about let's keep it on a 3 to 5 years. Okay, if you want to achieve something in 1 year also, it makes sense. It is not like you can't achieve something in 1 year, but generally this, when you want to call something vision, the time range is generally between 3 to 5 years. Okay, so this is the basic understanding there. Coming back, why should we have vision, what is there, other purposes aspects are there, come back. So vision is a desired future state of an organization, focusing on words. If you see, what are the words? Realistic, credible, attractive future, and more importantly, it should be aspirational, something that inspires you, something that you look for. Daily morning, why should I wake up and go to work? So it gives you that kind of a motivation. Daily, this is what I'm doing. Okay, tomorrow there is a better day because of what we're doing today. That feeling should be there. Otherwise, somewhere in that path, no, we'll give up easily. I think all students have to realize that so much, that during the course of whatever we do, we give up very easily because we don't see that future state or an outcome. What's our results are not visible. I am working so hard. What is that? So sometimes it is like that. We work hard. Tomorrow morning you can't see results. So you should not stop doing whatever you're doing for that sake. Okay. So considering all of that, vision is something that focuses the attention and energy. It seeks to focus attention and energy of an organization into creating a better future than what exists now. Attention and energy of the organization for a better future. Two types of vision statements are there, guys. Here, vision statements can be written in multiple ways. There is no doubt about it. Because see, at the end of the day, no matter what vision statements you write, you only have to perform it. No, so some people write vision based on what they want as an outcome, while some people write a vision statement based on who they want to satisfy the needs for. So, two types of vision statements arise in this context. The first one is called as a product oriented vision statement, where production people generally use it based on goods and services. While on the other side, marketing people generally focus on customer oriented vision statements because it is just the difference in targets. So as a student, you don't have financial target. Nothing. Nobody said you should, as a student, not have it. But generally, for a student, you think more in terms of when should I pass. You think everything in terms of time, right? I should finish this in 6 months. I should finish this in 1 year. Some businessman thinks everything in terms of numbers, while somebody, like say, some spiritual person is there. A spiritual person, you can't count how much today I did 1 kilo spirituality, 5 kg, or you can't say today I did spirituality worth 10,000. You can't count there. It is an internal satisfaction, right? So like that, depending on various aspects, these vision statements are established, right? So for goods and services, if you're talking about, we generally say product oriented, which define the business by goods and services offered. This is the product that we want to be, this is what we want to do in future. Like that, we can define it based on goods and services. While customer oriented, saying that look, we want to satisfy the needs of this type of customer in this particular area. So like that, customer oriented vision statement define the business by providing solution to customer needs. What are you providing? Solution to customer needs, offering a strategic flexibility. So guys, quick recap of the 3 points. Vision denotes the future state of an organization. The main purpose of vision is to channelize, okay, focus the attention and energy. You can even use the word channelize, right? It's a nice word to use. Channelize the attention and energy towards a better future, and also talk about the two type of vision statements, right? Remember, don't establish vision statements which don't suit you. Sir, what are you saying? Like, I am into a particular task, like say for example, I'm into teaching. I can establish a vision in my teaching career, right? I cannot establish a vision in something that I'm not doing, and I cannot say, like, say, for example, if I'm establishing a vision that requires me to spend money, I don't have that money. Sir, are you saying without that money you should not establish a vision? That is not my intention, but please understand. Will it be able to realize any time? It is not practical, right? So that is what we are trying to portray here. Remember, if you want a very effective vision statement, very important point, guys, an effective vision comes from where? Needs to be backed by strategic commitments and tied to also the economic fundamentals. So two things: strategic commitments, economic fundamentals. How much time and energy you can put, and what are the economic fundamentals. Economic here is in terms of money, right? Will it really work? One of the examples is money. Okay, I won't say only money because that makes it very narrow. Economic fundamentals example, we'll talk about money because we also talk about demand, supply, raw material, all of those. So you draw your vision keeping in mind what how much time and resource you can commit, right? It needs to be backed up by your strategy commitments and tied to the economic fundamentals, because if you create a vision which is not matching your economic fundamentals, you are always standing on the earth but trying to walk on the moon. You understood my statement? You're standing on earth but trying to walk on moon. Understood? So guys, I'll put you through a minute wherein I want you to read the vision statements of some of the leading brands. Okay, so I want you to see Nike, Scotland Yard is one of the biggest police institutions. Dabur, our Dabur honey brand is there, right? Dabur has a lot of, it's a big FMCG brand, not just honey. Honey is very popular. Infosys, our IT giant, Amazon, Facebook, both tech giants are there. GE, General Electric, you mark this company in your mind and keep. We talk more about GE later. GE is one of the biggest manufacturing companies in the world. They see there to move, cure, build, and power the world. Their vision is so high. Then the latest in the field of electric cars, Tesla, accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, and they're doing that through electric cars. And Walmart, the idea is to be the best retailer in the heart and minds of consumers and employees. So Nike, Associated Sports, it wants to be an innovation and inspiration to every athlete. See, they're not talking about clothes or socks or shoes. They're talking about everything that they do should be through innovation. Scotland Yard Police, what are they saying? To make London the safest city. And I think all of you know that they're the number one. If you don't know, also, I'm just giving you insight. Scotland Yard Police is the number one. They in terms of crime solving or in terms of the response and all of that. To make London the safest city in the world, but still crime rate is high. Dabur, health and well-being of every household. You don't have to by heart these. They are given for you to understand how clearly you should be able to state. See there, the more clearly they state their vision, the more focused you will be and easy it will be to achieve, right? If you don't know what you're doing, daily morning you're getting up and doing something, there is a problem with the mindset. I won't say people and all, it will be harsh, but see, there is a problem with a set of people's mindset. What is that mindset? They wake up, they do a lot of things in a day, they feel all that is hard work. Now please don't mistake me here, it might be a little harsh. You are a student, so you're in a learning phase, and I have been through that phase, so that is why I'm taking a little liberty in telling you that. Now listen carefully. Donkey also will do hard work, okay, but doesn't get rewarded, no? Because what is hard work? Carrying weight is hard work for donkey, right? Carrying all your emotional burdens is hard work for you. That is why sitting in one place and studying for so long is a hard work. It's taking time, it's taking effort, it's taking a challenge. Absolutely nothing wrong. So I see, a lot of people complain about law. It's very tough to make small amounts of money also. People travel distances. I see a lot of marketing people right nowadays. They wear those bags, they wear their earphones, and then because obviously they're always on call with somebody, the marketing guy, they roam from place to place, and all of that they do it for I won't say less more and all that, but a sum of money that is still they are only not satisfied with that. So who doesn't want more money? Everybody would say that only, no? So these are economic theories, but at the end of the day, if you can visualize clearly as to what you want, sometimes we take up things because they came our way. But will they really? Maybe we are doing it without asking much questions. Okay, it came my way, I'm doing. But will this take me somewhere in the future? Sometime, if you pause and ask that question, see the list of companies there. They are all born out of asking such a question. In India, nobody talked about IT or information technology in the 90s. Infosys, one Mr. Narayan Murthy, the visionary behind that. Today, people are cursing Mr. Narayan Murthy because sometimes he makes statements of 70-hour work week and all that, right? So, I don't want to enter the debate, but all I'm saying is they work like that. They don't feel that as hard work. It's a different story about today's generation. I am not somebody who's supporting, opposing the statement right now. That is Mr. Narayan Murthy's culture. He used to work so much. It is somebody can work more than that, somebody can work less than that, somebody can match that. That's their choice. But saying that that is the amount of passion that they put in. Amazon, Earth's most customer centric company, they want to become. In 96, in 1996, Jeff Bezos was sitting in front of one computer. I think all of you must have seen that picture, which is a very viral one on the internet, right? Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg wrote the entire code of Facebook sitting in his hostel room, right, in the dorm room. In fact, he went on to launch Facebook from there only, right? Today, both those are, companies with multi-billion valuation. More than that, they give employment to so many lakhs of people. So, what could these guys do different? Sir, are you saying that nobody else was there like them? No. Many people were there like them. What they didn't do and what these people did was to visualize a future for their company. Okay. So, this is how vision is, described. Now, define a vision. Okay. First line they can ask you, and then this is one of the most common exam questions that can appear. What is that? What are the benefits of having a vision? Which is what I was explaining you all this while. The more clearly you can see what you want, the more faster you can reach there and achieve it. That is a general saying, nothing more than that, right? So we have split that into about 10 points and a classic question that can come in the exam, right? Guys, if you write 1 to 10 all the points without even the headings, it would do. Okay, now if you want to write the heading and then write a sentence, it is even better, but all the points are to be there. First one, a good vision statement will motivate and energize the organization. I don't think I have to explain that. Then it talks about discontinuity. It provides a clear forward looking approach, a forward looking step, not talk about current but talk about the future. And then somebody is going like this, somebody else is going like this, somebody else is going straight. If different people in the organization go in different directions, it creates a sense of split, right? We don't want that. We want a common shared sense of purpose, and vision creates that common identity and purpose for everybody in the organization. Vision makes it competitive and practical by keeping the vision unique. Unique means not something that, sorry, what you said now, only you said CMA is our vision. Like me, thousands of people are doing CMA. How can my vision be unique? It is unique for you. Uniqueness generally doesn't mean unique for the world, unique for us, right? So, unique, competitive, and market relevant visions should be there. Vision always promotes risk taking, experimentation, and risk taking behavior. Risk taking is one of the key characteristics of entrepreneurship today, correct? If you want to become a great entrepreneur, what should you have? Risk taking ability and a little experimentation. Today, if you see in any field, those people who have not hesitated to do a little experiment, they have all become very successful. Plus, vision always helps you think in the long term. Fosters means channels the long term focus in planning. Vision also talks about what is genuine and beneficial for people. Integrity means the truthfulness, right? Integrity here in this context is, normally integrity is honesty. In this context, you can write, it talks about the truthfulness, what is genuine and beneficial for people, right? So, something that motivates and energizes, a clear forward looking approach, shared sense of purpose, and risk taking and experimenting, long term focus, genuine and beneficial for people, and focus on addressing customer needs. What does the customer want? We're always focused on achieving that. And then stakeholders investment, internal stakeholders are always involved in defining the vision. What is that you want? And when stakeholders involved and telling this is what I want to achieve, and they get a roadmap, tomorrow when you achieve that, they will be the first ones to be satisfied. Stakeholders are involved in defining the vision, and more importantly, once you have a vision, you can align the entire organization system to that vision. So compensation here means remuneration for those who are their compensation. What? They're not compensating anything, ma. It is not the last compensation story. Here, compensation is a HR terminology in management textbooks. Wherever they use the word compensation, it is referring to remuneration. Compensation means the HR terminology for payment. Okay, and organizational structures. So compensation and structures align with the vision. So if you have a vision, this much story is there behind it, and these are the benefits of having a vision. Okay, I suggest you take a moment of pause right now. We are half an hour into the session, and the next topic right now in front of us is about the mission story. Right, I will discuss mission with you in a minute. Here the entire mission story is going to start, so we will discuss mission, but only after 1 minute, where you put me on pause and then comfortably go through the entire topic of vision. Then we will discuss the other half of the session, where we will talk about mission. Come on, everybody, go for it. All right, guys, I hope you have put me on pause and gone through this. If not, please feel free to do that, because that is the very important part. Now, quickly coming back to the story here, what did we talk about? Mission. Let me get that here. Who we are, what do we do, and also we are talking about the present business scope, isn't it? What are we talking about? Present business scope. And also mission gives another very important word in the discussion. It is called as purpose, right? Why does the organization exist? That is what the purpose is all about, right? Mission also talks about something called as purpose. So what do you mean by purpose in simple terms? Purpose in simple terms is what the organization strives for. What the organization strives for. So that is what generally means. What are you fighting for? What are you fighting for? Resources? Are you fighting for what? What the organization basically strives for. That is what is called as a purpose. Now, mission gives you two things. What are you supposed to do presently? Present business scope and your purpose. This is what the mission story is going to be. And as such, we will also talk about, what are the reasons why should we have a mission. And also let me add up here, so when you revise, it'll be easy. Benefits of vision is an important question to add up. I will not write down all of those, don't worry, but I'm saying benefits of vision, 10 points are there. Please go through them, because next time when you see this sheet, you should remember that yeah, there was a topic like that, and we need to go through that. Now, coming back to the story on the mission statement. What is mission? As such, straight and clean, mission describes the company's purpose and present business. Two things, and I already wrote you the questions. Who we are, what we do, and another question that I didn't write but is very important is why we are here. Shall we go and add up that also there? Why we are here? Why are we here? Maybe to satisfy a particular specific aspect. Why we are here is also a very interesting question to be answered. Okay, let me just bring that to you. I will go here and add why we are here. So I hope that makes the sense of all three questions clear. One more time, what are the three questions? Can you see there? Mission answers questions as to who we are, what we do, why we are here. And in the next page, it also talks about the present business scope, and more importantly, it talks about the purpose. And purpose is nothing but anything that the organization strives for. It defines the company's current service or product. Why are you there and what are you offering? Okay. So, guys, one more time, everybody, please run through the questions here. Who we are, what do we do, and why we do. These three questions are very important, so that you clearly know what you're doing and you can focus. There also we saw two things, right? Strategy oriented, vision statements are two types: product oriented and customer oriented. Here mission statements are also going to be talked about. What would be your product oriented vision versus customer oriented mission. Let us see all of that one by one. The main purpose of a mission statement is to it sets the company apart from others. What is the difference between you and your competitor? Your mission tells you that. The way you do your mission defines the scope of operations. So, if there is any take home point that I would like to definitely pick up from here, guys, the purpose of the mission statement is very clear. It gives you the scope of operations. Day to day, what are you supposed to do? A clear idea will be there. In fact, the most important idea itself about the vision is that only that it gives you a what you are talking about as the scope of operations, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard you work, if you are doing all that hard work in a direction with no use, so it'll all go for a toss, right? So that is why we are talking about here giving a scope of operations, right? And highlights the company's unique purpose. The mission also often includes the company's values and philosophy. This is an interesting point. What do you mean by values and philosophy? But yeah, see again, it is there in the same mission statement as to I should know like values. Keeping ethics in mind is also a very important value, right? Say for example, I'm doing something which matters to me the most. So when I'm doing something that matters to me the most, I would also want to do it ethically rather than doing something in the air. So often mission includes these values and philosophy, right? Values generally also, like say for example, so many values are there. I will write one example: ethics. Doing something right now, you're doing CMA Inter as a mission, I told you, but doing that ethically, right? That is what gives you from a standpoint, unique standpoint. They are doing and doing it uniquely. That feeling will come. Values and philosophy. Mission often includes the company's values and philosophy, but is typically kept in a separate document, which is called the value document. Because if you're writing only the circle, that is the scope of your current business, that will be what is called as mission. But when you're extending it with all the values, a philosophy is something that everybody carries. It is their personal aspect. You cannot tell that you should have this philosophy, you should not have this philosophy. Everybody has their philosophy of their own, right? So often it includes a company's values and philosophy, but it is typically kept in a separate document. Then employee expectations and public image. Mission also answers that promotes shared expectations among employees. Ray, this is our mission. Once you give them that idea, acha, this is what we are working on, we will get a clarity so as to know the direction in where we are going. Promotes shared expectations among the employees and communicates a public image to the stakeholder. Okay, this is this type of a company. Acha, they are on a mission like this. This is what they would want to achieve. So based on what you do, it is very clear as to how this works, right? It promotes shared expectations among employees and communicates a public image to the stakeholders. It communicates some type of a public image to the stakeholders. Then, guys, put a very important 2-star mark to point number 5. Mark a couple of stars there. In strategy making process, what is the role of mission, right? Role of mission in strategy making process. The first step, be clear, the first step in strategy making is selecting a corporate mission. If you don't have a mission, and then break them down into major corporate goals. So I hope you now are following the flow. Guys, we came from a vision which gets you a mission. So vision will lead you to a mission, will lead you to certain goals. Can you see the first step in strategy making is about selecting the corporate mission and then the major corporate goals. I'll do one thing. I'll quickly document this for you. I'm bringing this here. Yeah. So we did this example, right? So below this example, I am going to write the flow. Okay, the flow of these activities. So vision in the first space will lead you to a mission, and then from there it will lead you to goals, which in turn are to be having objectives. Now what you need to understand is while performing vision, mission, goals and objectives, that is across all these words, right? Across all these words, one of the most common overarching aspects is about to maintain across all this space, right? Across all this space, what you have to maintain is something called as values. Values are something that you should maintain as a whole. You cannot say I will maintain values only if my mission is there, vision is there, nothing. You have to have values every time. So this is the context or the flow of vision, mission, objectives, and goals. Now I think you can see the whole story of how this worked, right? Yeah. So I want all of you to have a clarity on what we are doing. See, end of the day, we will be able to figure out everything. What is that we did, and when we read back this one, we should be in a sufficient position to understand that okay, now I know what I'm doing, right? Kind of thing, right? So I hope everybody understood the flow of things. Let us come back there. Then the first step after you finish doing the vision, the first step here would be to come back and figure out corporate mission and major goals. Then the next and the very important distinction, the types: product oriented mission versus customer oriented. Yes, product oriented mission focus on the characteristics of the product, while customer oriented mission focus on satisfying the customer needs. I think you know this from the previous point itself, right? Sir, when you say characteristics, what does it mean? Focus on products characteristics and market served. That means, right, market served is nothing but where they are sold. And product characteristics, no, products have multiple characteristics. Say for example, product can be tangible, intangible products. Every product has a price, every product has some quality, every product has some durability, right? So let me write certain characteristics for you: products quality, price, then uh, you know useful life, or we'll say validity. I'm saying etc because there are so many characteristics of a product that you will focus on. So it mission focus on the product's characteristics and also the market. So you can even mark one and two things, one for characteristics and two for market. So mission basically focus on these two aspects. A customer oriented mission always focus on the unmet needs of the customer. It focus on satisfying customer needs and helps the company respond to any shift in demand and also environmental changes. Shift in demand, obviously shift in demand represents a dynamic environment, right? This shift in demand and also other environmental changes, these also represent both 1 and 2, both these represent a dynamic environment, something that is not static, something that keeps changing, the dynamic environment. And therefore we are going to consider mission from a customer point of view. So one is a product point of view, other one is a customer point of view. So again, a few examples of mission statement, but before I take the examples, I hope everybody is clear. What is mission? Who we are? Where are we now? What do we do? And why we do all these present business aspects. One more time, if you want to highlight, what are the two keywords? One, company's purpose. Two, present business. Please mark that. And with that, we have a clear understanding of what is a mission statement. Moving on, guys, some of the examples you can see. Mission statement of Alibaba is one of the largest, like how what is Amazon to the Western world, Alibaba is that to the China, right? To make it easy to do business anywhere, to make it easy to do business anywhere. And then, you can even see Better World Books. They have a mission that World Books, this is an entity that's making books. So their idea is to harness or make, harness means making best use, right? Guys, those of you who are hearing the word for the first time, you can write the meaning. Harnessing means, in this context, you can say make the best use. So harness the power of capitalism to bring literacy and opportunity to people through books. Google's mission is to organize the world's information. Organize the world's information, and I don't think anybody doubts that they've organized information in such a way that anything you search on Google, you will get it easily. So that feeling they have created and kept, so that we are very confident every time that okay, we just Google it, we will get that information. That confidence is built in us only through this. To organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And then we're talking about SpaceX. SpaceX is Elon Musk's venture, to make human life multi-planetary. SpaceX is multi-planetary, means like going, now we are on Earth, we want to move from Earth to Mars, multi-planetary. From there, they even have plans like, so you're talking like interstellar, yeah, possibility that you might even reach the other planets. They are always some, like the space studies are amazing. Right, personally, I am somebody who's kind of deeply interested into it. I'm sometimes, of course, I'm in the field of commerce for the last 15 years, and anything that I did 15 or even more, because even in my 11th and 12th I've studied commerce. So sometimes, if anybody asks me, is there a regret that you didn't study science? I won't say regret completely, because yeah, back then I was not for science, right? I was not somebody who liked the way how physics and chemistry were explained to me. I didn't find the real interest in that. So I found something else, interest in numbers, interesting other aspects, economics. Like I said, when in today's time, I teach foundation level economics and all of that. So I keep myself very oriented towards macroeconomics because it's a real life situation. So those things, okay. But if there is any sense of, like I said, not regret, but maybe if we would have done something, that would have been this, right? Because the study of cosmos or anything like that. So it's a very interesting thing. I mean, I'm sure some of you are interested, some of you are absolutely not bothered, but it always is a question like, beyond this space, what is there? So which is something like, or somebody like Elon Musk has also asked that question. And when I ask that question, I only get to the internet and read something. But when he asked that question, he also has the money, right? So he's like, okay, let's make a vehicle and see whether it goes there or not. So sir, will you do it if you have money? Like I said, again, depends on what the current interests are. So SpaceX mission is to put people, their immediate mission is to put people on Mars, and they are hoping that by 2030, and even with people, right? Already the like the orbiting satellites around Mars are already there. We have a lot of information about Mars now than ever, right? And India also is successful. Our own ISRO is also successful with respect to like putting satellites in the orbit of the moon. Now they are sending they are going to send people to space. Then there be missions that are scheduled to spend so much and send people to the moon, then later to Mars, like that. So every set of activities, like a moon mission, Mars mission, why do they call that? Because that's a specific present business task. Okay, so this is the blend of the story, guys, vision and mission. Now, as you saw when we started the discussion, we made three branches. Okay, guys, the first 30 minutes of the session we discussed about vision. The next 20 minutes we have discussed about mission. Now about, like, is it like 30-20-10? I'm not sure, but yeah, this should not take long because culture is a complex combination, guys. The third branch of our discussion today is going to be the concept of organizational culture. Now, let me come back to what we wrote and kept before. You want to take a pause and run through the mission topic? You can definitely do that, right? If you want, a minute to do that, you can always do that. There you go. You can put on pause and go for it. All right, guys. So I hope you have put me on pause and done that revision of mission. Now let us talk about the last piece of discussion here, which is called as the organizational culture. Culture is very, very important for every organization, guys, because without culture, there is, you know, nothing that can drive through in an organization. But the big question is, so you're going on telling culture, culture, culture. What does it actually mean? A culture's basic definition talks about what do you mean by culture. If you see, culture is nothing but a set of basic assumptions and beliefs, nothing more than that. What is culture? Set of basic assumptions basic assumptions and beliefs. Whose beliefs? Whoever are there in the organization, their beliefs. So, sir, are you saying organizational culture is only about basic assumptions and beliefs? No, there is always something apart from that also, right? But these basic assumptions are there for everybody. Those in the long term they become culture, because these beliefs, they don't tend to be persistent. You understand what I'm saying? Which means today I believe in something. I'm not sure 1 year later also whether I will believe in the same thing. I may change my belief. So how can you change your belief? My wish. If I find something better, I will change my belief. Right? Now you know that people. With no offense to anybody here, or even if you take offense, I can't do anything about things like this, where people are changing their beliefs in so many things. Like one of the most crazy thing in India today is about the religion. Because I believed in some god, now I'm believing some other god. It's just a belief, right? I have nothing specific to say on individuals' choices. I am saying with time that can also change. The more deeply rooted your belief is, the longer it takes to change. That's all. But you can never say that it will never change. Nothing like that. Anything and everything can change. And every organizational culture is shaped up by every organizational culture. It is shaped up by four aspects. How many aspects? Four aspects. So, what are the four aspects that shape up what is called as a organizational culture? If you see what those four are, right? First one is called as values. Of course, we will read every point clearly. Values. What are the values that you're talking about? Second one, as I wrote, is nothing but the beliefs. Beliefs is what I believe in, what I trust, and then how I might believe something inside, but outside I might do something. So what is also important in culture is your behavior, because what you believe is in your mind, but what you behave is visible outside. And most important thing, which is I believe a new word for all of you to learn, is called as paradigm. So what is this paradigm? Paradigm is nothing but I'm taking you for granted. Taken for granted assumptions are called paradigms. It will be like that only, sir. Right? Most times people say, no, why is it like that? That's all, sir. Ante. Right? It'll be there. Avladhan. Why are we, like fixing it up? In any language, they have some words easily. Right? Like in, like if you're in Tamil or Telugu, just if you ask your parents, why should we do that? Adante. Ad avladhan pannano. Finish. Right? They say, no, cheyali. Finish. Over. Same thing, because in the long run, people don't question about this. Taken for granted. If it is done like this, it will work. Sir, what if it fails? If it fails, also they'll do that all. Right? So this one right here, paradigm, is called as taken for granted assumptions. So some taken for granted assumptions are called as paradigm. Right? So that's why sometimes they say, when you break this, no, when some deeply rooted thing in the mind is broken and it goes out, it's called a paradigm shift. Now can you associate to this word? Have you heard this word? There's been a paradigm shift. So why do people say there's a paradigm shift? That means that assumption that you were believing for all these, no, it was shattered finally. So that is the third and the last point in our discussion, guys. So in this session, we have discussed the strategies, relation, and its alignment with vision, mission, and the culture. Okay, so let us conclude this discussion by going ahead and talking about what actually culture is representing. Basic assumptions and beliefs. Culture talks about what, ma? Basic assumptions and beliefs shared by the members of an organization. So what beliefs people within the organization have, that's what shape up the culture of an organization. They work unconsciously. Unconsciously means not the unconscious that you're thinking. That means not knowing. Right? They work unconsciously and define how the organization views itself. This is a more simpler expression. How the organization views itself and its environment is also called as culture. Culture, nobody will teach you from textbook. Okay, culture is not like What if? Now, like many things in our house, they are followed. When you question why, they are called shut your mouth and follow. Why? Because whatever you say, it might be a superstition or anything or any reason. Parents say no, don't question. That is the second one. Taken for granted ways. These are the routines that have been developed over time. They are what? Routines that have been developed over time. Practices. Don't do this on Friday. Don't do that on Monday. Do this only on Wednesday. So when they say certain things, people are questioning them. Hey, why should I do like that? Today is Tuesday. I will do. Generally, one of the practices deep down in our South India is that not to start something new on a Tuesday. Nobody really cares about the reason. Maybe some people really know the reason, or some people may have a particular way of doing it. You might as well know, or if you ask your elders, they will tell something, but most times they won't give you a reason. Don't start. Now, personally, what happens with you if you start, we don't know. I'm not saying you do all that. I'm saying that this is what is the power of culture. Culture is so deeply inherent in people, they stop questioning the logic behind it and follow. That is exactly what culture is. It is a routine developed over a period of time. 200 years back, somebody did something. Nobody is asking whether that is right or wrong. They did. That's all. It continued and continued and continued. 100 years later, people are like, hey, what is this? They made some modifications. Another 100 years later, it's completely sounding wrong to people. Right? Today, I mean, like, religious practices. Many religious practices are looked up like, why are you doing this? Why all this? Generally, suddenly during Diwali, activists will come and say, don't burst crackers. It's creating pollution. Then suddenly during some other festival, they'll come and say, don't kill animals. So I am not for or against this. I'm saying these are cultures. This is what is the blend. You understood? These are routines that have been developed over time, that are unconscious. People purposefully are not doing it. 9 out of 10 people, when you go and question them why they are following superstition, I'm sure they will not be able to give you reason. Why? Because they also don't know. Understand the logic? So these are routines that have been developed over time, that are unconscious but shape how people act and respond in the organization. And what is the impact on the strategy? Of course, if you bring in a strategy which does not blend with the current culture, take it for granted that you are going to unnecessarily face a lot of heat lit. Culture influences how organizations develop and change their strategy, affecting their approach to challenges. It is very important, because if you bring a new strategy in an outdated culture, no matter how fantastic the strategy is, it won't work. So, sir, what about the culture? If you go deeply and see, what are the four important words that make up to the culture are values, beliefs, behaviors, and paradigm. Paradigm, how you want to pronounce it. Taken for granted assumptions, these four. And this alone can turn out to be a question in the exam, guys. If at all they're asking anything about culture, this could definitely turn around to be a question in the exam. What are the layers of culture? Culture has four layers. Okay, how many layers are there? The culture of an organization is often conceived as having four layers. So let us discuss these four layers as to what they are, so that we can proceed further on our the other piece of the discussion. Next, first one, values. Values are nothing but the core beliefs. What you strongly, core means center, where your belief is centered. What do you believe in? Okay, core beliefs about how employees should act, ethical, unethical, all that we are talking. No, that is what we are talking about, a value. Values are a combination of so many things. What I value the most, core beliefs about how employees should act, do business, and build a company, is called as values. They control how the employees work, how employees work in the organization towards their mission and goals. Values are often nothing but written statements about the organization's objectives and strategies, how you want to achieve. So, values generally talk about how, what values do you carry? Sir, hook or crook, we will do it. That means corrupt or legal, doesn't matter. Even if it is illegal, even if it is little corrupt, we will do it. Sir, how are you saying that? Because somebody's mind is allowing them to say that. Understood? If somebody's mind allows them to do something wrong like that, they will go about doing. Therefore, values are often written as those statements about the organization's objectives or strategies. But more specific than values are what you have inside. Belief. As I told you, simple ma. Values are what you should follow, how you should behave. Right? These are values you follow. What you do and what you think about your own issues are beliefs. Outside how you reflect is called as behavior. What people see in you and take it for granted is called paradigm over topic. As simple as that, right? Beliefs are more specific than values. They reflect how people talk about issues. How people talk about issues. What the organization face, such as trade policies, performance appraisals, everything. And beliefs across the organ. When you talk about individual, each individual's belief will be their own personal aspect, but all the employees beliefs put together, beliefs are collective and not individual, and sometimes it may lead to ethical tensions. What is right for you may not be right for somebody else. That complex combination when it arrives, no, that's what creates all the drama. So we need to really be extra focused when it comes to balancing these beliefs of our people. Then the day-to-day operations, daily what reflects in the organization, day-to-day operation of the organization, including the routine, how it is structured, controlled, symbolic behaviors, all these represent the culture. What do they represent? Culture. So guys, that brings us to the last point for discussion. Paradigm. What is paradigm again? Taken for granted assumptions. The core values of the culture, the core values of the culture. These are the aspects of organizational life that are hard to identify and explain. See, beautifully given. Hard to identify. If only we can identify and explain, why will we have any problems? These form organizational paradigm. Paradigm is nothing but a set of assumptions that are taken for granted. This employee will do this. That particular thing is assumed. This work, okay, anyway, one of the big taken for granted assumptions, I will tell you, right? No need to be offensive about it. Please understand, right? That sometime they will decide the girl can't do this work. It's a taken for granted assumption. Why should girl not do that work? Nobody else. Like say, for example, I'm just telling an example because back in time, I observed this so many times in school. Right, we had to move some benches. They'll call a couple of guys and ask them to move. Now, I'm not saying there is a. I mean, of course, I want to say there is a gender bias. Why? So that inherently you are telling that the girls are physically weak. Maybe couple of girls are physically stronger who can do the task, but you didn't let them do. Understood? That is called a paradigm. A taken for granted assumption. Acha, there no. It means it will be like that. Why? So girls can't do this work. Men should not be allowed to do this, right? Again, very clear assumption that men don't cook properly, only women cook properly. All these are taken for granted assumptions. Truth is not in my game. I am not talking about what it is, right? It's. I think all of you are grown up enough to understand what I'm saying, right? Sometimes there is a guy who is much weaker and a girl who is more stronger. Sometimes there's a guy who cooks much better than so these are personal aspects. You cannot build something out of that as a general understanding. All men are like this, all women are like that is wrong. But that aspect only is called paradigm, which is called a taken for granted assumption. So I hope everybody enjoyed this last piece of discussion on the culture, which is a very important blend in the organization. Okay. So now, before we close the session out, I want to discuss one last point because we discussed so much. Obviously, the basic question is now you know how vision and mission influence the strategy. Vision gives you a roadmap, accordingly, how to strategize. Mission tells you what to do now. So, your strategy should be in alignment with the mission and goals. You read both those lines. The last part also tells your strategy that you build should be in line with the culture. If you build a strategy that is not fitting with your culture, there is something called as a strategy culture conflict that arises and that can kill the whole game. Therefore, culture is difficult to observe identify and control, because as I just told you, it's taken for granted. This makes it very hard to manage. So therefore, it is important to have a way to analyze your organization culture and make it more evident. So remember guys, though culture is not visible, though culture is not visible, you have to make an understanding of that. And more importantly, you have to see that culture in your organization drives the strategy. Culture paves the way for your strategy. Otherwise, no matter the best of the strategy you bring, will fail in an organization whose culture itself is failed. Okay, culture as a driver of strategy is culture can capture an organization, making it culture can what? Capture an organization, making it hard to change its strategy outside the cultural bounds. So, therefore, managers are likely to deal with the changes. Managers are what? Likely to deal with the changes in business environment by understanding what is their existing culture. So, guys, how to do this, maybe we will talk a little more piece on implementational story. But yes, when you make a strategy, there are no two thoughts that your culture is absolutely something that is important. If you are not giving enough importance to culture, then your strategy may not fit into the scene right there. Okay, so that is what we have in this topic and in this session, guys. Quickly to just run through what we have already discussed, this is what is the story, right? Let me bring that to you on a full screen, and with that I am saying a bye for this session, guys. I will catch up with you in the next one, where we will come back and discuss about three more aspects. In this session we discuss three, right? We'll discuss the next session about ethics, goals, objectives. And what are ethics, goals, and objectives? The next three branches we will discuss them, and strategies relation with them. And then we will go to discuss the main topic on what are the objectives of strategic management. Why should everybody in the every business think of following strategic management? Can businesses not exist? Very interesting topic, right? So those two aspects we will cover in the next session. Thank you, guys. Welcome back, guys, to another session on strategic management. Now, in the previous session, we have discussed about the three key aspects of vision, mission, and culture. In this particular session, I am going to discuss with you the three key aspects called as ethical behavior, goals, objectives. Let us first discuss these three. Obviously, at the end of the session, I will be discussing another topic called as the objectives of strategic management. That is the subject as a whole. What are the objectives? We will talk about that also. So the coverage is very simple, because ethical behavior, if you see, there are only 4 points, nothing much there. And then if you talk about what are we going to, like see in terms of goals, they have a limited discussion. Objectives, what type of objectives, how they have to establish. One of the very interesting points about goal setting, a prominent case study from one of the world's largest management schools, which is the Harvard business school. They have put up a smart goal setting approach, SMART. So what does SMART stand for? And then how objectives are to be set up in that parameters. We are going to discuss all that in this particular session. So to start with, guys, I want you to quickly first take a look at what we have already discussed in the just a quick frame. I know maybe some of you might be watching this as a continuation to the previous session also, but still quickly let me just yeah, this is what we have seen in the previous session. So for a minute, I would want you to take a very quick look at how strategy is in its alignment with vision, mission, and organizational culture, right? Where are we going? The future of the organization, that's what we talked about as vision. Present business scope and the purpose, which defines the scope of operations. Currently, what are you doing is called the mission. And the assumptions and beliefs that are there in the organization put up to what is called as the culture, which are grounded with 4 aspects of values, beliefs, behavior, and a paradigm, which is nothing but a taken for granted assumptions, right? So these are the points that we have already discussed, guys. Now let us obviously come back to the discussion. There you go. Now let us move on to discussing what are the three aspects that we are going to discuss in this particular session as well. So again, we are going to talk about three aspects and its relation with strategy. The first one is about um, again. uh, So first let's talk about ethical behavior. Then we will talk about goals, and then we will talk about objectives. Okay. So these are the three aspects that we are going to discuss in this particular session. The first one, where we are talking about ethical behavior. What is ethical behavior? Ethical behavior means something that where ethics are emphasized on people. Now you have to make sure that business emphasize ethical behavior. There is no way otherwise people will, given a choice, people will not follow that. They will tell what ethics are, all that nonsense we will not follow. But when it comes to business, it is not about just doing something. So that is why business, the first point in ethical behavior is business should emphasize on ethical behavior. It's not a choice, it's more like a compulsion. Businesses should make sure that ethical behavior is complied, it is followed. Like that business should emphasize. How do you do this? Through what is called as code of ethics. Now all the professional institutes that we have, they all have code of ethics. You have to go by the code of ethics. You can't do whatever you feel like, because if you are not following the code of ethics, it will become punishable. So that is how it has to be. Because see, at the end of the day, no matter what you do, if you do some things which are illegal or unethical, it doesn't bring value to the profession. So business should emphasize on making sure that we have ethical behavior, that too by establishing something in the likes of a code of ethics. And this is leaders leadership of organization, right? They should force this. When I say force, not like it on people, by consistently and constantly emphasizing array ethical behavior is important. How do leaders do this? By they behaving ethically. If I look up to my leader and my leader himself is a corrupt person, come on, my leader is a corrupt person, why would I want to be a normal person? I would also want to be corrupt and follow them. Sir, nothing like that. No, if leaders are corrupt, you can be normal. No, I can be. But generally, if I tend to see people daily like that, what feeling will I get? Sir, everybody's taking advantage. We will also go for it. We don't want that. So that is exactly why we are doing this exercise. Leadership of an organization, you will find in your book, it says they should give life and meaning, life and meaning to the ethical values. Life and meaning to ethical values. That is very important, because when these guys follow this, no, others will see that and they will be like, okay, my leader itself is like this. So the leadership of the organization should give what? Life and meaning to ethical values. And more importantly, you can as well do this by promoting this culture. Sir, how we can do this? Give them rewards. If you are ethical, right? So ethical behavior should be rewarded. That will be nice. Yeah, if I am ethical, that will promote ethical values. Okay, reward ethical behavior. Organization should emphasize on rewarding some kind of ethical behavior. Okay, the most ethical person, something like that, an award or a recognition, something like that. So this will again talk with the last point where there is a alignment. So ethical values, once you do this, when ethics are in line with your the organization and you are in that vision, it will ensure. So if you do this, ensures stability. Ethical behavior ensures stability of the strategy. Otherwise, everybody will be doing something which is not in the common interest of the organization. So that's all, guys. That is the first set of points that you can see. I would try to kind of slightly written, everything is there. Yeah. So all the points, ethical behavior, done. Yeah, very good. I think you should be able to see it in full if I kind of, yeah, bring in there. So that is what exactly is the context of ethical behavior, guys. Now let us as well go ahead and kind of pull it off from the text also. Let's see what is there, right? Ethical behavior, first of all we have to promote ethical behavior by articulating, it means speaking, telling people to be ethical. Business must clearly state or emphasize ethical behavior. If you give it as a choice, nobody will be doing it. Emphasize, right? Making it compulsive, making it compulsive. And this often is done through by establishing what is called a code of ethics. The ICA, ICMA, Bar Council of India, everybody have a code of ethics so that the respective people in that profession will patronize and follow that. Otherwise, they are bringing down the value by doing something which is unethical. A formal statement, code of ethics is nothing but what? A formal statement outlining the ethical priorities. Like chartered accountants are not supposed to advertise. It brings down the dignity of the profession. So like that, a full code of ethics, Chartered Accountants Act 1949 is there, which has two schedules, right? So which emphasizes an auditor should chartered accountant practice should be like this, a chartered accountant service should be like this. It is needed. Now lawyers cannot do something, lawyers can do only something. Why is it emphasized like that? Because they are representing people and they are taking upholding the law of the country, so they are expected to behave a certain way. So every profession will have a code of ethics. Like that, every business should also have a formal code of ethics. Two, code of ethics, simply by putting it on paper you are not going to achieve. As I told you, leaders must give life and meaning to ethical values by consistently emphasizing the importance of them, and more importantly acting on them. You be ethical. When others see you and you are ethical, no, they will automatically follow you or follow your footsteps. This includes making sure business decisions are both economically sound and ethical. So whatever decisions you take, they should be what? Sound and ethical. Plus, as I told you, sir, if I am honest, should somebody give me an award? Not necessary, but to encourage you to continue to remain honest. Incentive and reward system. A culture that values ethical behavior needs a reward system to promote ethical actions, and no, it inspires others also. Array, that fellow is ethically got award. He'll also get such a small, simple answer. I wish this comes in your exam. Right? Emphasizing on ethical behavior. Only four things. By telling them through a code of ethics, by making leaders through actions, then giving rewards, and lastly, very important, ensuring stability of strategy. All 4 points we already wrote, right? Coming back to the third point, guys, ethical behaviors will need a reward system that promote ethical actions and also sanction unethical ones. Sanction is a word here which says will cut you off, like how US has sanctioned Russia, like that, due to the war situation. You will not be allowed to do this. You are sanctioned from doing this. That means you can't do sanction. So if somebody is behaving bad, that is not in line with your ethical practices, come on, call it off, throw them out of the organization. Sir, why are you being so harsh? Why being so harsh? Because that sets an example for everybody. In fact, it sets a tone. Okay, not just an example, it sets a tone that we are very clear. Hey, we can't tolerate this kind of behavior. We would, like kind of, this is what we expect you to follow, like that. We can send a clear message out. Finally, promotion systems to encourage ethical behavior and sanction to unethical behavior. Ethical values underlie the vision statement, ensuring something called as a stability of strategy and also bother about the long term success. Though we didn't write it there, I wanted to understand that ethics will always ensure that your stability is progressing as desired and gives you a uh, long term future. They act as guardrails to keep the company on track while pursuing its mission and trying to achieve the competitive advantage. From day one, when we started strategic management, we are striving to achieve what is called as a competitive advantage. And there are multiple ways of achieving competitive advantage, some of which are also, dubbed to be illegal. We don't want that, right? So we want, in the best possible legal way and ethical manner, we would want to achieve or hit our core values. Considering that, what best is something that we can do is what this topic has taught us. So the first piece of discussion, in this session is on ethical behavior, and that short answer question I want you to mark 2 stars, and if it comes, it is all the value, very easy, 4 points. Okay, so guys, that's the first piece of our discussion called ethical behavior. Let's move on to the second topic for this session, which is called as goals. What are goals? What are objective? Right now, you know that very clearly it is given. Goals are, or goals define what the organization wants to achieve in future based on current effort. We'll do one thing. Goals is a small piece of discussion. We will discuss this first, then go write about both goals and objectives, and then come back and see how they should be. Okay, goals define what an organization wants to achieve in the future. It's basically a outcome based aspect, right? What you want as outcome based on your current effort. And sir, are you talking about only financial goals or non-financial goals? It can be anything. There is no rule that it has to be financial. They can cover both financial and non-financial aspects. And one of the very important points about goals are precise in nature. Goals are specific in nature. Like I told you in the example, if you remember, group 1, group 2, the combination you can't change. Your goal is to clear a group. Internally, what marks you get is a different story. That is there in the next page. Performance targets. We'll talk about it. But right now, goals are specific, precise, and closed ended. Group 1 means group 1, group 2 is group 2, closed ended. You can't make any changes. But with your marks, you can play it around. So, performance targets directly depend on your performance and the reflection of what you do. But when you talk about goals, goals are specific, precise, and closed ended, clearly defined in measurable terms. Clearly defined in measurable terms. What organization wants to achieve in future, both financial, non-financial, specific, precise, and closed-ended attributes. If you remember this much, you know the story of what is called as goals, right? Shall we move on to the next topic? So you know now ethical behavior, you know now goals. Shall we freeze on goals first? Okay, we will do one thing. We will just freeze it here on the goals part. Then we will come and also discuss about the objectives piece, right? Let us do that, and then we will see where we stand when it comes to this one. Okay, so let us just talk about the second aspect called as goals. Let me bring that to you. Okay, now we have a very set of limited points here in the discussion of goals. Let's go one by one, guys. First one, we're talking about the definition of goals. Goals are, again, can you repeat along with me? What an organization. Goals are what an organization would or wants to achieve. What an organization wants to achieve. Guys, this notes, no, it has to be in such a way that when you're making it, you get the essence of it. Otherwise, it's there in the book multiple times. We should not open here and there and go. That is the idea, right? So I'm hoping you're making this, or he'll refer sir PDF. What is there? Choice is yours. Idea is to make sure that we are doing the best, right? What an organization wants to achieve in future based on current effort. That is a very important point. Based on current effort, because your current effort is a direct reflection of where you will be in future, right? So that is what the best definition of goals are. The second point to continue here is goals can be broadly split into two types. uh, Financial goals, we can call it out by name. Goals can be financial in nature, goals can be non-financial also in nature, right? That is a split of goals. And then if you say what are the ultimate characteristics of goals, right? Again, goals are three things: specific, precise, and closed ended. Goals are what? Specific, then they are precise. Precise means exact. 4 plus 3 is 7, that is precise. Today it may rain, that is abstract, right? So precise means exact, while abstract is the opposite of the, where you can't tell with certainty. And one of the most important thing about goals is goals are closed ended. Objectives are open-ended. This side when we write, no, we'll write about objectives. That time we'll say objectives are open-ended. Sir, what do you mean objectives are open-ended? Basically, when we talk about objectives, no matter this which are performance targets, you can talk about them in any manner. Like in the sense, you want a set of objectives to be changed suddenly. Can we do that? Of course, you can do that because objectives are like that. Objectives are open-ended attributes. When you want, you can change it according to your situation, your understanding, or in fact, whatever is the current market situation. All that will also determine what we can do with the objectives. But with goals, it is not like that. Goals are precise in nature, they are exact, and they can only shape up what you do right now. Okay, let's move on to the third branch. Of course, I would like to discuss what it is, and then we will discuss in greater detail objectives, the third point here. Let us first talk about the best definition for objectives. Objectives are nothing but specific performance targets. Object is a what? Specific performance targets. As I told you, institute asks you to get 40 marks. You want to get 50, you want to get 60. Sir, no, sir, I'm putting a lot of effort. I want to get a rank. As I told you, what your performance reflects, what you want as your performance target, you can establish that. Nobody will force you, or nobody will tell you that it has to be like this only. Your what do you say? Objectives are absolutely of your choice. Okay, so objectives are specific performance targets. That is a very important point to note. And also another interesting piece about objectives are objectives. How should objectives be? You're saying objectives should be SMART is 5 plus one more word is there called understandable. I will explain all of it, don't worry. Sir, what do you mean by this SMART? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Plus, it also is supposed to be understandable. If your objectives are understandable, it will be easy for everybody in the organization to easily achieve that. So, if you talk about objectives or performance targets, and let me give a name to this, this is called as characteristics. If anybody asks you why, anybody, the question may come in the exam only, what are the various characteristics of objectives? Objectives are specific performance targets. You have to first write the definition, and then you will write all these specific SMART. This is from a Harvard case study. Okay, and then there are, while writing objectives, some very important points are there while writing the objectives. Sir, what sort of points you will keep in mind while writing objectives? So for setting objectives, then let's put that also here to close it. Points to be kept in mind. Points to be kept in mind. Points to be kept in mind while yeah, while setting objectives. There are about 6 points that we have to keep in mind. Okay, first one is about again specificity. Specificity means, I will explain all these 6 points. Let me just first in the space write down specificity, multiplicity. You will understand each, the name only it is there, multiplicity. Multiple objectives should correlate with each other. All of them should cover and come to one more thing. And the next one, everybody knows this word from long time, is called periodicity. There should always be a time frame. Then verifiability. Verifiability, I will explain what it is. Then it has to be realistic. Realistic means objectives always should be in line with the reality. Reality should be there, and objectives should have proper quality. If any of these two questions come in the exam, you are lucky enough to get all the marks that you want. What are the points to be kept in mind while setting objectives? I want to emphasize on these a little bit. Done. Okay, you're able to see all of these. These are the points to be kept in mind while writing or while setting objectives. So I hope that gives you a broader perspective. We will discuss all of these, and also we will discuss a practical example, but I want you to take a minute, put me on pause comfortably. I want all of you to like, what do you say, neatly go through each and every point. Let me put this on your screen completely so that you can comfortably go through this in full space. Then we can talk about all of these. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through that. Let us get back to the discussion, and we will obviously go ahead and see. So now there's a clear picture on all three topics: ethical behavior, goals, and objectives. Let us now move on to discussing about the objectives. Back into the story, coming here. First thing about what are objectives. Objectives are specific performance targets. So this example that I gave you about your own course is the best story which can blend all of these into a very detailed, I mean, very clear and a detailed explanation. So objectives are nothing but specific performance targets that help achieve, that help achieve the organization's vision and mission. So it is very clear. The first thing that an organization will set up is called as the vision. Vision is then brought down into the story of a mission. Then comes objectives, and then goals and objectives will follow that. So to help you achieve the vision and mission of the organization, objectives are established. They are guide the decision making and set standards for performance. Below the word set standards for performance, you can use easier words like benchmarks, or more simpler words like yardsticks. Yardsticks are nothing but the tool for measurement, right? So you can use them. Benchmarks or yardsticks are also something that you can use for the sake of what you call as objectives. A question that can come in the exam is define objectives and establish the characteristics of objectives. So as I told you, characteristics of objectives can be remembered by an acronym which is given by the Harvard case study. There are 5 letters called SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Along with that, there is, as I told you, understandable is an additional point. So totally 6. If you see what these 6 points are, they're given. First one, you can see there clearly. Object is always supposed to be specific. How are they supposed to be? They're supposed to be specific, because only then when you are clear as to what they are, that is when you will know what we are doing with it. Otherwise, there is no point in understanding. So exactly, they should clearly define what, why, who, where, what resources or constraints are to be used, everything. Objective should be specific. Point number 1. 2. Objective should be understandable. Objective should be clear and easy to understand. Don't set up some confusing objectives where it becomes very difficult for you to explain what it is and all of that. To avoid ambiguity. Ambiguity means confusion. Okay. Objectives should be set in a clear and easy way to understand, to avoid ambiguity and ensure achievement. And objectives generally are to be measurable, in quantifiable with standards, so that it is easy to see whether you are realizing your objectives or not. Okay, objectives must be quantifiable with the various standards to track and compare performance. To what? Track and compare the performance. Objectives should be attainable. When you say attainable, what does it mean? See, if I can personally understand, let's say I can run 1 kilometer, and today I set up my objective that I will run 800 meters. I will easily achieve that. What is the point when I know I can achieve 1 kilometer easily? What is the point in setting below that? So you should set challenging objectives. At the same time, when I know that I can run 1 kilometer, today's objective should be to run 1.2, 1.5 kilometers. Makes sense. Today I have to run 5 kilometers. No, again, it's too much outside. So like that, objective should be challenging yet realistic. You understood my example? I can comfortably run 1 kilometer. I know that. Then set the target at 1.2 kilometers, or maybe 1.3, 1.5. Anything that is challenging. And also it's possible, like, if you can run 1 kilometer, if you put a little more pressure, you can run another 100 meters, 200 meters, and that's how people improve. Oh, sir, today only I will run. Daily I run 1 kilometer. Today I want to finish 10K run. Not possible. You will collapse. Right? Because, sorry, it's a very challenging thing. It is challenging, but 10 times your usual effort. Not worth it. So you have to understand the nuances of all this, and then it has to be challenging yet realistic. Objective should be challenging yet realistic enough to motivate the employees without being too difficult or too easy. Both extremes are not so too easily they'll achieve and will become underproductive, and too difficult, you're trying and trying and trying but still not able to crack it. That is also not something, because you will not have motivation after a point in time. Okay, so objectives should be challenging yet realistic to motivate the employees without being too difficult or too easy, and more importantly the R in that, relevant, aligned with organization vision. Your vision is going like this, your objective should not go like this. Your objective should be in the same path as the vision is, as I told you multiple times. Vision goes first, followed by a mission to achieve that objective. They all should go like one train, one after the another. So your objective should be aligned with organization's vision and goals, ensuring that there is no conflict between the objectives and overall strategy. In fact, each objective that you achieve, right, each small victory that you get in the name of objectives, you should be able to use it to your advantage to progress. It should be aligned with organization's vision and goals, ensuring that there is no conflict between objectives and overall strategy. Most importantly, whenever anything in strategic management studies, whenever you said, one very important point is time frame. Time frame is very important. What do you mean by time frame here? Means I will do it. Okay, I will do it by when? Will do, sir, slowly. I'll pass CMA. When? Will pass, sir. Let me tell you, this might sound little exaggerating, but it's very true. Anything you set up without a timeline, no, is useless. I will achieve. I will do it. I will finish. When you make these open sentences, they're not going to take you anywhere. The right way to get this done is to bind it by a time frame. So what do you mean bind it by a time frame? Give it a time frame. I will do it in 3 days. I will do it in 5 days. I'll do it in a week. I'll do it in a month. I'll do it in a year. Give but time frame. Objectives should always have a set time frame. Otherwise, it is a statement in the air, right? We'll do it when we'll do, sir, slowly. What is it? Makes no sense, right? So objectives must always be set the time frame. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Also understandable to people are the 6 important, smart, understandable characteristics of the objectives. I wish this question comes in your exam and it gets you all the marks, right? What are objectives? Specific performance targets, and they should have all these characteristics. Now, coming to the last part of discussion in objective story, while you are writing objectives, that is basically while setting objectives, what points should you keep in mind? The important issues to be kept in mind, guys. Objectives are not for one person or one area, right? So let us see these 6 words that I'm going to, which I already summarized. They are not at all difficult. They are something that you know also. First one is called as specificity. A performance target, you're telling, no, which level performance, how much should it be? Objective should be stated at different levels of the organization. What are the different levels of the organization? Whether it be corporate or business or functional, let it be any level, at different levels, from broad goals to performance targets, using terms like, some of these are corporate targets, some of them are general, and some of them are particular for clarity's sake. Be specific. Rule number 1 while writing an objective is what? Be specific. Specificity. And then it is impossible for an organization to have only one objective at a time. I think everybody will agree with this. It is impossible for an organization to have only one objective at a time. Multiple objectives will be there. Now the point is, when you are covering multiple objectives, there should be something that that connects each other. And see that organizations typically have multiple objectives covering various functional areas. The number and type, 2 keywords that you have to mark here are the number and type of objectives should be realistic, not too few, too many. Both are dangerous. If there are too few, Too few means what? Only one or two. Not possible. Too many. 300 objectives are there. That is also. So, sir, what is the right number? That is why they didn't give any number. Be realistic. What matches in the current context, you take that. Okay. So that is what the ultimate idea is. Organizations typically have multiple objectives covering various functional areas. Then comes periodicity, as I just told you. Something for 3 months, something for 6 months, like that. You can split it. Something for 12 months also. So, sir, are you saying short range, medium range, long range? Yeah, give names like that. Objectives can always be set for different time frames. For example, long term, medium term, short term. You can go with these words like, long term, medium term. It gives you a clearer perspective, okay, as to where you are going, what you're doing, long term, medium term, short term, this kind of things. They should be integrated. All should be brought under one roof to get the desired results. With long term objectives being more general and short term being more specific. S for short term, S for specific. And you know the TV brand, right? LG. You can remember L and G. Long term, general. So LG. Long term objectives are generally general for entire organization which you want to achieve over a period of time, and S for S, short term. They are more specific, which I want to achieve in a specific time frame. Okay. Then very important thing in objective is the ability to be measured. Whether it be sales, profits, any profit numbers, right? That is why it will become easy. Nothing more than that. Okay. Objectives must be measurable to determine. Objectives must be what? Measurable to determine if they are achieved. Quantification is the key, but qualitative objectives can also be established. Nothing wrong. Objectives can be quantitative or qualitative, right? To become a good company, to maintain better employee relations, to do corporate social responsibility. Like that, you can have qualitative objectives also, but it has to be a blend of both. Quantification is a key, while qualitative objectives may also require expert judgment if they can be quantified or not. And more importantly, be close to reality. Don't stand on, I think I told you this sentence, right? Don't stand on earth and walk on the moon. If you are on earth, walk here. You are on earth, but you are walking on moon. That means in moon, you know how you can walk, no? It's not walking also, it'll be flying for the gravity there. So basically, you are completely unstable. You are far away from reality. That is what we are talking about. Organizations have certain set of official objectives and operative objectives. Official objectives, what they profess, that is what they want to achieve, right? What they proclaim or profess, this is what they show, this is what we want to achieve. But operative objectives are what they actually aim for, that matches the reality. In the news, I can tell I want to stand here and work on the moon, but in reality, what is that I want? So to give the news in the media, our nation will tell many things, but is it close to reality? That's always a important point to blend with. Okay. Organizations have official objectives and operative objectives, what they actually aim for. The focus is more on resource allocation. Focus is more on what? Resource allocation to determine if the objectives are being genuinely pursued. Are you genuinely pursuing a set of objectives? And lastly, objectives should provide what? A clear direction and tangible basis. Clear direction, where are you going, and nothing but a tangible basis for evaluating the performance. That is, it's in other words quality, in terms of measurable and achievable. Objectives must be measurable and achievable, like increase revenue by 30%, 6 months. See, both are clarity in numbers. Revenue you want to increase by 30%, timeline is 6 months. That's a very good objective. Increase revenue by 20%, 30%, 6 months, 12 months, you put anything, but it has to be measurable and achievable. Then only it makes a lot of sense. Okay. One Tesla case study example is there. I will do that. But before I do that, I think that is what I want you to understand in the context of these three very important words that have been scheduled for this particular discussion in this topic. Of course, we are going to fill the other half of our discussion also with the objectives of strategic management. But before I do that, I would quickly want you to take one more look on this and see if we have covered everything. Have we done so? We will then move on to the next piece. Yes, ethical behavior, goals, objectives. I hope you have done everything there. Let us now move on to the next piece of the discussion, guys. There you can see a small Tesla case study which talks about Tesla's secret strategy. Now, all these guys, you know what they do? They do so many things which are brilliant marketing gimmicks. Okay, so what are you talking about? Say, for example, all these companies, Ford, Ferrari, Mercedes, all these people, you know what they do? They set their eyes on Formula One type cars. Mercedes is there, Ferrari is there. They do Formula One cars. There they proclaim speed and they create that impression that wow factor is there in that. And then they release normal cars and they promote their brand and sell. Array, this is a Mercedes car, this is a Ferrari car. But these cars are not fit to run on the F1 track. That is different. So then why are they doing that? It is an age-old Formula One. That factor is there. No, like that. Not only there, even there is a 24-hour continuous race in Le Mans. Right. So like that, there are interesting things that these car companies do. And 24 hours if your car engine is working without stopping. Right. It's a 24-hour endurance test. Right. So there is a movie made on that. Ford versus Ferrari, right? So there, Ferrari is generally proclaimed to have the best cars in which can last for that time. Ford was insulted, so the then person Henry Ford, he took offense of that and say, how can we not have? So he partnered up with somebody and he built one of the best Ford cars that were ever built, and they that year they won that 24-hour race. All Ford cars won that. So like that, sir, what did Ford achieve by that? Nothing. After that, their regular car sales increased. Like that, there are some secret strategies, like say Tesla. No, many people think Tesla is just that electric car that we see. No, Tesla wants to build a sports car, use the money then to build a affordable car, build even more affordable cars, and the mission is to build zero emission, completely electric vehicles to replace all the gasoline, petrol and diesel based cars they would reach. So that is Tesla's mission. They are on promoting their electric cars. What is the ultimate mission of Tesla? Right now, that is current business scope. What is Tesla doing? Investing a lot in cutting edge robotic techniques. Robotics here is basically, robotics means your automation. If you see the Tesla's factory, you can go on YouTube and see how a Tesla car is assembled. Everything is automatic. Lot of robotic works keep going on there, right? Cutting edge robotics, and for electric cars, lithium ion batteries are the key. The more you spend on lithium ion batteries innovation, it's the range, no? So if an electric car has been charged and it's giving a range of only 100 kilometers, every 100 kilometers, where will I find? So today, everybody is putting up batteries in such a way that, my car gives you a 500-kilometer range, 1,000-kilometer range, 800-kilometer range. So today, electric cars are not anymore a wonder. Already, electric cars have launched and enough. Now the question is about range and what all features that electric car can offer. That's how it works, right? So Tesla is investing in cutting edge robotics and lithium ion batteries to support their mission of sustainable transport. Their goal again is to build a affordable zero emission vehicle, no smoke. But zero emission here is good if your electricity is produced through other means. Like if you're using electricity from thermal source, predominantly in India, whether it is electric cars or petrol and diesel cars, no, it doesn't make much of a difference. I read one report in the past, okay, which said electric cars are actually going to create more damage to the environment. On the road, they won't pollute, but the charging that we have to do, no, in India, we don't have much of solar electricity or, for that matter, electricity coming from wind or tidal sources. We burn coal. Thermal electricity is the biggest electricity that we have here. So you are just not bringing emission on the road, but you are burning coal, no? So damage to the environment, sir. But in city, smoke will not be there. The AQI that people talk about today, air quality index, that will be nice. City life will be nice. I agreed. But somewhere else, the environment damage is there, no? Ecological damage is there. You have not stopped that. So zero emission only. This is again a very big marketing gimmick, guys. I hope you guys are picking up what I'm talking about. Tesla faces a challenge to build a competitive mass market vehicle like their Model 3. Tesla's strategy is to invest into new batteries and manufacturing into a large scale. That is what Tesla's strength is also. Not that others can't produce a car like Tesla. Tesla produces a car which is cutting edge through their production. Mass production will bring the per unit cost of production down, which is called economies of scale, so that you can make available best cars at lesser prices. Tesla's mission has evolved just from providing electric power generation to creating a clean tech energy company. Did you see how the mission has changed? Changing customer oriented visions. You are now thinking about not just some saving electricity stuff. You're going for a clean tech. You are going for a much bigger clean tech energy company. Tesla uses all automated systems, including robots, to produce cars more efficiently and quickly. They do not rely on traditional advertising, but they focus on direct customer engagement. That is why it is hard for Tesla to penetrate into Indian markets, because in India, I'm not saying people won't buy, but to launch and to have a mass market, okay, it's a very tough challenge. And on top of all that, in India, no, already we have players which are in the likes of Maruti, Mahindra, all those people. So it is not, very simple. It's kind of tough for them to handle and come beat them and say, look, we are there in the market. So that's one of the reasons why, the Tesla, the launch is not that, very quick or effective, right? And lastly, Tesla competitive challenge is to build attractive, affordable electric vehicles that can compete with the traditional cars. So infrastructure like charging stations are again crucial for overcoming the range anxiety. You're almost inching the, as I just told you, if you're having only 200-kilometer range and the next charging station is only 180, 190 kilometers away, correct? That last 10 kilometers till you reach the station is a big challenge. And not only that, what if you don't find a station? That is also an important question to answer, no? What if you don't find the station at the right time? So that is also a challenge. So overcoming all of these, this is basically how Tesla, vision, mission, objectives, competitive challenges have been integrated. So this basically, you don't have to by heart any of this. This is for you to understand. It is basically the example. Okay, so that is the story behind that. I think that is what are the basics of the strategic management's first step to understand, which is called as strategic intent. Actually, though it is not labeled anywhere like that in your book, the main task is, to talk about in this context. It is called as strategic intent, wherein we have vision, mission, goals, objectives. So I think I showed you the flow of various aspects. Let me just bring that flow back to you. The flow is clearly highlighted as to starts with vision, moves to the mission, goals, objectives, and values are an overarching framework that cover all these aspects. Okay, so that is what is there in the story, guys. Now quickly I would want you to come to one small topic. Actually, the next topic is called as organizational genomics, which is the study of genome and, basically the genes and all of that. But before that, there's a small one-page topic on what is called as the objectives of strategic management. So it's a small topic. Let us cover that in this particular session, and in the next one, we will talk about the organizational genomics, right? Strategic management's major objectives. What are the ultimate objectives of strategic management? If you see that, strategic management highlights the importance of managers in deciding and implementing the strategy. And please remember, it involves more than just operational tasks. Operational tasks are physical day to day tasks. So, sir, is strategic management only to do with the physical day to day aspects? No. Operational management are there? No. They handle, operational managers handle. So if just operational tasks are handled by operational manager, day to day task like production. I think I told you what the 5 tasks are: finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, customer service. All those are done by operational managers. But if you see what is the real scope of this subject called strategic management, it deals with complexity and non-routine situation. Two things, guys, I want you to remember. One, complex. Two, non-routine. When you say complex, something that is not easy to understand, not complicated, complex, something that is difficult to understand, sort of a thing. Okay, strategic management deals with complexity and non-routine situations that affect the entire organization rather than, I want you to highlight the word entire organization, rather than a specific operational area. If it is just a specific operational area, then it is about OM, operational management, it will be handled, right? Now, the main challenge for managers often face challenges in strategic management because they're typically trained. Generally, people are trained for doing operational tasks to manage things on a daily basis. But here it is not like that. Here, you're doing something much more than what I mean, like much more than in the sense you have to be doing something way more than what we need to do on a daily basis, right? So, normally, people handle things on a daily basis. We might want to overcome that and go for a bigger thing. This is the idea and ideology of strategic management. Now, the exam level question that comes here is a point that is there here: objectives of strategic management. Guys, stay put and concentrate. What are the objectives? One, the main objective of strategic management is to identify opportunities and adopt the resources. A very casual read, guys. I think I've already told you: gaining competitive advantage, putting resources to best use, optimal utilization, staying responsive to dynamic environments. Majority of the points are something that we already know, but all of them are put in a list. Let's see that. It identify opportunities and adopt resources. Stretch resources and competencies to capitalize on opportunities is also a point that we saw. Strategic management helps managers to understand the link between actions, context, and performance. Three words. I don't think we have to dwell deeper into those words right now. Actions are what you do, right? Context is the situation in which you do. Performance is nothing but the result of actions. One more time. Strategic management helps the managers to understand the link between three things. What is that? One, actions. Actions are basically what you do. Context, okay, we'll say actions is basically answering a question of what is done. Second word is called as context. The word context talks about when. That is, when are you doing it? In what context are you doing it? Means what more, when, or rather, you can even say it is a situation. And the third word that talks about is performance, which is more a result oriented aspect. And how are you doing it? What is the result that you're getting? So, strategic management helps you understand the relation between these three things. What did you do? When did you do it? And what did you get out of that? Or how did you do it? Rather, performance is more about how did you do it? Did you do it successfully or did you fail? So, here, what, when, how. These type of 3 points you can try to bridge the relation through strategic management. Strategic management helps you identify opportunities, stretch resources, understand the link between the three words actions, context, and performance. Strategic management help you gain a competitive advantage, something that is better than competitors, and sustain. I think we did an extensive discussion on gaining competitive advantage, sustaining that competitive advantage by managing the resources, and more, responding to environmental changes. This responding to environmental changes, if you see them, one more time I'm writing it. Environment is dynamic in nature, so your responses to the changes in the environment will be a key factor. Also, stay responsive to stakeholder demands, not just to the environment, but you can also stay responsive to stakeholder demands, because stakeholder demand change from time to time. Identify and meet CSF. I will talk more about this in the upcoming units. Critical success factors. CSF. Critical success factors. Critical success factors vary from industry to industry and business to business. It is there later we will discuss. Strategic management will help you identify those. Sometimes because strategic management binds you through a pattern and it goes through a pattern clearly, it is important for you to, what do you say, follow exactly the path of strategic management. It will help you avoid failure. I want to give a clarity here. It won't stop you from failure. Okay, it focus on competitive advantage through efficiency, quality, innovation, and customer responsiveness, whereby you can only focus and avoid failure. It is not a guarantee. Understood? And also one more thing, like the motion, not doing anything. Overcome the inertia. Adapt to changes. Strategic management helps you to adapt to changes and overcome what is called as inertia, staying in the same space, uh, not doing anything, right? So that is what is the benefit of strategic management. It won't let you be wherever you are. Array, everybody changing, you also should change like that. Back in school you studied inertia, right? Overcome inertia means lack of energy. Overcome the inertia, lack of energy, and stay competitive. And most importantly, strategic management will give you a platform to develop creative, innovative mindset and start thinking more strategically. So, guys, that is why I told we will do it now. There's nothing difficult in that. So, these are the 10 points that we talk about strategic management and its objectives. I think we can do a fair bit of an exercise in summarizing this also, so that we can, kind of close this discussion on a very high note. Okay, I want you to come down to a space where we can just summarize this and close. Okay, let me put up a heading: objectives of strategic management. Objectives of strategic management. And then we will split them into, all are same, but I want to use, like where we can do 5 on this side and 5 on this side. So objectives of strategic management, first one you can say identify opportunities. Identify the opportunities. You can also make the note of all this so that it is easy. Stretch resources. Stretch resources to do what? Stretch you can resource and even your competencies. Stretch resources and competencies. 3 is about understanding the relationships. I want you to highlight those 3 words: relationship between, or say, understand relationship between, what are the 3 words? Actions, context, and outcome. No, that is performance. Okay, then the 4 and 5 are both, 4 is about achieve competitive advantage, and 5 is about sustain the same competitive advantage. Yes, ma? Clear, no? What are the major first 5 objectives of strategic management? Identify opportunities, stretch your resources and competencies to grab those opportunities, actions, context, and performance. Get a clarity surrounding this. Achieve that competitive advantage, that is to gain or achieve that, and then sustain. Then let's talk about staying responsive to a few things. They're not two different branches. I just want to use the space. Point number 6, we will continue, right? Responsive to stakeholder needs, responsive to stakeholder needs, followed by identify critical success factors. You write the full form if you want. Huh? CSF stand for critical success factors. Okay, I will take a minute right off, because later when you see this and if you don't recognize what is it, again you have to open the book. Huh? So identify critical, and then eighth one, as I told you, it is only going to avoid failure, not completely stop you from doing that. Only helps you avoid objective strategic management, so avoid failure. Overcome laziness, overcome inertia, right? Inertia is, I hope you wrote it down there. And lastly, develop a creative and innovative mindset. So 10 points which are considered as the objectives of strategic management. So guys, with that, let's call this session done. And in fact, with that, we have completed half the chapter here, which talks about the basics of strategic management. So just for a minute, I want you to see the objectives. If you want, you can pause it there on that screen when it is full. Yeah, right now you can do that. And then uh, we can just take a very quick look at what we have discussed thus far. We have discussed so many things, and you can see all of that. We talked about uh, starting with the basics of what is strategic management. I just want to just scroll through, not doing any revision also. This is what we discussed about strategic management, followed by we talked about the competitive advantage, sustainable, the disadvantage, competitive disadvantage, and competitive parity. Then we talked about strategy, the characteristics and consequences, various levels in the organization, the need for strategy at all levels, blue ocean strategy and red ocean strategy for new and unexplored areas and well settled areas. Then the discussion on strategic management and all the four stages, then the environment and its coverage, then strategy and its relation, the alignment with words like vision, mission, and organizational culture, followed with one of the best examples that you can easily remember the whole story with on how this progresses, and also talking about ethical behavior, goals and objectives, and finally now we talked about objectives of strategic management. Done. So please go through the 3 units. I will catch up with you guys in the next unit, where we will come and discuss a fresh new topic called as organizational genomics. Right? Genome, the study of genes, a very interesting piece of discussion, which we will continue in the next session, guys. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome back to another session on strategic management. And in this particular session, we are going to discuss a wonderful topic called as organizational genomics. What is a genome? Normally, you have heard this word genes so many number of times. Right? Somebody is well built, has a very athletic, uh, personality or a body. We generally credit something to their genes. Correct. So much of this debate around, the or they are looking good because of their genetics from their generations together. They're like that. Somebody has a tall, well built personality, or somebody is short. Here again. So this is not to, kind of wipe away the fact, but generally we attach the story to something called as the genetics. Now, I won't say this is completely wrong. At the same time, there are so many theories in today's modern science which suggest that genes are not everything. But yes, genes play a very important role in development of a human being. Correct? Sir, why are you starting this class on a note where you're talking about medical aspects like genes and all that? So, human genetics is what I just spoke to you about for a minute now, and it sounds very interesting. that how people can be tall or short, slim or fat, or there is nothing called an ideal personality or an ideal body figure or something like that, right? Whatever is there in the discussion is all, it's a created aspect of the discussion. It has got nothing to do with, you know, a person's understanding. Similarly, in an organization which we are talking about as a business studies, the genomics, here these genes are purely created as a reflection to the human's behavior, because the fact that organization itself is created by human beings suggests this very strongly, right? So what exactly is this topic which is called as organizational genomics? What is this genes that you are talking about? First of all, these are some of the points that we are going to get through to our understanding. Casually sit back, relax, and listen to the class carefully. And each topic has something to value add. This session also is going to be a, a personal motivation, not because I am going to do some motivation, but because of some very interesting topics which are about incorrect self estimation. Very interesting topic. Like I said, it's not a motivational class, but in itself, it will motivate you, saying that most people undermine their potential. So, this topic is not only going to tell you what are the dynamics that are involved in an organization, and like how human being is made out of various genetics, the organizational is now going to be made with various genetics. And what are the genetics of the organization? That is what we are going to study through it. And of course, there are other very interesting aspects of this. There is something to do with emotional intelligence, which is one of the what do you say, most talked about concepts of the recent times. People are subject wise intelligent. Subject wise intelligence means what? Gathering an understanding about a particular area is called subject wise intelligence. Now you are, after finishing the subject, you will be intelligent enough to write the exam. Okay, you studied mathematics in school, you studied science in school, you studied social studies in schools, you have built in some civic sense. So when you apply the right thing at the right time, people will be like, hey, very intelligent, this kid is intelligent, they're doing the right. So that is regular intelligence. Emotional intelligence, it's a very very interesting combination to drive emotions with intelligence. For that, you have to be self aware, self disciplined, have a little bit of empathy on others, which is very much lacking in today's society, right? I don't care, or I don't bother about how the other one goes. I will have to leave my space. I will. So people put I in front of. I'm again not saying that it is wrong, but too much of I is not the right thing to do. So you should have not sympathy, empathy towards others. And another very important aspect is a social skill, that you have to mingle with people. uh, uh, like this social gathering, grouping, that also is a challenge, because most people today prefer being isolated. See, there are two extremes of people that I see, because and I am rightly qualified to say this, because I deal with students almost on a daily basis in both CA CMA courses. So there are one set of students who are extremely studious, highly introvert in nature. They, I'm not saying that is wrong, but they mind their own business. They study, they do everything, and they can't even do combined studies because their mind doesn't allow them. One group of people. Another group of people are there, absolutely extrovert, fully into it, forming groups. Like they are the admins of various groups on WhatsApp, Instagram, everything. They do this, they do that. Lot of social dynamics, and they have their own lifestyle. I am not talking about who passed, who failed. I'm not talking anything about their personal. Talking about two types, right? So these introverts sometimes, even though their knowledge and intellectuality is very good, they fail to make or crack through the interviews. This is my personal experience. And then these guys who are extroverts, who extra social and doing all of that, though they are not very great in subject, and because of their communication skills and presentability, they've gone into corporate. Now, I'm not weighing the positives, negatives of the story, but here social skills play a very important role. Like this, I think I have given an enough introduction about 5 minutes on what the session is going to be on. So, like I said, consider it more like a learning rather than fixing some topic and we have decided something we will go for it. Rather than doing that, let us go for a fun ride and understanding of organizational genomics. Why we need to understand genomics? First of all, what is it? Genomics is a study of all of person's genes, the genome. In Hyderabad, there is a place called as a Genome Valley. I don't know how many of you are aware, right? If you are aware, Genome Valley, where there is a knowledge park by ICICI Knowledge Park, it is called IKPL, right? And then there is a SP Biotech Park. Shapurji Pallonji Group has set up a biotech park. These spaces, what I'm talking about, these are part of the Genome Valley, where they research on biochemicals. You'll be surprised to know, those of you who don't know, Covaxin was manufactured from Bharat Biotech, which is there in one of these places. Okay, back in my audit days, I used to do the internal audit of one of these places, right? The ICICI Knowledge Park. So I have a like years of experience in going to the Genome Valley and trying to understand. Again, like I said, though I was not interested in science in the initial stages, when I got there, I got to meet a lot of doctors who work in research labs, though that was not my area of concern. So when they tell these things about what they research, what they do, how genetics play a role, what genes are, so this word fondly reminds me of those aspects of genome. Means a person's gene, which talks a lot about the person. So today, if you are behaving a certain way, this behavior is not developed by you today morning or yesterday evening or yesterday or day before, for that matter. This has been ingrained in you for quite some time, right? And what has led to this is about your like in your personal life. This could be about the people who have influenced you early in your life, most likely parents, grandparents. The child grows up to a particular way. Now, biologically, the genetics are different from, again, the genetics that develop. If somebody is constantly ingrained with one thought, you are like that, you are bad, you are this, you are that, you are not capable, that kid will also grow up like that. If you are too outspoken or if you're doing too much of anything, that is also dangerous. So, either communication can be your strength or communication can be your barrier. Your behavior will be your strength or your behavior will be a barrier. Sometimes you have an aggressive behavior. Now, aggressive behavior is good in places where aggression works. Sometimes aggressive behavior is not good. You have to passively get the work done, stay quiet, get the work done. This is a tact. So these are things that we are going to try and understand now through this topic, but not for you and me personally. This is about the link, the genes that exchange between organization and its stakeholders. So the study of organizational genomics is nothing but the interaction with each other and their environment. It is nothing but the study of, genomics is what? The study of all persons' genes, their interaction with each other and the environment. Thereby, it will help you to understand the interaction with stakeholders. What are these stakeholders doing? What are their expectations? Who are the stakeholders? How do they want to see various aspects in the organization? Because see, all stakeholders will not view situations in a similar manner. If an organization gets a loss, one stakeholder view it as okay, loss now, but in future we will be successful. They will look at it like that. Another stakeholder will come and say, "What, sir? All this nonsense." So it depends on how people view it. So that interaction also we can figure out. I think all of you know the definition of stakeholder that is given one more time. Stakeholder is anyone or any group associated with the organization that has a stake in its output. Here, please mind the fact that stake means not only financial stake. Okay, stake could be anything here. Stake necessarily need not be any financial stake alone. Organizational behavior, it's another very important word. It is about how people work together. As I told you, some people are more comfortable working in an isolated manner, right? For these people, team behavior becomes a challenge. Give them all the task, leave them individually, they will finish any type of task. Put the same guy in the team, their efficiency will drop down. Why? Because they're not good team players. Some people are very effective team players. That means if you give them a task individually, they won't be able to do it. But within a team, they will mix and match and they will find out where their way navigate and get the task done. Sir, which one is good, which one is bad? Here we are not talking about what is good or bad. We're talking about what suits the organization. So therefore, organizational behavior is more about how people work together more effectively using communication. That's the birth of the topic called organizational communication, which is another very important fact about an organization. And mind you, here communicating means not you telling something. Communication always is two way. Right from our childhood, we only bothered about one way or one dimensional of communication, right? We generally don't bother about what the other person says. We will convey our point and go. That is not just communication. In an organization, communication actually means a two-way communication. Okay. Delivering and receiving organizational communication involves delivering and receiving messages. Okay, one second, my bad. I didn't complete that sentence, please. How people work together effectively using communication to direct various group of people towards common goals. As I told you, people always focus on their individual goals. That is a normal natural behavior for people to focus on their individual goals more than the organizational goals. Obviously, no, why will people put more effort on organizational goals? They are not going to personally grow because of that, but that is not the right behavior to do also. Sir, then in that case, what to do? Next topic is coming, aligning individual goals with organizational goals. 8.5, next one we will see that. Okay, but before we go there, organizational communication means what? It involves delivering and receiving messages, and managers must overcome various barriers to communication. What are the barriers to communication? Managers must discover and address the various barriers to communication to ensure clear and effective message is being driven. How to build an effective communication system? An effective communication system develops and maintains communication in an organization. I want all of you to write there. Communication is a two-way. Okay. Communication is always two-way, not one way. So there are some channels of communication and medium. So here media means not social media. Social media also could be a way of conveying. It's all communication only, right? So media here refers to the medium, and channel here refers to what is called as a platform. So basically, how are you communicating? Through what are you communicating? An effective channel, communication channel should be developed so that people can talk through it, whether it be through emails or whether it be face to face. Nowadays, employees get a chance to directly talk to their CEOs and CFOs through something called a town hall, all hands meeting, town hall meeting. When they say all hands, that everybody has to come there, right? All hands meeting, town hall, where a ground level employee directly gets a chance to meet the CEO and talk to them. If they have any contributions to make or any value additions, they are welcome. So it's nice way to have. Otherwise, imagine a ground level employee never seeing the boss. Always they'll have a feeling I am working for somebody. They are becoming more rich and rich. I'm only focusing on my work. I'm only working so many hours, but I don't see my CEO also. But that's not the case today. Modern day organizations follow this kind of a stuff, right? A positive attitude depends on mutual relationship. Very, very important. Trust. A positive attitude depends on the mutual relationship within a team or an organization, and the interaction will reflect their cooperation and living together. It is just like husband and wife, right? The way they communicate, 90% of the fights that happen in between husband, wife, parent, children, this can be solved through effective communication. But the problem is something intangible, hidden facts, ego will come in. Correct? Why should I say sorry? Huh? Why should I talk first? Why should we do first? These are not traits of effective communication. If you know what the point is, if it is a win-win situation, you want a win-win, then open up. That's the first point. Of course, we're going to see those things only in this session. That's why I told you it's quite relaxing and motivating. A positive attitude. You want a mutual relationship within a team, because much of the organization success is depending on your interdepartmental scenario. There are two things, though not much dwelled in your syllabus. I'll tell you two words just to remember: interdepartmental conflict, which is also called interdepartmental uh, bickering. Interdepartmental bickering. If you don't want to use the word bickering, you can use conflict. There are two things that are the two sides of the story. One is interdepartmental conflicts, that is between. The other one is interdepartmental coherence. Coherence means being together. I think we crossed this word already. So if you are interdepartmentally very coherent, the team is a very successful team. If the same set of people are always fighting, the same team will be a failure. So what exactly are you doing within the team matters a lot, right? A positive attitude depends on mutual relationships within a team or organization, and the interaction which will reflect the cooperation and living together. Here, living together means the idea of all set of people working together. Interaction, talking to one another. Workplace interaction is very important. I will not bother about who is sitting in the next desk. I won't bother about team. You should not behave like that, right? Interaction is a process. Interaction is the process through which individuals develop mutual relationship. Individual what? Develop mutual relationship and contribute to the work environment. What do? They contribute to the work environment. A person's behavior in a work environment depends on, look at all the words: cognitive, that is how recognizable you are; emotional and cognitive process, right? These are very, very important traits. Much of these aspects are taken care by the HR of the organization. Who is HR? Please understand this. HR people, no, their job is not about just conducting games or something like that. Okay, you should understand. Many people misunderstand. They do this, right? A proper sense of understanding should be there. Huh? Depends on cognitive. You can say cognitive means understanding. Emotional. I don't think I have to tell you what is emotional. But when it comes to cognitive, now conative means it is a more of a contextual thing, right? What is the word conative actually mean? If you simply see, being involved, right? So, or contain. In this context, since it's about people, we'll talk about conative, understanding the process, knowing the process, and conatively say being involved. One second, we will just write conative also. Say connected, or we'll say intentful. Might find that word a little new, but something should be there within you. So you have to, like connect, or feel for it, like that I can say. Huh? So cognitive, emotional, and cognitive processes. It is a symbolic interaction. I mean, it involves symbolic interaction and personal attitude. Your personal behavior matters a lot in the organization. Lastly, employee judgment. Employees judge and compare themselves based on abilities and how they interact within the work environment. So all these, no, they all develop a sense of understanding within the organization. So guys, what I want you to do is just take a minute to go through all the 10 points, and then I will tell you one of the very interesting important topics called as incorrect self estimation. Very, very important point. This is for all of you, not just a topic in the textbook. But incorrect self estimating can result from understanding people. So you have to understand what it is. So don't judge, like don't judge a book by its cover. You know the saying, right? So you have to look deep into the story. Don't believe everything that your eyes see. Like that. What is that? Then we have to see. We will just check that, but only on one condition, that you will revise all the 10 points very quickly. These ones, one more round. Key concepts, all individual concepts in organizational behavior and communication. If you can do that once, just a quick run through of that, then we will proceed further for the discussion. Come on. Done. I hope you have gone through that. Let's get back here on the story of what are these points. 5 points are there, guys. I want all of you to concentrate clearly. Incorrect self estimation. You are not estimating yourself properly. Your true worth is not visible to you because understanding people in the following situations, right? First and foremost is the most common thing in India. Somebody is not qualified, they will not even bother to give them respect. In India, dignity of labor is absolutely absent. I believe that, strongly, because we see it. Dignity of labor should be there. As long as you're not begging, borrowing, or stealing, doing some nonsense and making, as long as you're able to meet your ends with your own effort. Why you are saying that, what is that, you are working as this, working as that? Let it be anything, no? Carpenter, painter, cobbler, X, Y, Z, CEO, everybody is having 24 hours in a day. Everybody is going to spend some part of the day and earn. End of the day, everybody is going to eat, live, die. It's like a t-shirt, no? Eat, live, die. And then, or say, eat, live, repeat. The story continues. That's for everybody. Okay, lifestyles are different, agreed. But that doesn't mean that, somebody is inferior, somebody is superior. This has to be taught and inculcated in the kids. Otherwise, parents only. The problem is not with somebody, parents only. And right from, your basics. Like, say, for example, there's a security guard or a watchman in their apartment, right? The child is a 3-year-old, 4-year-old. From there only, they start demeaning. Hey, he's a watchman. So, he's doing his job, right? So, that is the first thing that is the problem in terms of incorrect self estimation. Low qualification. Low qualification means dumb fellow. Wrong conclusion. Lower qualification. Underestimating people with lower qualification. What is the qualification of Dhirubhai Ambani? Right? What is the qualification of majorly successful businessmen? You see, they'll be college dropouts, didn't go to school, right? Take Sachin Tendulkar in the field of cricket, right? Virat Kohli, for that matter. So it's not about, I'm just going on naming some people who are well known, but otherwise, our 10th class he studied, 12th class he studied. What is it? What does the 10th class or 12th class have to do with your, no, like say, I want all of you to check what are Virat Kohli's, qualifications. The ex-Indian captain Virat Kohli and a great player of the game, irrespective of what controversies are. And I was just going by the game. He has made a lot of money. So if money was your measure of success, he is successful. If runs are the measure of success, he is successful. As a person, if you have to have wife and children, you're successful, then he is successful. What is the measure of success? And low qualification. Sir, 12th class student, how will he do that? So first, incorrect self-estimation starts by thinking, underestimating people with lower qualification, but valuable abilities. So, learning number one, focus on abilities, not on qualifications. Two, social, educational, and financial status. As I told you, I don't want to dwell more deeper because I will go completely out of topic and start pouring out so much that is not essential now. So, underestimating people with lower social, educational, or financial status. Don't wrongly estimate such people. Financial status of a person is not the exact depiction, and this point I definitely want to say it because much of today's social media is portrayal. Okay, so the cars that you see are not real. The houses that they show you on, the house tour, not real, right? Majority of their trips going here, there, not real. Sir, then what is real? Maybe only the person who is on that. That is a real person. We don't know whether that is the real personality. Person is real. For media, I can act. No, it's a small time. And what time are we talking about? 1 minute, 2 minute, maximum of 3 minutes. That too because of the elongated reels today. Otherwise, it's a matter of few seconds. It's a matter of few nice transitions and few seconds to portray a social style, right? You wear good clothes, you're highly educated. Is it true or just a feeling? Just feeling, right? You got down from a Merc or a BMW. Where did it come from? Hired it 1 hour back only. Doesn't matter. Shows your financial status. What do you think much of the social influencers do? That only. Rule number two, incorrect self estimation. Again, underestimating people with lower social, educational, or financial. Don't do that. And third one is a very, very, very important thing, which is personally for me the favorite because I follow that clear. I never give opinions unless, as a matter of fact, I am asked and paid. As an auditor, I have given a lot of opinions. Enough. Free advice opinions, I have restrained myself. Let it be the closest relative of mine, right? I only make suggestions. There's a difference between giving an opinion and a suggestion. You, for giving suggestion, no, you have to listen to what they're telling. For giving opinion, you can talk from your side. 99% of people in India, in the name of suggestions, also they will give opinions. So I have to listen to your version and then say what you should do. That is a suggestion. I don't care about your version. I will tell about my version. This is opinion. Understood? High opinion without facts. Overestimating people with high opinion on themselves without facts. Or this looks like pure social media. Exact. All 5 points are a thorough reflection of social media, and which is why today all these problems of depression, anxiety are coming. I am not looking like them. I am not able to meet like them. I am not able to have qualifications like them. I don't have vehicles like them. In 3 points, did it sort the matter or not? Fourth one is the best part, feeling inferior. Underestimating those who feel inferior despite their abilities. This is not today's story. Those of you who believe in the Hindu mythology, you know Hanuman, right? This is one of the key traits of Lord Hanuman. Despite all the powers, that he is the most blessed individual with so many powers as a god, and he forgets that he is a god, or he forgets that he has so much powers. Hope those who guys keep it act on the Hindu mythology. Hanuman as a lord has to be reminded, you have so many powers, use them. He forgets it, and despite having all the powers, he always feels inferior. I don't know my abilities. Not like. Similarly, many people, unless they are fully pushed to that extreme sense where they have to bring out the best in them, they will wait for somebody to come and tap on them so that they can bring out feeling inferior. And the last one is the biggest story of today's social media, shadowing. What is shadowing? Concealing your true opinion, underestimating people who excel but conceal their true opinion of themselves. I know what I am worth, but I will not tell you. I know what I will do in the absence of a camera, but I will not tell you. Such kind of people. These 5 points can lead to incorrect self estimation. Underestimating people in any of these situations, bad financial status are bad, inferior to me, no education. So if you find anybody in these 5 situations and you are making an opinion about them at that time, it will lead to incorrect self estimation. Small point, but see how much depth is there. Understood? This could be a straight question in the exam, guys. You just have to write all the 5 points. When will there be an incorrect self estimation? When people are judged based on their lower qualifications, when people are judged based on their lower social, educational, or financial status, when some people think very high opinion of themselves, feeling inferior. 3 and 4 are opposite. High opinion of themselves, just opinion, no real facts. Fourth one is not like that. Despite having all the abilities, feeling inferior about themselves. And lastly, excel in what they do, but conceal their true opinion. That is a different behavior outside and different behavior inside kind of a story. So guys, this is a very, very important piece of understanding people in the correct way. So if you find yourself caught up in any of these 5 situations, don't go by what you see, go by the factual basis. Lower qualification can be a better person, so check the person, not the qualification. Check the check the person, not their social status. Check the person, not their financial status. Check the ability, not the what you see. So like that, you can make a correct estimation. Moving on, guys, to one of the most essential things for driving the organization properly is strategic leadership. Let us now go ahead and talk about strategic leadership and what is the role of a strategic leader. This time 7 points are there, guys. I will make a summary later and put it across to you in the next session. So instead of writing all the points, since they are already there, I will build it for you and just share it across so that you can pause and note down in our notes. Okay, so incorrect self estimation can result from these 5 aspects. Now let's talk about the 7 points that are there in strategic leadership. What are you talking about? Strategic leadership. First and foremost thing, an ability to see the future, an ability not predict the future, just envision it. You are not any astrologer to figure out what the future will be, right? You are just going to envision it. Will I be able to see this? If so, what is the change that we can build in? What sort of a change we can understand? That's all we have to try and figure out. Okay. A strategic leader should have a strong sense of direction, and a clear vision for organization future. Where are we going? That is the strong sense of direction. Vision, you remember, where are we going? That point we have to recollect. You already know from the previous topic how important it is to communicate properly. So therefore, it is important for you to understand that leaders, they should be able to communicate their vision clearly. You won't be a great leader if you can't communicate the vision clearly. You can tell what you want, but you should be able to be in a position where others are able to understand what you're telling. Simply eye shouting will not make sense, right? So effective communication, there they should be able to communicate their vision clearly to the organization, making it part of their culture. A strategic leader must be able to articulate the business model. Articulate means to clearly write or express. Clearly write or express is called articulate. What is our business model? Now Netflix business model, what is their business model? A subscription model. So how does Netflix function or work? Like that, we have to see what is its role and what is being done. So like that, if you see what exactly it is, we will be able to figure this out. A strategic leader must be able to articulate the business model. Articulate business model to achieve vision, aligning it with the organizational strategies. It should not again go in some other direction. Aligning it with the organization. So business model and strategy should be able to be clearly brought together as a bridge. Leaders must show commitment to their vision. Many of our guys know this. We will put great things on paper, but when we are asked to do it, uh, that casual attitude reflects that you are not really interested. So therefore, it is important for you to portray that. Leaders must show commitment. Leaders must show what? Commitment to the vision and business model through both actions and words. Through both actions and deeds. Words and deeds, they say. So actions here are nothing but the deeds. To both deeds and words. Some people are great in putting it in words, they won't do anything in action. But here you have to do both as a leader. Plus, a leader should have a strong network of both formal and informal sources. Very important to gather information about the environment. What is happening in the environment? What is happening in the environment? To know that there should be a strong formal and informal source of information to be always updated about information. Point number 6 is very important for a leader. This is something that I also lacked in the past. When I say I lagged in the past, I learned it the hard way. When I started my CA practice, and then I did certain works, and then I hired articles. Articles used to do the work, but still I was not satisfied. I always used to check again. It's almost as good as doing it again. Then why do I have to hire article students? I can only do no. I am accepting this fact. It's a poor delegation. I was not a good delegator. I was a great executor. You understand what I'm saying? That means I can do any work you give me. So I can always be an executor. But I have to grow out of this mindset, because after all my team people do the audit, again I will sit and check, because I am always expecting them to match. If I did this work, how will I do? I want them to match. And those guys don't even know how I work. So there was a gap in communication. I tried to bridge our sort. So with the hard way, because I can't spend that much time. If you are doing the work, then I have to get clients and then do everything. It is not practically feasible. Sir, then what did you do? Slowly, I started learning things like, okay, how to tell article students to do the work. So I used to conduct sessions whereby I tell them, Array, if I am doing this work, this is how I will do it. So maybe you guys also should follow. That will be an easy strategy. So that way they also learn the best way to do it. And I also get my task done. And I will be honest with you guys, it took at least 3 years in my initial days of practice to slowly learn. Right? Because during the articleship, I used to do all my work. After my articleship is over, when I had to delegate, I was bad at delegation. So it's a task that you can learn. But now, like I said, now much of the tasks I do, I can delegate them. I can use AI tools today. I don't want people to delegate if I use your. No, I learned it. A good leader always delegates decision to other subordinates, empowering them to keep critical tasks for themselves. You think what Mukesh Ambani makes every small decision that is needed for Reliance? No, he can't. Even if it's a key decision, he'll leave it to others. So that's when they feel responsible and they do it. For every small thing, if you're going to the big boss, that doesn't make sense. And lastly, different people will go and think in different directions. A leader's important task is to bring all of them on a common platform. That common platform is called consensus, where a common opinion. Leaders should focus on developing consensus for ideas. Otherwise, everybody will tell their idea is only my idea is better. Uh, or sometimes, leaders should be able to politely convince others. Otherwise, you will tell people, hey, shut your mouth and follow. I told no, you do it. That's not a great reflection of a leadership ability. Okay. Leaders should focus on developing consensus for ideas rather than using authority. So instead, because you have the authority and you're a leader, if you tell others, hey, do it, it's not like you can't tell that, but that doesn't send a right signal to them. Okay, so take a minute, guys, run through what are the 7 points or traits of strategic leadership. And the next topic, I want to do a small thing here. Point number 5 is missing. So please, that point is there, but number is missing. So I want you to add 5. 5 aspects of emotional intelligence. A straight question possible in the exam. Define or what is emotional intelligence and the 5 branches of emotional intelligence. Before I do that, I want you to have a clear look at the leadership points. Then we will discuss about emotional intelligence, and we will then move on to the last topic where we will be discussing about how to bring a change in the organization. There are so many techniques of bringing change. So once the genomics are done, we'll talk about organizational change, which is the last topic for this session. Okay. Yeah, you can comfortably pause whenever you want and run through that and come back. Right now, let me go ahead with the emotional intelligence. 5 parts or 5 important aspects are there of emotional intelligence. What are those? First one, self awareness. The ability to understand one's emotions, moods, and drives and how they affect others. Guys, whether it is personal life or professional life, your emotion, mood, and drive, these are very important for you and for your co-workers. Never make decisions when you are angry. First rule, self awareness. These are all points under self awareness. Never try to convince somebody when you yourself are not convinced. Understood? And if you can't do it, don't dump it on others. Self regulation. Right? I am telling you guys, Ray, all of you study for exam. Keep that phone aside. Huh? Always Instagram. I'm telling, after I finish telling you, I am scrolling. So if I can give you an advice, and if I only do that, that's nonsense. If you are a leader and you want to convey that to the others, you show it in your actions. First, you should be able to do it. Then you push it on to others. Self regulation, the ability to control or redirect. Self regulation. If you can master self regulation, no guys, you can do anything in life. It is just about a practice again. It's about strongly imposing certain rules. There are ways are there. So how to self-regulate? 2 days I will do. Third day I'm going back to my old ways. Kurt Lewin change process is there. One wonderful thing. People write so many books on all of these, ma. Right? One very famous book in this kind of context is Atomic Habits by James Clear. Right? Again, let me be quite honest. I have not read that book. A lot of our students did, and they'll send me insights. There are a lot of students who are reading that book. No, it's very popular, so people try to read that, and they'll take photos of some pages and they'll send me. Sir, this is Kurt Lewin, because in that book also much of management topics only will be there. Why? Because it's about self-regulation, right? Small habits, atomic habits, are small pieces, like how atoms make up to a molecule, like that. Small things, small changes, when pursued consistently and constantly, will make big wonders. So, two of the most important things in emotional intelligence: once, be aware of who you are and what your mood is, right? If you are angry, keep calm, don't shout at others. If you are angry, there are two ways. Some people tend to shout, and then they'll be like, I was in a bad state of mind, so I shouted, excuse me. So, you should at least have the courtesy to go and ask that sorry. Asking sorry doesn't make you a small person. I am not telling. You see that fourth point, empathy will tell you. Have empathy on others, right? Respect others' viewpoint. So by saying a thank you or a sorry, you're not going to become a small person, right? Self-awareness, self-regulation. Third one, motivation. Guys, this, as I told you in the beginning of the session, if you're hearing me everything correctly, this is the learning part of the session. A passion for, even for you also, for your studies. Somebody told, sir, I am doing something this beyond money or status. You should go beyond passion. But sir, passion alone will not fulfill. Yes, definitely. Passion alone will not fulfill any desire. If you have a lot of passion, passion will not quench your hunger. Remember that. Yes, money or job or status, they are important. But nothing in this context is over important. That is only the tough part of life. No, sir, you are telling important, less important. Which one is important, how much? If everybody knows an answer to that, everybody will be an expert of this, no? So that is where we need to put a break and try and understand what is there where. Passion for work, which goes beyond money and status, with a drive to pursue goals energetically and consistently, is called persistence. Then have empathy. I am right. I will tell I. Sometime what the other one thinks. The ability to understand the feelings and viewpoint of others is called empathy. Some people are there, they will absolutely no bothering of what the other will think. They will dump their thing and go. And that is not a good workplace behavior, no? I don't care about what's your personal situation. I don't care about what is going on in your house. I don't know. No, like a lot of people, they have personal problems. Of course, it is a good practice not to bring personal problems to your office. But somebody has a financial burden, ma. I have to pay my EMI. In my mind, that is only going on. Meanwhile, I'm doing some work. So I did something wrong. My boss came, started shouting without knowing my viewpoint. Or I am having a temperature 102. But I am say probably now you don't know whether I have fever or not. Okay, I'm taking this class. Similarly, on the opposite side, whoever is there, they don't know whether I'm working in fever conditions or whether I'm working in full fitness. So in that context, maybe I slipped a bit. I did something wrong. You can't come and lecture them or scold them, saying that, hey, I don't, sir, I have a reason. I don't care about your reason. Work is not done. So that is wrong. Always consider the feelings and viewpoint of others. Consider them while you make decisions. The decision will be way more effective. Family life or professional life. Lastly, social skills. The ability to be friendly with a purpose and building positive relationship. The more social you get, the more emotionally aware you become. Good or bad, both will become. Right? My emotional intelligence, good intelligence, bad intelligence, not there. So when you become more social, no, you will get to know all kind of people. So in that there is a learning for you. What should I do? What should I not do? That is why there will be a conflict between emotional intelligence and bookish intelligence. Bookish intelligence tells this is correct. Emotional intelligence will tell something wrong. Same like the fight between tasks and ethics. Doing something, task wise it is correct. Ethically it is wrong. Sometimes things are ethically correct. Legally it is wrong. Remember, I went on wrong side. Why? To save somebody's life. Hello, you saved somebody's life. Good. Ethically you're absolutely right. Legally you're wrong. You can't go on the wrong side. Like that. This balance, small topic, but lot of psychology involved in it. Okay. So I hope you got to understand the 5 traits of emotional intelligence. Now, there's a entity by which has put up all these points as some key insights from Goldman, right? So from Goldman, some key insights came about emotional intelligence. Same points. Self aware and self regulated individuals are more confident, better at ambiguity means confusion, right? Better at handling any ambiguity, and these are people who are open to any kind of change. Self aware and self regulated individuals. Two, always have respect for leaders. People respect leaders who are self aware and self regulated. As I just told you, if you yourself are setting a bad example for what is to be done, why will I bother? If you yourself are setting a very bad example, I will think, hey, that fellow is only correct, why should I? But leaders who are following a self awareness and self discipline, people look up to them. Self aware individuals recognize their limitations, and self regulated individuals make very thoughtful decisions, which builds or fosters trust in them. Array, if this guy is making decision, he will make a correct decision. Why? Not because of his qualification or something, because the fact that they are self aware. If this guy is doing this, maybe he is aware what he is doing. He is not blindly doing something. That positive confidence will come, and of course, these guys are inspiring. Strong motivation can be infectious, inspiring subordinates to give their best. This also I can tell you through my personal experience that back then, as I was doing a full active practice, sometimes when you don't even look at the clock. It's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, money is coming in, you're enough rich, but you don't need to put that many hours. But like I said, because of the passion, because of the work ethic, you continue to do that. Article students are impressed. They'll be like, arre. Sometimes they'll tell sir is working for money. That's a different story. That is their point of view. But see, today after so many years in practice, so many years in teaching, uh, good to do, well to do, I have enough, I have sufficient money to eat my food. And since I've been teaching economics for so many years, I understand how money works. And I am a very composed person when it comes to money, right? So despite that, you put in effort. Why sir all these classes, this, that, why do you want, why always more and more batches, more money? No, I've sidelined. Like there was a time when I used to work 14 to 16 hours a day. Slowly it came to 12. Now it depends. See, again, today also sometimes if like a certain schedules come up, I give your 10 12 hours, right? But some days it's only 4 to 6 hours. So it is, again, like I said, sometimes we have to finish classes with a deadline, and sometimes we do recordings on a spree. Really, do you have to do it? Do you have to take that pressure? Not necessary, but because you're passionate about doing something, that is infectious. When others see me like, okay, if they look at the positive side of it, otherwise they'll always be like, no, like say an actor, they will tell actor is working for 20 hours and all of that. Obviously, sir, actor, we are being paid in crores. Why should they not work? Uh, those people, they have enough money. So it is not like they have to do that movie, but their passion for that cinema or something like that, that is infectious. And look at others will look at that and be like, yeah, this is inspiring. So that is a little piece of understanding on emotional intelligence. Guys, across the last 50 minutes in this session, we have discussed three topics: organizational genomics, strategic leadership, emotional intelligence, and some insights by Goldman. And the last topic for this session is about bringing an organizational change. I want you to have full concentration on this topic. It's a very simple topic. Lot of methods are there on how you can bring. One of the methods is called as change management. Change management means not changing management or changing people. Change management is how to manage the change effectively. That is what change management is. So a lot of techniques are there. Some names have been given. Detailed topics are not there in our syllabus, so you can consider yourself lucky there. Simple logic, guys. Environment is stable or dynamic? Environment is absolutely dynamic, right? So in that sort of a dynamic environment, when things are changing, you can't fold your hands and say, "Hello, I will not change." Yesterday we saw that the circles, both are circles that keep changing. So therefore, let us discuss this topic with great focus. Organizational change in a business environment, change is essential to growth, and not only growth, to stay updated and stay modern also. It is not like every time you make a change you are only growing. It's not necessary that it is only for growth we do this. Okay, so the point is straight and clear. In business environment, no doubt change is essential, right? Change is what? Very essential for both growth and staying modern, relevant and competitive. Various factors that are there in the environment make change inevitable. Inevitable means can't avoid, kind of, it makes it compulsory. And what are the various types of changes? Maybe bringing a new software, updating your existing business process, restructuring your business. Restructuring, if you want to write the meaning there, you can write changing organizational structure. I will talk about it later in the when we talk about various organizational structure. Restructuring involves changing organizational structures. Different type of organizational structures are there: simple, divisional, SBU structure. So when you're changing from one structure to the other, what is it? Restructuring. Leadership changes, new ideas or thinking. You can write the word innovation in bracket for that. Change includes new project management tools, setting up budget or budget constraints there, sometimes trying to understand. And most importantly, change involves a shift in strategy, bringing a new strategy. So if they can just ask you this question in the exam as to what are the various, give some examples of various types of changes, then you can comfortably write this list as the various type of change include all these aspects. And moving further, guys, how do we bring this change? Change can be brought through a process, or change can be brought, this word organizational change can be brought. Every organization looking for change, organization when it looks for change, it does some process. The name of that process is called as change management. Organization looks for change and it does through what is called as change management. In short, this topic together of all of this is titled as a technique called OCM, organizational change management, which means managing the change, not changing management or changing people. Remember that it is about managing the change. So what is the concept of change management? First of all, it is nothing but, it is a change management as a concept is nothing but a methodology. It is given here, see, a methodology that helps business to adapt to various changes, preparing everybody, employees, stakeholders and project teams for upcoming changes. This in a phased manner, when you do it, that is only called as organizational change management, or OCM. what is the idea of doing OCM? Why can't we do directly some change? Why have we to go through some steps? Why so many people have suggested change? No, everybody has a particular way of bringing change. Okay, there is no one particular way which says this is how you have to make the change. Change can be done in any way. But as you see the list of like there the 8-step quarters, 8-step process, McKinsey 7S framework, all these are methods that suggest you can bring a change in the organization by following those methods. Kurt Lewin change process, what I told you now. How to do it is not there in our syllabus, but some of the methods example they give. But the big question is, before this change happens and after the change happens, there should be really a huge difference. Otherwise, there is no point in bringing this change. Otherwise, there is no point in bringing this change. So, therefore, the goals of this concept called OCM are it helps business implement and acclimate to the change. Acclimatize or acclimate to the change means get adapted to the change. Okay, now if you're going to some place like suddenly you landed in Kashmir or you went upstream even to some place like a Leh or a Ladakh, one day after you go there, you should just patiently sit in your hotel room. You should not do anything, right? Sir, why I will enjoy, I will go out, I'll do some activity. If you are that enthusiastic, no, you'll collapse on day one. In fact, if you go to any of those places where you have to basically go, in fact, tourist places are still fine, but if you're going on trekking or if you're going on a, like a walk on the frozen river. So in the past, I've done a lot of those. 1 day or 2 days, in fact, sometimes they'll just make you stay there. Why? Because, like, say, I'm down south here where the temperatures are 40, 42. Suddenly, you go upstream where temperatures are in minus. You'll start bleeding from your nose if you don't. So, after you go there, you will first, no matter how fit you are, even if you're a regular gym goer, once you go there, breathing problems. If you normally walk on the road in Ladakh, you will get breathing issues. So why? Because you're on a high altitude, you're not used to that. So 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, they'll ask you to settle. That is called acclimatizing, getting adapted. Okay. So first, this OCM will help you to understand what the change is and get acclimatized, and then set the expectations for change. Set the expectation. This is how we have to change, and this should be the post change result. So how can we do that? There are so many methods. Popular, some of the most popular organizational change management methods are, each of them follow a series of steps and practices. As I told you guys, they have not given, luckily for you, all topics. In fact, I'm not flexing here, but I have, in my management studies, I have studied all those. McKinsey 7S framework and Kurt Levin's change process, both are there. Even today, they are there in CA syllabus, right? So some of you are doing both the courses, you know, 7S framework and Kurt Levin, they both are topics there. So basically, all these are called change management techniques. Sometimes they ask you write some of the popular methods, or in MCQ somewhere identify. Then you can figure out Carter's 8-step process: create, build, form, enlist means to list down, enable, generate the outcomes, then sustain it and make it a regular practice, which is called institutionalizing. So from creating something to institutionalizing, he says 8 steps are there. First, you build something, create, build, form, enlist means to list down all the requirements, enable it, to start it, enable it, generate it, sustain it, and then institutionalizing it, making it an organizational practice. Then the second one is called as McKinsey 7S framework. This framework, McKinsey 7S, it has limitations, not very popular though. uh, Hard elements and soft elements are there here: style, skill, system, structure, staff, strategies, shared values and goals. So shared values, strategies, staff, structure, uh, and the other three, style, skill, systems. So these are the 7S that are involved. If you are able to, style means leadership style, skill is about executing the task, systems are nothing but a process in the organization, and structure, we're talking about organizational structure. Staff is about HR, strategy is your The basic definition, ultimate objective, and values. Since they don't have the word values starting with an S, they put shared values. Otherwise, values are nothing but what we studied in the previous session. Those ingrained beliefs and thought process. So it's a 7S framework. In my opinion, and my personal favorite is always, if you want to change something, go by Kurt Levin's change process. Unfreezing the situation, changing the situation, refreeze the situation. 3-step model. Very easy to see in the book, very, very difficult to do it practically. Unfreeze, change, and refreeze. These 3 steps. Unfreezing the situation means breaking free from old practices, changing the situation, and then refreezing it means making it the normal way of life. So, Kurt Levin's change process is one of the most wonderfully curated techniques to gradually bring change. As per the topic, it says sudden and unannounced changes are socially destructive. You should not do sudden changes. You have to do it with patience. Then comes the next one called the ad care model. First, become aware of what the change is. Then, create a desire as to this is what you need. Then, gather all the knowledge of what change you need to do. Check your ability and make that the new way. Reinforcing that behavior will bring that. It's called the ad care model: awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. Kubler-Ross model talks about changes. Sudden surprise come as shock. Shock leads to anger. Anger leads to bargaining. Bargaining with various thoughts leads to depression, and finally you go for acceptance. Okay, this is my new story. You're not very convinced with that, right? So do I. I generally don't like that, but that is also very possible in people. First, you are hit with a status, hit with a shock turns into anger because you're not able to achieve. Then that goes into bargaining various solutions. Then you will find yourself going into depression. Finally you'll be like, yeah, okay, this is my life newly, I'll accept. Then Satter change model is about current status quo means current position. Late status quo, that means what was the past status quo. Resistance, then it creates something called chaos. It means distorted things. Then you bring all of them, integration brings a new status quo. So from previous status quo means same position. So what was your past position to what is your new position? That is a Satter change model. William Bridge transition model, ending, that means whatever you are doing in the past, you stop it, come to a neutral zone where you're not doing neither the old thing nor the new thing, and then start the new thing. It's much like Kurt Levin, but you know, uh, a hard one version. Suddenly you have to end what you're doing, then be there in the neutral zone. Like, say, for example, if somebody is smoking 10 cigarettes, stop that habit first. Sir, in place of that habit, what to do? That's a different story. First, stop it, ending. Then come to a neutral zone. Neither you're doing the old thing nor you're practicing a new thing. You're not doing both. Then you start the new thing. So, that is it's a William Bridge transition model. Maybe from all of this, they can ask you anything as an MCQ or something like that. So run through all these change models before going to the exam. It's very important. There's no right or wrong method. The best choice for an organization depends on what currently the stakeholder needs are. Methods are interchangeable. Remember, you did one method, you didn't get it, you can do another. Understood? So change management is not some random concept. Just like how we have cost management and chartered accountants institutes, we have a change management institute. And if at all an organization is undergoing a change, like how if we want to change accounting standards or auditing standards, the board will take responsibility and do it. Here also, if at all you are doing a change in the organization, a exam level question that can come from here is point number 3, which talks about explain some of the recommended steps by the ACMP for change. So 2 questions before that is, who is this ACMP? First, the ACMP stands for Association of Professional Change Management Standard, like how we have accounting standards and auditing standards and cost management standards, cost audit standards, whatever. The association outlines various practices, processes, tasks, and activities, listing down for the concept of change management. How to do accounting, accounting standard will tell. How to do cost audit standard will tell. How to do a normal audit, standard on auditing will tell. Like that, how to perform change management, these guys will tell. The ACMP outlines the practices for change management. The standard provide guidance for any type of change. What do? Give you guidance. They won't do the change. They give guidance for any type of change and offers some of the most widely accepted. In other words, you can even also call it as what are the best business practices, widely accepted practices. What are those? This could be a question in the exam, guys. So before we conclude, I want you to put a star out there. What are the recommended steps by ACMP? So if any organization is trying to bring a change within them, the steps for managing change as recommended by these people are: one, first, assess the impact of change. Is it really necessary? And are you prepared for it? Assess the impact of change and organizational readiness for it. Formulate a strategy, that is, develop a strategy. Develop what? Develop a strategy to implement the change. Develop a strategy to implement it. Develop change management plans. So, where to start, what to do, how to close it. Create detailed plans for managing the change process. Don't just create them on paper. Implement the change management plan and complete the process and evaluate its success. Did you achieve what you want to achieve? That question should be answered. Evaluate the impact, formulate a strategy, develop a detailed plan, implement that, and finally complete the process. And very important point, don't do as a top management whatever you feel like. While doing these 5 steps, ask employees what is that they think and what is that they want. Okay, involving employees, involving employees in change process is crucial for success. Don't dump on them saying that, hey, do it, I told, no, do it. Not like so. It can be done through focus groups or surveys, asking them, or any other methods, but involve employees. Remember, guys, effective leadership and a well prepared HR team both are essential for successful change management. If you are unable to do that or unable to bring the change, this could be one of the solid reasons that either leadership is lacking or a well prepared HR team is not there. If you find both, then definitely this will, without saying much, that is enough, and that would be good enough for the success of that organizational change. So, guys, organizational genomics, strategic leadership, emotional intelligence, and Goldman's insights, and the concept of change management and the valuable guidance from Association of Professional Change Management, the ACMP. Okay, Association of Change Management Practices. Okay, what they tell and what they do, that also we have discussed. So that brings us to the end of this session, guys. In the next session, let's talk about individual objectives travel one way, because as an individual, I want to go in one way. Organizational objectives go in one way. If they both divulge, what could be the problem? How to bring them together on the same path is very crucial for success. That piece we will discuss in the next session. Meanwhile, before the beginning of the next session, what I will do is to make a summary notes of the entire genomics topic 8.4, and as we start the next session, I will present it in the beginning for you to pause and note down so that we can continue with the next topic, wherein we are going to talk about the alignment of individual goals and organizational objectives. Thank you, guys. Hi guys, welcome to another session on strategic management. So, as I told you in the previous session's conclusion, we discussed the whole story about the concept called as organizational genomics. I've already made the summary of that, so let me share that with you, and you can put me on pause for a moment and make sure that you note down this, and then we will go to the next discussion which is there in this particular session, which is topic 8.5 on aligning the individual goals with the organizational goals. So before I do that, I want you to quickly do this and then get back. Okay, so I hope you have done that. So let us come down to the discussion that is there in this session, wherein we will be talking about topic 8.5 talks on alignment with individual level objectives and organizational objective. Now, I think I use the words like conflict and coherence in one particular space, right? So, what are we talking about as conflict? When these individual level objectives and organizational objectives are not matching. Now, if they both are matching, nobody has a problem with any of that. But when they both are not matching, that's when all the problem arises, wherein one needs to understand how to sort it, because if individuals go in one direction and organization thinks in some other direction, then it is not going to work or align properly. So then in that case, what is the next best thing that we can do is to first understand what individuals need from this business, what the business expects from the individuals. So if both the expectations are clear, right, so then we can try and possibly do something about it. In simple terms, if you understand what I'm talking about, I'm just saying, if you know what the individuals want, we can raise a question as to whether this business will give that or not. No, sir, this business is not going to give that. We have to search for it outside. Then people will not show that much motivation, because sooner or later they will lose interest, right? So, like there should, I mean, if I just want to, like put this in more simpler terms, let me just show you what we're talking about rather. Okay, say there are two aspects, right? The individuals that are there, who are there in the organization, they are, for example, this is the side of individuals, and this is the business. So if individuals are thinking like this and business is thinking like this, they both are traveling in two different directions. This is classic, what is called as non alignment. So there is no alignment between what we as individuals are thinking and what the business is wanting from us. But sir, when can we talk about something better? Now, if you see another story where again same these two people only, individuals and businesses. Okay, let's say same two people, but if individuals are thinking like this, right, and business is also thinking like that only, same way. So this is where there is something called as coherence. Both are going in the same way. So this is called coherence, and then this is called as alignment. Okay, and what are these alignment that we're talking about? Objectives. So objectives of individuals, and we're talking about objectives of businesses. Same way here also we talked about overall individual objectives, and that's all. If simply I have to explain what I'm going to tell in this session, this is what it is. So which one works and which one doesn't work, that is what is something that we need to see. The first one doesn't work obviously, because you can see it, there is no coherence there, there is no clarity. There is always a possibility that somebody may be thinking too much about something, and they are going in altogether a different direction. So this direction in which they are going is, definitely not in alignment with the direction in what the business is. But if you see the other one here, this direction in what the individuals are thinking is as much the same direction as the one. But how to bring this, that is what the whole point is. It's not about whether you will be able to do this or not. No, how to get this alignment, that is what the topic is all about, right? Alignment is there or not there is a secondary story. Whether you will get that alignment or not is what we are going to do through this session. Let us go and start discussing the very first piece: personal and employee objectives. What are some of the objectives? Personal objectives. Everybody wants something out of their job, they want to achieve something, right? So what is that they want to achieve? How is that they would like to view themselves in the so job specific goals. for each employee. This is not what the business is expecting, or like only it is the point that one needs to understand is every employee will be communicated something like, hello, this is your job role, this is what we expect out of you, bare minimum, because they're working there. No, this is what we expect out of you. Job specific goals, not something which is not part of your job. Job specific goals are set for each employee, that communicate what is important for them and expected out of them. This is very important because larger organizations which are very successful, if you see what is their success story or what is their success mantra, this is the main reason in that. This is the main reason. Sir, how are you saying that is the main reason? Logic is that only, that the top management is able to convey the points to the employees so clearly, so confidently, that each person in that organization knows what they are supposed to do. And when they are so clear that what they are supposed to do, they participate in achieving that. Now the best part about this story is when they are oriented like that, when they are oriented in the direction, each individual fulfill their task, automatically the overall organization will achieve this. Sir, how is that possible? This is exactly where this topic works in alignment. So the overall organization has a broad idea, right? That idea should be broken down in such a way that each individual gets to participate in some activity, in some aspect, and some way contribute for the success of the organization. For these, certain goal setting frameworks are there, certain objective setting frameworks are there. Then how this alignment is made and what is the benefit of this alignment? That's all. Small, simple topic. Okay. Then goal setting. Managers typically set 5 to 7 goals per employee. Managers, what do? They set at least about 5 to 7 goals per employee, including all activity based. Like, say, for example, these are the number of sales calls you have to do. Of those sales calls, you have to convert so many number of calls into, like the sales calls. You may make 1,000 sales calls in a day. All 1,000 people won't buy. No, at least this much of that should be brought in, like that. Outcome based targets, say call 100 people and convert at least 10 people. So that should be your task or idea, right? Now if there is anything that can come up as a question here, what is the alignment between both these? Okay, now concentrate carefully. Team objectives, this time it is not individual, guys, this is team objectives that we are talking about. Goals designed to maximize both individual and team efforts, aiming for quantity and quality of work. Lot of work gets done and work gets done the right way. No, not just the work gets done the right way also. So both individual and team effort, individual and team efforts, aiming for quantity and quality of the work. Then employee objectives are nothing but targets that are set to measure the progress and performance for each of team members, guiding them towards organizational goal. Now, as I told you, it's very simple. As an organization, what is organization? A group of all these people coming together only will be called as organization. So if all of them achieve what they are supposed to achieve, organization will automatically achieve. No, so that is exactly what they are telling here. Targets set to measure the progress and performance for team members, guiding them towards organizational goals. Guiding them towards what? Guiding them towards the organizational goals. Then writing effective and clear objectives. Writing, always I told you, even there's a Harvard case study on this, right? The more clearly you depict something, that is, you put something on paper, the much better it will be, right? Writing clear objectives help to create productive work environment, because as long as you keep in your mind, somewhere there is a scope that you may miss it, but once it is put on paper, it gets crystallized, you exactly know what you're doing. So basically you will have a something to look at and then compare. That is why generally our study plans are like that. Now we'll see something, and we will then do or not do something accordingly, and then we'll get frustrated, tear that paper and throw. So in order for that not to happen, because see, when you finish some work, no, generally when you put a tick or when you finish it, no, you will get a satisfaction. This task is over. So that is the reason why we are generally going for writing them down. Other the power of writing goals, there is a book like that. There are so many, in fact, books like that. So it is important for you to understand which one to be following at the right space. Okay, so writing objectives clearly will help you create a very productive environment and align individual goals with the team goals clearly. Then employees and managers, now you should not write them and leave it like that. Once in a while you guys should meet, and try and understand each other, whether everything is going okay or not, like that. Writing clear objectives help create a productive work environment and align individual and team goals. Therefore, employees and managers should periodically review progress, objective review. That is, how far have you come? In other words, this is also called an appraisal meeting. If you have any parents, siblings working in IT, they keep using this word in the company. Arey, I have an appraisal coming this month. Appraisal, nothing but they'll ask you a simple question. Okay, what targets were given to you in this quarter? How much did you achieve? Okay, what did you do? Did you meet your target, beat your target? What is it? So basically this particular piece here, you can objective review progress is there. No, this part you can call it as a appraisal. Employees and managers periodically review progress. The process of reviewing this progress is called appraisal, to check whether it can be anything: quarterly, half yearly, annual basis. Biannual is twice a year, half yearly, quarterly, biannual. You can even generally, sometimes, organizations generally don't do it monthly, but teams wise they will do it. Sales team and all will do weekly sale review also. It's better, no? But some task is given to you, how far have you come with that, to check that. And then guidance for responsibilities. Objectives provide guidance, at least you know what you have to achieve from that, and it also tells you, okay, if I have to achieve that much, I have to work so much. So it gives you a sense of responsibility. Also, objectives provide guidance for employees responsibility, contributing to the larger company's goal. So if anybody asks you what is the main reason why we are establishing goals, what is a goal, and why you have to establish goal setting, if you want this particular question be asked in the exam, this is what is the easiest way to score the number of marks there for goal setting. Okay, now sir, we are going on saying set goals and all that. How to do it, why we are setting goals? Okay, goal setting and why goal setting, very clear. Okay, take a look. Done. Good. Come back. Now let us discuss one of the very important 5-point framework, which we already know because we have already discussed something called as SMART in the context of objectives. We have already discussed that, right? So now, what is a SMART goal setting framework? Do you think I should give you a minute? Will you? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Will you do? Huh? Come on, take a minute. I want you to do this one. Put me on pause right here. Read all the 5 points and get back. Come on. Did you read, guys? If not, please ensure that you read and then get back. Let us talk about what those are. SMART goal setting framework. It's a Harvard case study that says that your goals are supposed to be smart. So what do you mean by smart goal setting? Now, basically, when we set goals, no, sometimes we don't put it on paper, or sometimes we will put it very qualitative in nature. Like, say, for example, I want to be a good person. Good person means what? Similarly, we had like, I want to become rich. Rich means what? Right? 1 lakh is rich for somebody, 10 lakhs is rich for somebody, 1 crore is rich for somebody. Rich means what? So, like that, a clearly written goal with very specific identity for that goal will take you more longer in the right direction, rather than, see, I will tell you what is the insight behind the SMART goal setting framework. So, one person, he spent about 10 years doing a very interesting research. Sir, what is the 10-year research that you're talking about? He did a very interesting research whereby he went and asked students of a college like Harvard. He asked and he figured out, what exactly are the goals that you have. Some people, they didn't say anything. They said they don't have anything. Some people said something. Some people, they said that this is what we have, and some people very clearly mentioned like that. Then he categorized all of them. He categorized all of them into people who have very specific goals, people who have goals but are not very specific about it, people who fairly have goals in their mind, and people who don't have goals. Like that, he categorized all of them. Then he tracked them down over time, over time, over time. Those people who had goals, there were one category of people who had goals, right? They were far more successful than the other people in the college. Like say you picked up a fleet 1,000 people, about 300-400 people didn't even have any goals. No other 400-500 people they told something. No other 70-80 people they told goals which are very detailed, specific. 10 people they told very clearly and they have written it down. So these 70-80 people they were far more successful than all the other 700-800 people. These 10 people who wrote down their goals and were very clear, no, those people's net worth was 10 times more than the combined net worth of all the other 900 people. I'm not, just joking about this. I'm not creating anything. You can go on Google today. In the in today's time, we can't create or fake about anything, right? So you just Harvard case study on goal setting. Those of you who are interested, just type it on Google. You'll see how the net worth of those people who had specifically written goals was multiple times more than you can just I just for you to understand I told you the number of times, just numbers may vary, but example is this only. That is a very finite number of people had written goals, and between those people who had goals and written goals, that itself made a difference. So those guys who had goals, they were progressive in good direction, because definitely that is way more better than somebody not having goals. But the ones who had it writing, no, they were the most successful. So then after that entire case study was over, they generated this and they came to a conclusion that written goals which are very specific can enhance your performance in a great way. So therefore what they did, they put up the smart goal setting framework. Specific, I think you read that. So specific goal means a clear goal that provides the exact result needed. Okay, which in other words you can write there. This is only called as precise. Precise means exact result needed for successful performance and optimizing the productivity and effectiveness. Similarly, you should have goals which are measurable in nature with metrics like any quotas to track progress or success. Any metric. Basically, they should be measurable using metrics. Let it be any metrics. But some key metrics are important, because if you can't measure and they always remain qualitative, you will not know how far have you come. So therefore, the second point about goal framework is M, measurable. S, M. Next one is A, set goals which are achievable. Yesterday I told you, or in the previous class, whenever we discussed it, I told you, right? Don't stand on earth and walk on moon. Remember, goals should be ambitious but achievable. In the name of ambition, don't set something so high that you can't achieve. So consider what is available with you, considering the available tools and resources, which also I gave you an example, right? If you have 1,000 rupees in your pocket, don't make a 5,000 rupees plan. Make a plan for 1,000 rupees only, right? So goal should always be ambitious but achievable, considering the available tools and resources set within a time frame. Goals should be something that are relevant to you. Goals should align with larger company objectives. This is exactly what the name of the chapter is, right? So this is the piece that we are discussing. Your goals and company's objective, they both should go parallelly, right? Like I've drawn and shown in the beginning. They should align with each other, and when they align with each other, you won't have any problem. They will move smoothly, right? Goals should align with larger company objectives, contributing to strategies like growth based strategies. They should contribute. Okay, then time based, always time frame, set realistic timelines. Too quick or too delayed, both should not be there, right? Realistic timelines means we already read this. I'm writing one more time. Not too quick and not too slow. Okay, set realistic timelines for completion. Use reviews as deadlines and then track the progress. So guys, if you are setting a smart, like if you are setting a goal by using the smart framework, it is going to help you go a way longer in this story, right? So that is what is the smart goal setting approach. Now let us talk about smart. Here they said no, alignment with. How to do that? Alignment with objectives. Smart goals clarify the responsibilities and ensure that there is an alignment between the two factors that you are studying in this chapter. What are the two factors that you are studying? Individual and organizational. Individual to organization and organization to individual. There should be a proper alignment of, this is the key word here, alignment of both these. They help you develop skills and move towards, again, higher level goals. Once you achieve a goal, you won't stop there. You try and achieve a higher level goal. Okay. So guys, what is goal setting? Used for, like 3 topics we discussed. What is personal objectives? What is a goal setting? How to set goals using the SMART goal setting framework, and how the SMART framework should align with the organizational objectives. That is the first part of our discussion in this session. Now, let us move on to the next part of the discussion, where another framework is discussed called as FAST framework, FAST, which is also a version that was much better, because these specific, measurable, attainable, they are all okay, nice. I am not saying they are, but kind of, in the modern times they're outdated. So in the late 90s, Intel, Google, late 90s, early 2000s, when internet was picking up and other things were happening, the smart goal setting framework got reshaped to fast framework. Now, before even we discuss what is the fast framework, we'll first see the historical context and go back to the above 4 points. Okay, just one jump. In 1954, Peter Drucker, who is considered the father of management, he introduced the concept of management by objectives, where employees and managers agree on a set of goals, agree on a set of goals to achieve throughout the year. Okay, this is what he propagated. Traditionally, goals always follow the SMART goal setting framework. How should goals be? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. This is how it has to be. But companies in the likes of Google and Intel have refined the approach by adopting what is called as the FAST framework for better alignment. Not that the earlier framework is not aligning, but if you want something like a better alignment, then you are going for the FAST framework. Okay, sir, like what is there in the FAST framework? FAST stands for frequent discussions followed by ambitious. Your goals should always be based on frequent discussions, because if you are not frequently discussing and somebody achieved something, then you will always be talking about an outdated goal, right? It doesn't make much of a sense, no? You would only talk about something that is outdated and it may not make sense. So that is why, in the context of what has to be done, you need to figure out what should be done based on frequent discussion. 2. Ambitious. Goal should always be ambitious. Now only we discuss that even in the SMART framework, right? Then measurable, here they use the word specific metrics. So this ambitious and specific metrics are very similar to what you saw there. The fourth one is very important, transparent. Everybody in the organization should be aware of what the goals actually are. That is a very important point. Frequent discussions, ambitious, specific metrics, and let's see this one. Goals should be part of regular discussions. Goals should be part of regular discussions to ensure alignment. Similarly, goals should be ambitious in scope so that you can encourage high performance. Goals must be measured by clear metrics and milestones. Clear metrics and milestones. And then we also are talking about goals being visible to everyone in the organization, so it ensures certain amount of clarity. Instead of somebody saying that I don't know, you will get basically some kind of a clarity. Okay, so these are the 4 points in the FAST framework. Regular discussions, ambition in scope, and clear metrics and measurements will be easy to understand, and it should be visible to everyone. Okay, let us now see what exactly FAST mean for. First one, frequently discussed. What do you mean by frequently discussed? Goals should be discussed frequently to track progress. Goals should be discussed frequently to track progress, allocate resources, and provide feedback. Sir, if we are doing that frequently, how does it help? Look at some of the advantages, right? guides in decision making because you're discussing, keeps employees more focused, they know what they're doing because now only you discuss, no, and then links their performance feedback, and more importantly, where are you there now, evaluates the progress, guides decision making, focus, performance, and evaluates the progress. So setting goals after frequently discussing will make a lot of difference rather than setting a goal and dumping on the employee. You set something and dump on the employee and say, hey, we already made all the effort, you just go and blindly follow this. That may not be very impressive from the employee standpoint. Okay, so that is the first one, frequently discussed. Second one, goals should be ambitious. Goals should always be challenging. How should the goals be? Goals should be challenging but not impossible. Remember, goals should be challenging but not impossible to achieve. Goals should always be challenging but not impossible to achieve. It motivates the performance, motivates performance, minimizes the risk of being downplayed. Minimizes, that means, it gives you an opportunity effectively to grow and understand, not get downplayed. Minimizes the risk of being downplaying the achievements, right? Like say I am capable of more but I did less, and then be like, Are I did this only. So instead of why, know your full potential and then establish. I think I've told you this also before. Focus on innovative goals. So if you have ambitious approach, then you can focus on something that you have not achieved in the past. It will be little innovative. And very important point, goals should always be translated into clear specific metrics, right? Here in this case the specific metrics are nothing but any type of performance measures. Any type of what? Performance measures. And basically it clarifies expectations, helps identify all the deviations, and enhances the individual and team performance. Enhances to improve here, enhances individual and team performance both. It enhances what? Individual and team performance both are there actually. Okay, so this is what are the three. Last one is there, T, transparent. It should be visible to all the employees as discussed. Goals and their achievements should be visible to all the employees. Okay, uses peer pressure, right? Creates a healthy competition. Here it is not negative. This peer pressure can turn out to be something healthy. Array, they are achieving, it's visible that they are achieving. Sir, does it create an insecurity that we are not doing? Maybe sometimes it can create that also. That possibility is also there. But not to say, sometimes it does work in our favor or in our direction also. Okay, uses peer pressure for goal completion. It clarifies contributions. Clarifies what? Contributions. Who did how much? Because in corporates, one of the difficult things is to claim credit for the work that you did, because it's always somebody who can steal this credit very easily, right? People will take away your credit easy. For somebody to, managers will take away. So here if the things are transparent, it clears whose contribution it is and helps understand the team's agenda rather than individual focusing more. Here your team's agenda will be. So that is what are called as the four elements of a fast framework. If that alone comes in the exam, you can again kind of make the most out of it. Okay. So guys, that is our first piece of discussion that we can have on this understanding. I mean, the second part of our discussion. First part we discussed about the basics of goal setting. Then we talked about now in this piece the two frameworks. What are the two frameworks? One is a smart goal setting framework, while the other one is a fast framework. Now let us conclude this topic's discussion. Small topic, as I told you. Let us conclude the discussion of this topic by talking about what are performance objectives and how, or why, rather than why we done this chapter, why aligning personal and organizational goals are important. This why also is being answered here with a set of 3 points. We'll see that. And meanwhile, before even we do that, performance objectives, what are, when you do some work, no, for your performance, there should be a certain objective, that is a performance target. First one, productivity. How productive are you in? Now if I can finish a topic in 1 hour, but if I take 3 hours to do that topic, right? Like most times this happen with all the students. When we are making the plan, be like, hey, this topic only, no, I know very well, I will finish this topic in no time. That's what we think. But when you sit actually with that and start doing it, it will take all the time. Correct or not? So it takes all the time in the world to understand the topic, and then you'll be like after 3 hours, array, we budgeted 1 hour, it took 3 hours. So that means maybe somewhere, okay, 1 hour time I can understand the topic is difficult, but likely chances are there that maybe you only didn't do that. You could have finished it in 1 hour in class, that was over in 1 hour, but you did 3 hours. It's called unproductive activity. That means you did the activity, but there was no solid outcome out of it. So first and foremost thing, your objective should always be measured in terms of productivity, which is the amount of work expected in a specific time. Say for example, you can say example, in 1 hour, right, 50 units to be produced. In 1 hour we are expecting you to produce 50 units, right? And if 1 hour, if they produce only 40 units, this activity, though you produce it's productive activity, but this will be considered as unproductive. Why will it be considered as unproductive? This is the reason, because you are not able to make a outcome out of it. You are doing, if you produce 40 units, no doubt, but you should have produced 50. So where you have produced 40 only, that activity is called unproductive activity. Or what can be done in 1 hour, you did 3 hours, like I just said. So therefore the amount of work expected to be done in a specific time, amount of work can be measured in the form of units, and then specific time, 1 hour, 2 hours. So if you can measure like this, it helps you to increase what is called as business productivity, sales, revenue, you can increase it. Then performance objectives will also help you establish quality and efficiency. It focus on how well the work is done. While something focus on what work is done, this focus on how well the work is done. Work many people will do, ma, how well? Two things that you are, it is about ensuring both speed and quality. What are the two keywords here? Speed and quality. Two of those very important things are being discussed. Speed and quality in a task completion. Then education and self development, using the activity as, like, okay, I set up an objective, I want to achieve this. If I do this in this much amount of time, I will be able to get some outcome out of that. Like that, education and self development, focus on employees growth, focus on employees growth through new skills, courses, or maybe even job shadowing is like staying there and observing. It encourages personal growth and development, having objectives to be like, I should be a better individual than what I was there in the last year, like that. Okay, it focus on employees growth through new skills, courses, or job shadowing. And shadowing is just about observing what is going on and learning out of that. And last one is employee motivation. Employees align their individual goals with that of the company's organizational goals. Now if you don't have an objective only, if your performance objective itself is absent, what will you compare with what? So therefore individual goals to align with company's goals, employees align their individual goals with that of the organizational goals, and managers from time to time should review and assess these goals. Sir, why should we do this? If we do this, what will we get? Nothing. The organization, how it is going, where you are going. If you both are going in the same direction, nobody will tell you anything, and it will only motivate you to do better. But if you both are going like this, somewhere where it is not sinking in, then that is where the story takes a turn, right? Why aligning personal organizational goals are important? First reason is it gives you motivation. Aligning goals helps increase motivation. Aligning the goals will increase motivation by measuring personal contributions. Measuring what? personal contributions and success. Then you are doing some activity that is not very essential for the organization at the time now. You're doing some activity which is not very essential for the organization now. You can do it slowly also. Such organizational activities can be put on hold and you can prioritize other tasks which are more important. It helps in prioritizing other tasks and responsibilities, prioritizing various tasks and responsibilities, and then it brings all the team together, right? Team cohesion, that is understanding how individual goals relate to company's goals, how individual goals relate to company goals, and increase collaboration and teamwork. Increase what? Collaboration and teamwork. So this is basically a very important action stage, is the team cohesion, guys. Bringing together, right, everybody, individual goals and company goals, if they bring together, the collaboration and teamwork will increase, and that is why personal and organizational objective alignment are important. Otherwise, daily that organizational employee will go there to work and he will keep cursing the organization. What, sir, where I came daily, they're making me do something that I don't like. That won't be a very healthy thing to be there. It is not a very healthy environment. So, therefore, keeping all this in mind, it is very important to figure out why organizational goals and individual goals should be aligned in nature. Okay, that's all, guys. That is what we have in terms of what it is. So let us put these things into a framework here. Very easy. I think we can make the summary right very much in this particular session. Since we have finished, let's kind of do it live, whereby we can figure out what are the various aspects in goal setting. So guys, get back to your notes where we can make a quick summary of what is the alignment. If you want to put me on pause for a minute, and then like you noted down organizational genomics, this one you can do it live along with me. We have enough time in this session to do that. So let me just bring you to that aspect where we are talking about alignment and what are the aspects of alignment. So coming here, I think you've already seen this. You can put a heading below that, right? So heading for this topic, we can put it as alignment of alignment of individual and organizational, alignment of individual and organizational objectives. That is the name of the topic that we can give to this one after we do that, because later when I do this revision, you should be, that is, once you have done this class, you should be in a perfect flow to go through all of this. So alignment of individual and organizational objectives, the first topic under that we will talk about, let us say we talk about what is called as goal setting. Okay, that is the first topic that we discussed, right? Goal setting. Now what about goal setting, guys? When you make notes, make sure that you focus what you're writing on. It will be easy. Goal setting is about two aspects. Generally 5 to 7 goals per employee will be there. Generally 5 to 7 goals per employee. And why should we have, okay, the if you see the goal setting aspects, or rather it's a goal setting objectives, goal setting aspects, two basic points come in goal setting. First one is team objectives, then employee objectives. Team objectives to employee objectives. Team objectives and employee objectives. Writing effective objectives is one of the very important point also. Writing effective objectives Then review of objectives. Review of objectives. And the last point is about it gives you guidance. Goals are set for a purpose. It gives guidance for responsibilities, right? Okay, so this is the first topic that we discussed about goal setting. Generally, 5 to 7 goals per employee are given, and this is the then. Let us talk about align. In this next topic, we talked about two aspects: frameworks, or obviously goal setting only. So, okay, we'll do one thing. We'll write the whole thing. Goal setting frameworks. What are these two goal setting frameworks that we discussed? We discussed two goal setting frameworks. One is called the SMART approach. The other one is called the FAST approach, right? So SMART framework, you can see it is about specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound. These are the aspects about SMART framework. The other framework that we saw is called the FAST framework. So what about the FAST framework, guys? We have frequently discussed, right? We'll go one by one. Frequently discussed, ambitious. Guys, I hope you're making it alongside me. Frequently discussed, ambitious, then transparent. Yes, for again specific only, no, so no problem. And transparent. So that is the main point there. Transparent. Okay, done. So these are all the two goal setting frameworks, okay, that we discussed. And what else can we blend in here? I can do one thing. We can talk about those. We'll talk about one topic, and the last topic we will discuss is about why. Okay, why has those 3 points. But before we go there, we'll also talk about performance objectives. Let me move a little bit. So performance objectives. First one, productivity. Quality and efficiency. Okay, what are the areas where you can set up? And it helps in education and self development. Education and self development. Last point is all about motivation for employees. Then coming to the last branch as to why there should be a alignment. Again, here what is the last point? Will be the first point here. Why? First one, motivation. That is the reason. Then the second point that we saw there is what? Task prioritization. Uh, which task to do first, which task to do next will be purely based on how you are deciding. And very important last point is team cohesion, which means team coming together and working. Okay, so why should we have performance objectives and why there should be an alignment? I hope. Yeah, that's all, guys. So if it, when we are discussing only, it looks like a broader topic, but otherwise, as a matter of fact, this is the whole topic that we have discussed thus far. Okay, so if you want to write it in more clearer terms, I hope you are writing it along with me. And let me bring that completely on your screen so that you can pause and write if you want to write the full story. Okay, so I think that sums up the whole purpose where we talked about this topic here called as alignment. Okay, I think we have something very nice lined up for the next session wherein we will be talking about balanced scorecard. It's a wonderful topic. We will do it in detail in the next one. Balanced scorecard, and I think that that piece alone will not take the whole session. So we can, because a small piece is there called EVA. So yeah, I will catch up with you guys right after in this after the small break. In the next session only, we will discuss both balance scorecard approach. What are we trying to balance? We will see that, and a small discussion on EVA. These are the two more pending things in this unit. We will cover both those, and then that will be the wrap for us on our very first chapter in the strategic management syllabus. So I will see you soon with both those topics. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome back to another session. In this particular session, as I told you, we will be discussing two topics. The first one is called as the balance scorecard approach. What is a balance scorecard and what is the approach? Why is it useful? We are going to talk about it. See, every organization will have some financial objectives, that is money wise, increasing the revenue, increasing profit, something that easily translates into numbers. Every organization would definitely want to achieve something in terms of numbers. When it comes to numbers, they are measurable, but sometimes certain organizations want to achieve something which are strategic in nature, which are also somewhat measurable, like say we want to be a unique producer of a particular product, we want to be a cost leader, or maybe sometimes you can go further ahead and say you want to achieve a certain amount of market share. Like that, different points are there which will tell you about what the objectives are important from an organizational point of view. But when you over focus on any of these means either this or that. When you over focus, now what will happen when you over focus on something? At the end of the day, you will find it very difficult to strike a balance. So that is exactly where this topic comes, called the balance scorecard. If anybody is asking you which one is important, are financial objectives more important or strategic objectives more important? So if you have to see that, let's just raise that question. So I've made a framework for you here to start with. Let's bring that here. So the concept of balance scorecard approach, which one in this balance scorecard approach? First of all, what is the balance scorecard approach? Is, before we dwell deeper, here we will first ask question. Which objectives are important? Which objectives are more important for an organization? And when you say this, like as to which objectives are more important, when you are raising a question like this, as to what would be the two branches, which objectives are more important? Financial, is it financial objectives that are more important? Is it strategic objectives that are more important? Which one is more important? This is the question. Now the answer lies in neither A nor B, right? The correct answer is a right balance between both. This is what we have to achieve. What is important? So if anybody raises a question as to what is important, whether financial objectives are important or strategic objectives are important, we would have to simply say a right balance between both these are essential. So is money important? Is customer important? Is our internal business process important? Or doing something and learning out of that is important? What is important? You see, you have to strike a balance in everything, and then only you will be able to achieve some possible idea. So we will come back here and discuss how we will achieve this balance. Now, the question is very clear. I hope everybody understood what the logic is. What objectives are more important, right? What is the balance scorecard, right? Wherein which objectives are more important, financial or strategic? You need what is important? A right balance is important. How to get that balance and what are the steps in constructing? We will see these two topics just about as we finish this discussion and come back. So, first place, let us come back here and Robert Kaplan and David Norton are the two people who have brought this story live. The balance scorecard is nothing but a framework to translate what into what? To translate a strategy into operational terms, because a strategy is generally in terms of an idea, right? It is a game plan. A strategy is a game plan. So we want to translate that game plan into operational terms, right? Something that are explainable in terms of numbers, right? You can even use the term metrics before you learned it, right? So I will achieve this, I will achieve that, I will do good again. I think I told you this, do good. Good means what? The context of the word. So like that we have to understand the context of the term balanced scorecard. What is a balanced scorecard? Is nothing but a framework given by two people. This the source of this topic, it comes from uh, Robert Kaplan and David Norton. Kaplan, there are so many management books from Kaplan that if you are a student of management, majority of the colleges recommend Kaplan's books in management studies. So Robert S. Kaplan has put so many books in management, and one of those, Robert S. Kaplan and David Norton, using something called as a balanced scorecard approach, is nothing but a tool that will try and help you to tell where importance has to be given. Okay, as part of the strategic management system. So, what is this balanced scorecard? If you see, let me try to explain what they are showing you here. Here, this one again, right on the understanding. If we have to get in a little bit, can we? Yeah, I think you can see it more clearer, more bigger now. Yes. So let's get to this. 4 points are there. You don't see a starting point, you don't see an ending point. All of them have to be balanced. So if you as an entity want to achieve your vision, to achieve that vision, you have a strategy. This vision you should set in your mind. You know the logic, right? First we set a vision in the mind. To achieve this vision, we put up through a strategy. Now, until and unless you are not able to balance all these four, you won't be able to get success. So what are the four things that are to be balanced? Financial aspects are to be balanced, financial objectives, right? Followed by customer, to see which customers are you going to serve and what you are going to do, that one. Establish a set of internal business processes. These are nothing but certain, let's say we can call it as practices that we follow, and every organization has a unique set of internal practices which are actually responsible for the success of that organization. So what are some of the internal business processes which are there to satisfy our shareholders and customers? What business process must we excel at? Which business process will add more value? Where should we be very good at? That is something that we have to figure out. And lastly, learning and growth. To achieve our vision, how will we sustain our ability to change and improve? So because it's an organization which stops learning, it is not going to go anywhere. So as part of it, enough scope should be there for learning and growth, because only when you do. So let us try to understand what are the point in each one of them. To succeed financially, how should we appear to our shareholders? What is our agenda? What is our idea? Which to when do you call this organization successful financially? What numbers are we supposed to balance? So finance. Then talk about customer. To achieve our vision, how should we appear to our customer? How should we appear financially to our stakeholders? How should we appear to our customers? How will we sustain our ability to change and improve? Do we have a mechanism? Remember, environment is not stable, it is dynamic, it keeps changing. So, in such a changing environment, how will we achieve the stability? How will we achieve that balance, right? Through learning and growth. And lastly, to satisfy our shareholders, which business we must do. So, unless you strike a balance on all these four, unless you strike a balance on all these four aspects, you would not be able to ensure what is the balanced scorecard. We will discuss in greater detail coming back here. So how to ensure, that is to, you have a vision. This vision can be achieved through what you call as a strategy. Okay, and then after we do this, this is where we have about, say for example here, after this we have about four sides to the story, right? Which one is important? There is nothing like what is important, all are important. So the first side where we are talking about finance, how do we balance our customer, then we are talking about learning and growth, and how we appear to our shareholders through our internal, every business has set of internal business processes. What are these and how are these? This is the vision. To achieve the vision, we have a strategy, and then comes all the four select aspect: finance, customer, learning and growth, and the internal business process. So if anybody asks you which one is important, nothing of that can be told as important unless you have a clear breakdown and understanding of what sort of a business you are, what is the current timeline. Sometimes customer is important. Right now, maybe customer is important. Some other time, finance be important. So striking a right balance between this, that's what this topic is all about. So I hope you got the understanding of what we're trying to do through this topic. So David Norton and Robert Kaplan has explained that only, that you will have to balance all these four aspects. Different objectives can be there. Like say some of the what do you say, financial objectives could be to increase revenues, growing sales numbers, and all of that. When you talk about some strategic objectives, increasing a market share, capture additional market, right? By additionally winning the customers. Let me explain that also. We will see. But sir, I want to see a balanced scorecard for my organization. How will I construct it? Some steps are there how to construct that. So, what is balanced scorecard? Is everybody clear? Uh, then moving on to the next part, we will talk about the two objectives where you have to strike the balance: financial objectives and strategic objectives. Going by that, let me bring this. So, I hope everybody understood how this one came, right? Can I now just bring back our objective story? Yeah, okay, you can see there couple of objectives are there. First one is called financial objectives, then strategic objectives. What are financial objectives? Financial objectives are in terms of money, numbers. They relate to financial objectives, relate to the financial performance targets, financial performance targets that the management sets. Like say some of the well known examples that all of businesses generally do is to increase annual revenues, in other words through increase of sales, expecting an increase in EPS, earnings per share, right? Total net profit divided by the number of shares, earnings per share, the EPS, then profit margins at a fixed percentage, increase shareholder value, maybe also generate certain amount of internal cash flows. So all these are some of the points that we can consider strongly as our financial objectives, which give an initiative to grow. Okay, now, not with numbers, but with certain other ideas. Strategic objectives relate to outcomes. If the company is improving its market standing and your competitive position, So when you are not talking about numbers, but you're talking about whether you're becoming a much stronger competitor or whether you're improving your market standing. That means, are you improving your position in the market? Market standing means position in the market, or improving your position in the market. Yes, no. So some of the examples could be achieving a certain market share. Achieving what? A certain amount of market share. So first of all, let me give you a quick insight about what is the story at market share. For that, let us take one quick example here. We'll take a circle. This is the entire market. Okay, like this. Many people are already there in the market who have market shares. Okay, and somewhere here others. Now you are somebody who's already holding this much market share. Okay. Now this already is there. This is a territory that you already have for you. No need to worry about it. Now you are willing to capture something additionally. Now what are you doing? Say by doing something which is different. Same space, this additional space what you are now gaining, right? You are going to capture. So now your new territory will not be only the blue one, but also the newly captured. Say for example, of the total, this black circle that we have, it is called as, okay, wait, I will not label it there so that be clear. This black circle is called as market, the total market. Okay. And this is our existing share. This is, let's say, for our existing share. This additional, this one, right? The share is what you're trying to capture or acquire new share. And how do you do that? You do through various strategies like market penetration, market development. All those strategies are there, right? By, for now, all I'm saying is go by winning customers. By winning customers, you can increase your market share, and now your new territory will be not just this one. So let's say, let's give it a new bound. So earlier you were there only there. Now you have all of this. Okay. So this could simply be a strategic objective. This is not got anything, sir, but numbers are involved. Yeah. But I want to be a market leader. I want to do this. I want to do that sort of a blending or building you can do. And that is about achieving a certain market share. Next one, achieve low cost, not selling price, low cost. So if you're willing to achieve low cost than your competitors, it is called as, write down there, cost leadership strategy. What is it called? It is called a cost leadership strategy. Now this is not something that everybody would like to pursue because cost leadership has its own challenges to do. It's not that everybody can become. Similarly, if you are willing to become a superior technology person, develop better technological capabilities, where you want to become better technological capabilities, this is called as um, you know we will call it innovation. Same way, another strategic objective would be deliver new or improved products before the rivals, right? Deliver new or improved product. This strategy is called as product development. All these are various strategies. No, it's not necessary that you have to know these names, but I'm writing it so that you will have the understanding. Stronger sales and distribution capability. Sales and distribution, the more I want to be the largest distributor of so and so, like that, you can even have a sales and distribution capability. And that could be to develop all these. If you develop any of these, they all will lead to something called as core competencies, which in turn will help you get something called as competitive advantage. So the whole idea here for you is to get that competitive advantage by achieving some of the strategic objectives. This has got nothing to do with money. Okay, so this is purely strategic in nature. So if you see the entire thing, if I have to show you both the objectives, financial objectives and strategic objectives. Two types of objectives are there, and you want to get a hold on any of these objectives, then you need to ensure to do certain tasks, but you can never sit and judge there which one is more important, which one is less important, because at sometimes strategic objectives are more relevant and they are more important at that time. Same way, financial objectives like sales and profits, who has such will not be bothered about it? I hope you took a full look. Who will not be bothered? Everybody will be bothered about profits and sales numbers. So this is the topic that gives you a logic of balancing both. Okay, so while financial objectives generally focus on profitability and financial strength, our strategic objectives, as I just wrote here, it focuses more on competitive advantage or a competitive position. Okay, so this is the conclusion that we can understand, right? And should we document this conclusion also? Shall we go there and do that? Let me show here. So we, since we have come here, we'll do one thing. What does each one of these focus? Of course, we know that we have to get the right balance between both. I'll just move that down. What do they focus on? Let's target about that. Financial objectives focus on, you can say, profitability. Objectives are profitability and financial strength. While in the discussion of about strategic objectives, they focus on competitive advantage or position. So if somebody asks which one is important, then you should say a right balance of both profitability, competitive advantage. You have to work for both, and then only if there is no right balance between both, then you are doing something that you are not supposed to do. So this is the main idea, guys, about both these objectives, right? So while financial objectives and strategic objectives both are important, let us now move on to another topic which talks about which one is more to focus on, but they will tell you to do the balance. Check this out, guys. Everybody clear on this one? This piece is clear. Now moving on here, guys. Balancing objectives. It is very important to find a balance, financial with the strategic objectives. Financial objectives ensure, what does financial objectives ensure? The long term health and survival, because money is something that is the lifeblood of business. So it flows, it will be great. But sometimes you have all the money, you have all the money that is needed, everything is going good in the business, but you don't have a commanding position in the market. What are you there for? So therefore, strategic objectives show whether an organization is a competitive position. I think we wrote both those right now. One talks about financial stability, financial health. So therefore, strong financial performance follows a rise in competitive strength and market position. Did you understand that sentence? Let me explain that again. That is a key sentence. First, you are trying to achieve a strong financial position, strong financial performance. If you do, your numbers are good, you're looking good, that means you're doing good business, will obviously bring a rise in the competitive strength. So therefore, if your financial performance is strong, it can give you a rise in your competitive strength and market position. So this is about balancing objectives. Nobody can say that only one out of the two objectives are important. Yeah, maybe at a time. So when you consider today what is important, maybe for an organization whose finances are weak, financial objectives are important. For somebody whose finances are okay, but they are not able to make their mark, strategic objectives are important, right? That is very timely. At any given point of time, you cannot say only one is important, other one is not important. You can't say that. So you have to go by trying to balance. So to balance, only for balancing objectives, what is used? The technique used in the industry to balance this, the technique is called as balanced scorecard. What is it called? Balanced scorecard, which is a widely used method to combine both financial and strategic objectives. The balanced scorecard tracks achievements and provides a not one dimensional, but a very balanced view of the organizational performance. It links both financial objectives to the strategic goals of the company. Financial to strategic link should be there. Like I said first, nobody can say money is not important. Of course, for surviving properly in a business, money is important. Without having that money, how will you ultimately be successful? So yes, money is important and balancing that is important. But at the same time, it is important for you to understand how we are going to strike this balance. Every time you can't be 50-50 only. So sir, balance means that only? No, that is not the meaning of balance. Balance here means giving equal importance to both. Okay, so thereby it links both financial objectives to strategic goals from the company's business model. It helps employees understand how their roles understand how their roles connect to the organization's overall goals. Whether do we have all the roles which are there? Overall goals can either be strategic or financial. So how, which one are you supposed to be focused? How, when, what should you focus? Right now strategy is more important. Maybe sometime later something else is important. Like that, you have to understand the situation and accordingly determine which one is more important. Robert Kaplan and David Norton, the names are repeated here. They have developed a technique called balance scorecard. They were from the Harvard Business School, and it moves away from short term financial focus. Moves away from what? From a short term financial focus to non financial operational objectives. Look at the transition. In the short term, maybe yes, money is what keeps you alive and money is what keeps you going. That is in the short term. But in the long term, you have to always view something which are bigger than numbers, right? That is what almost every other company does, right? Today, if you are doing good in terms of numbers, very good, but somebody else can come and do the same numbers in a much quicker time than what you did. So in today's market, which is very complicated, you don't know when any of these things will go out of your hands. So therefore, it moves away from short term financial focus to non financial operational objectives. It focuses on strategic planning. It focuses on what? Strategic planning techniques for better organizational performance. So therefore, the balance scorecard is nothing but a technique that is used to strike a balance, focuses on strategic planning for better organizational performance. Understood? So yeah, it comes from the top management. So what is the perspective of when they ask you this question from balance scorecard? This could be another exam level question. What we are going to see now. The balance scorecard is a top down. That means something that flows from the hierarchy. That is top to bottom. Top down performance management tool. So it's the top management uses to see whether they are in line with their objectives. The balance scorecard translates a strategic intent into operational targets. What does it do? Translates the strategic intent. Strategic intent is nothing but your vision and mission. The broader context. Of course, goals and objectives are there. You can write vision and mission into operational targets. Remember operational targets, which are nothing but performance targets, which are like objectives. Strategic intent into operational targets, which are objectives. Then evaluating the organizational performance from 4 different perspectives. The balance scorecard evaluates an organization from how many perspectives? 4 perspective. Did, which I already showed you. Did you achieve what you want to achieve in terms of numbers? Why you achieved what you want in terms of numbers but left out your customer? Then again it won't be great. Sir, I achieved financially also. Then my customer is also happy. But internally in my organization, they are fighting. This is also not a great thing. No, sir, internally the business process is fine. We have established one of the best processes that will deliver both financial success and customer satisfaction. We have established one process. So you balance 3 things amazingly. You are winning on the end of finance, you are winning on the end of customers. So money, that is your P&L, is reflecting a very positive picture. Customer retention is there, people are not leaving you and going, right? That is there. Then your internal business perspective, which is like, that is also good, all the processes are good. Your current business processes is giving you enough to balance both financial and customer data. But the most important point after doing all of this is, you are not able to understand what is happening in the environment, you are not able to adapt to it. Let's say you're not able to learn and grow. Sir, all we are balancing, we are getting where what we want, but we are there only, we are not growing. So learning and growth perspective, is it also being fulfilled? The last point, focus on organization ability to manage change. Environment is dynamic, right? So in a dynamic environment, how quickly you can learn things and change accordingly. So these four perspectives are the four balanced scorecard perspectives. And unlearn, if anybody asks you which one is important, you cannot tell which one is important, and that is why they are called as balanced scorecard. Okay, so that is something that you have to understand from this discussion. But sir, how will we know which one is more important at what time? While constructing a balanced scorecard, we will see that also, and try to understand its I mean the logic behind it. The next and the last topic is about constructing it. First, since we discussed about the framework, let me show you that once more. See, finance, customer, learning and growth, internal. Okay, should I mark 1 2 3 4 so that it's convenient? One, finance perspective. Two, customer perspective. Three, an internal business perspective. Four, learning and growth. Anybody ask you which one is important, you have to go by saying all four have to be balanced. Let's go ahead and figure out how to do that balance aspect from here. Come on. Financial perspective. This financial perspective focus on financial measures. I don't think I have to explain, students who belong to the finance stream. Revenues, earnings per share, or simply earnings. Return on capital, ROCE, return on capital employed. ROE, return on equity, right? In other words, ROI, return on investment. These are all metrics that will clearly indicate, whether you are achieving your. All think you do a chapter called as ratio analysis, where a lot of ratios are taught to you. Or basically, these are numbers that. And also, one of the very important things is the cash flow situation of the organization. The revenues, earnings, returns, cash flows that result from the organization, strategic intent. So financial measures, because you have a vision. Having vision is not important. Spend for that. So if you want to write it here also one more time, of course we wrote now already, that is enough. So financial perspective, focus on whether you are getting the numbers intact, revenues, profits, returns, cash flows, all these, right? Now, the second perspective that you have to balance in an organization as to which is important is customer's perspective. First one is what? Financial perspective. Second one is customer. Measures that organization's ability to provide quality goods and services. I will tell you one secret of how customer will come and buy next time. Okay. If a customer comes and buys a product second time, you don't have to ask a question whether that customer is satisfied or not. See, there are only two reasons why people do repeat purchases. Okay, two reasons why people do repeat purchases. What is the first one? They like the product, that is why they bought it again. Second reason, they don't have a choice, even though they don't like it, they have to buy. The second one is less realistic. Unless the other side is a monopoly and really people don't have a choice, then only I will go for it. But I don't really see something like that working out in our practical market too often. So most likely, if a customer is coming and buying your product more than once, it means there is something in your product that the customer will ultimately like and pay for. That piece is called value, which is intangible. What you did there is to create value for customer by delivering them a product or service which enhances the customer satisfaction. So the second aspect that is to be balanced in the balance scorecard aspect is anything that has the ability to provide quality goods and services, effective delivery, and also customer satisfaction. This customer satisfaction is dubbed as value creation. includes market share. Market share you can measure of the total number of goods sold in market. Let's say you want to measure your market share in phones, right? Of the total number of phones sold, let's say 1 lakh, I sell 30,000 phones. So that is I have 30% market share, like that you can measure. Customer satisfaction and customer loyalty, though you can't measure them, they are visible in the fact that customer is coming and making a repeat purchase. Here I will write, you can also write there, repeat purchases. If you can cross check on the repeat purchases, repeat purchase by the customer will tell you whether the customer is really liking your product or not, whether the customer has loyalty towards your product or not, like that we can. Then very important point, which is more than uh, financial objectives and financial perspective, very important, very good, taken on one hand. Customer perspective taken on the other hand. But beyond both these, within your organization, the internal business perspective, what does the business think about both? Focus on internal business processes. The process that are there within the business, no, they should be established in such a way that help achieve your performance goals. It should provide data on the business results that contribute to both financial success and customer satisfaction. So, if you can balance both financial success and customer satisfaction, you create a process. The internal business process should help you serve and achieve financial success. Also, the process should be good enough to help you deliver customer satisfaction. So, in other words, identify your key business process that needs to excel. So, the customer will not leave us and go anywhere. If you try and identify what that is and deliver what you can, it will be taken care of. Guys, internal business process, these are not visible. And I'm also not saying that they are very hidden or difficult something. But if you can figure them out as to what they are, then definitely, you can give equal importance to all those factors. Which one is important? Business perspective or business process. Then comes learning and growth. This part focus on organizational ability to manage change. We already talked about OCM, if you remember, organizational change management through process, and adapt to environmental shifts. And this environmental shifts happen because the environment is dynamic in nature. Whenever I get a chance, I'm writing these so that you remember the concept much better than simply by hurting something. Okay, so you cannot avoid something called as environmental shifts. Environment is dynamic, it is changing. So when an environment changes, what are you doing about it? So learning and growing, it requires employees to develop new skills and capabilities to meet evolving, newly changing, no, evolve means to come out, right? So evolving customer expectations, or rather I will not say new, but I will say latest customer expectations. Okay, evolving means developing. Develop the latest customer expectations you have to meet. You always have to learn and grow. If anybody asks you which of these are important, you cannot divulge, guys. All four are important. But sir, at what proportion should we identify all of these? Yeah, that is another very important question. So which we have to figure this out. So all four are important. That much I can tell you. Minimum these four aspects, there are many more, but minimum these four aspects you have to strike a balance. Okay, and this comes from a top down approach. It's a very interesting tool, the balance scorecard, because you are not overly focusing on anything in this version. Okay, so that asks me to do one small thing. Of course, we are left with only one small topic on how to construct the balance scorecard. I will definitely continue doing that, but 1 minute you take a pause and go through this, because I somehow have a strong feeling that this can directly come in the exam. So, moment of pause, and if you do that, then we will steps involved in balance scorecard. We can discuss that and then wrap up that particular discussion. All right, guys. I hope you have gone through that by putting me on pause. If not, please go through it thoroughly. Right. Let us now talk about something called as steps involved in doing this also is another exam question, straight and direct. They can ask you what are the steps involved in balanced scorecard approach. Okay, now as I just told you, financial objectives or strategic objectives, let it be any objectives. The first thing will start. Now, the four perspectives that you saw, now which perspective is important, what is more important, all this should be in line with their vision and mission, correct? Which we wrote as strategic intent. So, step number one, you establish strategic intent. Sir, no, sir, I don't have strategic intent only, there is no intent, nothing. So, if you establish strategic intent, then the story will start. If you say, I don't have a strategic intent, right? Establish strategic intent, set the organization vision and mission. So did we, previous page we already marked, here if you just draw an arrow mark, it is enough to define your strategic intent. So what is the first step? Develop vision and mission. Step number one, establish strategic intent. Then comes the second very important step, which is about designing the balance scorecard. How will you design? Now, four perspectives you identify. The specific measures of four perspectives. What are the four perspectives? Financial, customer, internal, learning, and innovation, all of that. Then formulate and implement strategies which are to achieve the organization's vision. So, on one hand, you have vision and mission. On the other, you have the balance scorecard containing all these four. So, once you know what your vision and mission are, once you know all these four perspectives, try to strike a balance. Okay, which of the organizational activities are good, which of the organizational activities not good. So if these four perspectives, which one supports your vision and mission? No, sir, there is no link. If there is no link, don't connect them. But if there is a link, you see that these two, just map them. That is called mapping. Step number three is called as strategy mapping. What are we doing in strategy mapping? In strategy mapping, identify the organizational activities that align. So, what to what? That is what you are supposed to see. What align with the support and the strategies. And then, last one is a very important thing, quantitative values or metrics. That is, if you put numbers, it is easy to measure, right? Establish quantitative measures or metrics to accurately track. Till now, we talked about some even strategic things like, sir, we did good sales. Good sales means what? 50,000 or 1 lakh. So, like that, put numbers in that place and that will give you a perfect perspective. Establish quantitative measures or metrics to accurately track the organizational performance in specific areas. Damn simple, four steps. So, one more time, establish a strategic intent. Then you will develop the balanced scorecard with all the four perspectives. Then map which organizational activities align with any of these four aspects, and then establish some quantitative metrics so that you can measure the performance. Okay, so to accurately track and measure. Let's come here, guys. We will talk about finishing the story by drawing up all the four steps, right? So let's say step number one. What is step number one? Establish strategic intent. Establish strategic intent, which is nothing but our two favorite words, vision and mission, right? So that is the first step. Now, guys, we will generally have to make sure that strategic intent is clear. Otherwise, what will happen at the end of the day? You will have to do everything and then search where is it matching. So that's a very not so unique approach, right? The unique approach is first you establish the intent, that is your vision and mission, and then accordingly you can track what you want to do. Then step two, okay, let us say here step number two, very very easy because now only we discussed it. What is it? Develop balance scorecard. And the best part is, while you develop balance scorecard, you should simply say include. What should you include in that? Include 4 perspectives. And you don't have to worry much for the 4 perspective, because you can draw an arrow mark to this one. These are the 4 perspectives based on which you have to develop. That is step number 2. 3 is a very easy straight step. Step number 3, mapping accurately. Step number 3 is mapping. But the question is, mapping what with what? Those organizational activities that align with strategies, right? Mapping, before we next time have a doubt about what are we mapping, including, let's say, 4 perspectives here. These 4 perspectives, so that mapping what and what? Organizational activities. Mapping the organizational activities. The question is, with what? With organizational activities should align with strategy. And the last point, or the last step 4, which is a very important step, is set quantitative metrics or measures. Okay, how should you set up quantitative ones? Okay, I hope that's all we are clear about these. And in fact, I can as well add one point here. One add means, I'll just do one thing. Say we have all of this, right? How to develop balance scorecard in this piece. We'll just do one thing, just a little piece of work. Here in the heading, I will write 4 words. Now I think you can see that I've added this one, 4 perspectives, and that is why it will be easy for us to connect, right? What are the 4 perspectives? When you write the words here, these 4 perspectives to including 4 perspectives. Okay, so that's all, guys. That is what we have here, and I want you to make a clear note of it. Once you do this, then we will continue our discussion on EVA. So you can put me on pause for a minute and go about doing it, revising it. That's all with this point. The concept of balance scorecard is done. A very small point is there pending, called as EVA. We will do that. Come on. Done, guys. I hope you have gone through that. So with that, we can wrap up the discussion on what is called as balance scorecard, which is a very clear item of that story. And then let's move on to the additional discussion here. There is a small piece of discussion called as EVA, which basically stands for something called as economic value added. Now, what is the story of EVA and why is it important? And why EVA makes sense in our discussion, we will see that. So, what is EVA? Economic value added. That is what EVA stands for. EVA, driven responsibility accounting. So always it should not be about numbers. It should sometimes be beyond the numbers also. So what is economic value added? Before we see that, first let's talk about profit. Why should I even talk about profit to students who are of finance? So the profit is nothing but the surplus of revenues, correct? Profit is nothing but the surplus of revenues over cost. You know the total of the revenue side minus all the cost, which is available for distribution to the owners. Okay, so that is nothing but net operating profit after taxes. After you pay off all that, it is called as no pat, which in other words is, I'll write it here, net operating profit after taxes. So you have paid your taxes, you can now freely distribute it to the owners in the form of a dividend. Total of all the expenses, total of all the revenues from both sides you'll take. If revenues are exceeding your expenses, then you will end up calling it to be a profit situation. But when revenues are not enough, then it will be a loss situation. This is the normal story, correct? Accounting profit versus economic profit. Now let us first try to understand what are they differentiating. Accounting profit is what I just told you. What is this economic profit? Now, what is the logic behind it? If you see, accounting profit combines two type of returns. What are the two type of returns? One, normal return on to capital. This is the ROI, rewarding the investors. And economic profit is also included in that, which is a surplus after all inputs have been paid. But when you talk about economic profit, is a more reliable measure of performance and is often referred to as rent or economic rent. So that is why, did your business really add value? Maybe you are showing positive numbers in the books. You are showing a positive number in the books, but really did it add value? How will we measure that? You should also recollect the discussion that you had about the Modigliani-Miller theory for the weighted average cost of capital, KD, KE, cost of retained earnings, K of RE, and then we pick up the weighted average cost of capital. Remember that? So why are we doing that is, we, simple logic, I'll tell you, we got the capital. After getting the capital, we put that capital in business. And once we put that capital in business, we are going to make something out of that. Once we are making something out of that, it will be in the form of return on the capital employed. Now the only question is, you got the return, but was it worth your time? Understood? Was it worth your time? So when you simply get the capital employed multiplied by the cost of capital, you will get the weighted average cost of capital on how much you got. Now that exactly when you get, you have to see your profit. Is it enough to cover this cost of capital? Sir, my profit and the cost of capital are ideally same. Then you have not added any value. But if your profit, this NOPAT number is higher than this cost of capital, okay, sir, more than the cost I spent on the capital, I was able to build something. That is real. That is the real economic value added. What is it called? EVA, economic value added. So, accounting profit normally combine two types of returns. One is a normal return to the capital, and two is the economic profit. While economic profit is nothing but the economic rent. Say for example, I will give you one parallel example here as to what we are talking about. See, I have 1 crore rupees as capital with me. Okay, I can safely put this money in bank and earn 7 lakh rupees on an FD. Correct? 7% risk free interest is going to come. I am going to use this 1 crore in my business. And to do the business, I'm quitting my job. So I have an annual salary of about, let's say, 2 lakh rupees a month, 24-25 lakh salaries. Right? Now, I'm quitting the job that I'm doing with my time, 25 lakhs. With the capital I'm putting in business, I would have earned a risk-free rate of 7 lakhs. Okay. Now I put 1 crore into the business and my time into the business. I made 10 lakh rupees as profit. And I'm clapping. Wow, 10 lakh rupees is definitely way more than FD. Guys, tell me, you spent your time and without doing anything, you would have got 7 lakh rupees. Now, with doing everything, you got only 10 lakhs. So, you should have got your 25 lakhs compensation from the business as salary. And additionally, you should at least made that 7 lakhs which you would have made. So, 32 lakhs is the risk free. 32 lakhs is the bare minimum. Sorry, not risk free. 32 lakhs is the bare minimum that you should have made out of this business, if you're understanding what I'm saying. So, when I say 10 lakhs, looks like, sir, I got 1 crore, I put in business, I did a business for 1.1 crore, 10 lakh rupees profit, amazing. Yes, accounting wise, textbook shows a profit. But the cost at which you acquired that 1 crore, Okay. Had you been continuing to be in the job, there's always an opportunity cost. No. So maybe accounting wise, you are profitable, but economically, it is not a wise decision to do a business that is giving you 10 lakhs or 12 lakhs or 15 lakhs. Understood? Because if you keep that money aside and continue to work in that office, you will get more financial reward. I know, sir, but here I am my own boss. I my freedom. You say, let's say at the end of the day, you made 25 lakhs out of that business, which was equal to the salary that you got earlier. Then you are telling, sir, salary to 25 lakhs, here also 25 lakhs, life is easy, no. But had you kept that money in the bank, you would have got that extra 7 lakhs that you are not making, no. Fine, fair enough. But I am my own boss. So to be my own boss, I paid that 7 lakhs, 8 lakhs a premium. We can even think like that. That is not a problem. Okay. So accounting wise, we are only bothered about numbers. While EVA wise, this could just be a formula or something like that in an MCQ. What is EVA? It is a measure of economic profit, which is nothing but the economic value added, which is net operating profit after taxes minus the cost of capital, where I already told you what is NOPAT is the net operating profit after tax. The cost of capital is calculated as capital employed multiplied by the weighted average cost of capital. Capital employed by weighted average cost of capital. When you multiply, you will get a cost of capital. There's a chapter in the financial management, right? Capital structures and their cost of capital. One full chapter is there. So this one will clearly tell you what is the cost of capital. Sir, what is the purpose of comparing or computing this number? What will we get? Performance discipline. It sets higher standards. Like I said, accounting wise, if you see numbers, okay, I would have got 7 lakhs in bank, this, that, but will it really reward me? No. So, like that, if you have economic value added, it sets higher standard for managers. Many companies, profitability disappears once cost of capital is accounted for. So, on paper, it might still look like you are making an accounting profit, but once cost of capital is into the equation, you are losing it. So that is why it gives you a higher performance goal, and also capital allocation. It improves capital allocation across businesses, considering those businesses which are more capital intensive, which gives return. uh, Considering the cost of capital, whichever business gives me the return, no, I will tend to do that business more. Okay, so small point. EVA driven responsibility accounting, rather than simply doing bookish accounting, it's an EVA driven accounting. Okay, that's all, guys, nothing more here. I think if you want to just quickly go and summarize this also, so that we can wrap up our entire discussion of the first chapter, I would want to quickly take you to that space where we can do that. Let me just do that for you, and meanwhile just take a clearer look of this so that we can get back into that. Okay, so I hope you have gone through. We can now just conclude this discussion by putting this EVA, economic value added. Put up the heading there as you're writing notes, and then let us first talk about a few things here. First one, let's talk about accounting profit. Accounting profit, which is nothing but, in terms of accounting, profit is equal to revenue minus expenses, right? This is what the accounting profit equation is. So revenue minus expenses, this is what simple definition of accounting profit is: revenue minus expenses. But we are not accounting for the cost of capital, right? So business also has another concept called as economic profit. Economic profit, which is also known as economic rent, right? That is the terminology used. So economic profit is nothing but the normal uh, accounting profit combines two things, which is nothing but the normal return on capital, and we will write that also in one more. Accounting profit is nothing but a mix of two things, right? What is that? Normal return on capital, whatever money that you put and you got, plus economic profit. Now, this concept of economic profit, which is dubbed as the EVA, what is the effect of the cost of capital, we have to see, right? Therefore, all I'm doing is, summarizing this finally. EVA is equal to NOPAT. Okay, this is the final equation, right? NOPAT, which is the net operating profit after tax. Let me write that also. Minus cost of capital. Okay, where EVA stands for economic value added is equal to net operating. It is nothing but the net operating profit after taxes minus the cost of capital is nothing but, how do you calculate the cost of capital? Capital employed. Cost of capital is capital employed multiplied by weighted average cost of capital. So this is more like a formula type expression, so that revision will be easy. Nothing more than that, right? Multiplied by capital employed multiplied by weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost will give you the cost of capital, and finally this is what EVA is all about, right? That's all, guys. That brings us to the end of our very first unit in strategic management, which is titled as Introduction to Strategic Management. So in the discussion further, we have at the end of every chapter, what we are supposed to do is, without continuing to flow off to the next video where we will go and continue to watch the next you know answers, it is important that you solve aspects in the question bank. That is the reason why we have included that also there, right? So the case studies are there. What aspects are there in the case study also? uh, you do first. That is my agenda. Otherwise, I can straight away tell we will do it. No, the case studies, MCQs, okay, and fill in the blanks, whatever sort of objective questions are there. So at the end of this chapter, a few cases are there. Go through them, read them, and understand them for yourself. Of course, I will in a session do that cases alongside the this one question bank part also. Anyway, this fellow will do it. Let us not do should not be your attitude. Okay, we have only 4 chapters. So at the end of every chapter, I need not tell you this. If any cases are there during or at the end, we will discuss. And also the fact that, which one, the MCQs, true or false, fill in the blanks, whatever are there in the likes of the study module, do those also. That is the actual test of what you learned through these sessions. Okay, the next chapter will be strategic analysis and strategic planning. So we will move on to chapter number 9, that is the second chapter in our syllabus, from our next discussion. And for the ones who had to have the access to check the case studies and this one, fill in the blanks and all of that, that discussion also will be there. But again, like I said, that is just a video to educate you on what the answers are, maybe one or two clarifications, but that basically is your job. And only when you do it, it makes sense. And use the on screen notes that we have made, so much neatly we have made. I will also, as I said, will share, but that should not be the focus for you, that anyway we will get it, so we will do it, should not be the focus. So you continue to work around that and then make the notes and revise it. That is the best part of the story. Okay. I will continue my discussion of chapter 9 in the next session, guys. Thank you.